Los Ratones did win. Not only that, they didn't just win, they won twice. In fact, I'll go one further. See, at the beginning, I'm going to build them up, mate. So I know what I'm doing here. They actually had a positive win rate this week. Think about that. They won 66% of their games. That's good enough normally to make you a playoff team. See what I'm doing there? But obviously now we're going to dive into all the minutiae of it, aren't we? So let me just start with the most big picture possible. People were speculating after the 0-3 week, is this team really going to go 0-11? And even though I noticed, I sort of like Jack's podcast, so a lot of people did point out, like, look, there's a reason historically teams don't tend to really lose absolutely every single one. It is BO1, etc. And listen, it's fucking League of Legends, mate. You know, you have a Smite, you have a Baron, you have a team fight goes wrong, some flashes. There's a million ways you can lose a game that aren't necessarily like you're better than the team you played against. But I want to get the big picture. So where is Nymaera? Initial reactions to one, them just winning a game, and then two, actually having a winning week.
So I think the pressure is now off of them, and that's going to be a huge change. I think getting that first victory was going to be the hard thing, because my take was the only way they go 0-11 is if they completely mental boom. That was the way that it happens, because as you said, it's very hard to lose 11 best of ones. There's surely something that's going to go well in them. And particularly for Lost Ratones, the way that they won, even at ERL level, was they have a really bad early game. But if they get to the point where they can just instantly clear waves on sidelines, particularly with someone like Baus on a high wave clear champion, something like the Gragas is something that he showed this week. That's a classic of what he showed in ERLs. And then be able to group up towards those team fights. Because while I don't think this team is actually very good at the meta, I don't think they actually know how to play around a lot of early games. I think that some of their abilities to get jungle support active on the map very early has been really lacking. Once they get to a point where if a team slips up against them, they're actually very good at capitalizing on getting that to late game. And basically in both of their wins, the same thing happened. Team gets ahead against them pretty heavily, and then they slip up the one time, and particularly I think in these games it was Nemesis that really punished them in those slips-ups on the rise, because he's very, very individually powerful on that champion. And that allowed them to drag it towards late game, where actually this team is very experienced. While they're not... there are kind of two different levels of kind of veterancy when it comes to any kind of League of Legends, which is kind of like, how much experience do you have in recent League of Legends in terms of how much do you know the map, how comfortable are you with this kind of early game, and how experienced are you with just generic late game? Because one thing you'll notice about hyper veteran players is it doesn't matter if they're actually quite bad. If you drag them to like 50 minutes, they all have had that some experience somewhere down the line, where actually a lot of newer players haven't had that. Which is why if it goes to like 50 minutes, I'm always going to bet on someone like, you know, Wunder or Nemesis in this case, or a bunch of other players like that. I think Lost Ratones did a good job this week of showing what they did in our ERLs, which is, okay, if it does go late game, LEC teams are not beyond us in our ability to late game team fight. And that was my biggest takeaway from them.
Okay, I'll come in a second. I want to set this up because I feel like you're just going to do the analysis initially, and then we'll get the big narratives and the hot takes. So here's the question, right? From this, if I was to tell you any team in the LEC had a winning week, and that in this case, like I'll give you an example. Sure, these weren't the biggest names. Like it wasn't that they beat a big dog yet, but these are actually the names this week that would potentially be like a mid to a lower part of the table team, the kinds that you have to be able to beat to at least dream of a playoff or something. What is the trajectory here? What do you project forwards for Los Ratones?
Oh, if you're talking about like playoff stuff, I actually had a quick look at tiebreakers just in case it got to that, because actually that's quite spicy, because it's now a question, and it's not just like a, oh, they won't make playoffs. Now it's like a, they won't make playoffs. So the important things you need to know about tiebreakers going on later into this, because they've beaten a lot of the lower tier teams, right? They've beaten teams around them in the standings, or in fact below them, because now they're 2 and 4. They beat another 2 and 4. They've beaten 2 other 2 and 4 teams. And that's worth noting that if it gets to a tiebreaker where it's across the playoffs bracket, so like it's between 8th and 10th, or 9th and 6th or something like that, as long as it goes across the playoffs, you'll have a tiebreaker for that. You'll have like they'll have to split it somehow, obviously, and the tiebreaker is effectively your head-to-head between other people in that bracket, which is somewhat important if these other teams make it into that. But also what's factored in is how strong the teams you beat were at some time down the road there too. So if you've got like 3 teams and you're all beating each other, it actually matters who's beaten the better teams outside of that. So that might actually go against Lost Returns. So I think as it stands right now, if they only sneak like one more win, I think they're pretty doomed. So you have to look at their schedule beyond this and say, well, okay, what is that trajectory? Do we think well, let's look at the next week. They have, it's a bit of a step up, Duncan. They have MKOI, they have G2, and they have a surprising team ahead of them too in Na'Vi, who's actually done really, really well. So while they still have, I suppose one of the weakest teams they have to face is probably SK, who are not looking great right now. This is a great momentum. This is kind of like this breaks the spiral. This is a spiral. But in terms of the trajectory, it's going to be really hard to string together results next week. I don't think it will make them spiral again, because at least they've shown that they can take victories. But in terms of like the trajectory, I still think the Rats are in big trouble unless they get some crazy upset win and a best of one. So it's like, if you want the dream scenario for the Rats, they have a lot of work left to do.
My problem is, again, you have to look at who they were playing. Like, look, I will say this now. Now, knowing we will talk about later with KC, all of a sudden, actually, their game against KC looks a lot better. Like, I'd say, well, I know they didn't win it, but actually now even being vaguely in your ahead position suddenly looks not bad. Because actually, guess what? People like G2 would have liked to be in that position, I'll tell you right now. So, on the other hand, though, it's not obviously anywhere near as bad as losing the KC Blue. That was, for me, the moment. That's the real moment where people started to go, wait a minute, could they really go 0-11? Like, coming in, people did have either deluded expectations or probably just thought Los Ratones will be like, the 9th best team if they do a decent job. I don't think anyone actually thought they'd be like, like a top team or mix up in the playoffs. So I'm obviously like teasing a little bit when I set that up, because I'm just trying to see how you're going to buy the stock now. Because the problem with the wins is this. Look, first of all, let's do the good. Right. One thing we did critique in the previous week, because we wondered, is there something they're doing in terms of the draft, is Nemesis on Rise. Well, now we know why he picks that, mate. Like, clearly it's just his Smurf champ right now. I assume he's just shit stomping every scrim on it. He did look really good on it. That actually it's an obvious strength. And we could do a sidebar in a second about this, but I'll just tease it. One thing people will always miss about me is, I have always said this, I don't lie. At least professionally. I don't ever lie professionally. So even when, like, first of all, when I make something a joke, you'll be able to see I'm making it a fucking joke. Like, it'll either have like absurdity and or hyperbole built into it, or I'll even be doing like a shit-eating grin as I say it. Like, jokes aren't lies, guys, because essentially built within it is that we all get that this is a joke. That's why we're being silly. We're playing. It would be like saying an actor is a liar. Like, in the most literal sense, but we all know he actually isn't that guy. We're enjoying the fact that he's pretending to be, aren't we? So what I will say is this: I've never ever said Nemesis is trash, bro. I've never ever suggested he wasn't a good player. I did say this is what I always wanted for his fans. I always wanted his fans to have to see him go against like not the greatest LEC mid laners and lose some of those games, because their problem is they did this thing where if you look at how good someone can be and you look at the highs and the lows, they just went, let's only zoom in on the absolute top end of his ceiling. And let's just imagine he would do that every game. Essentially, by the way, the joke is they gave him a caps light career without him having to have the career first. Like, he played for 2 years, boys. Like, it just in the meantime, because the hype always was, but wouldn't it be cool if he came back to the LEC? His fans just penciled in that he still would have been top 2 or top 3 for like 3 or 4 years in the meantime. Whereas for me, I'm sorry, if I use the same logic and I go back to when he retired in 2020, well, my boy Larsa was on top back then and Humanoid was on the rise. Do they just get to pencil it? No, because you saw them actually play the bloody years.
You never saw the fall off.
Yeah. Because they had the fall off, we all now, no one would say, well, shouldn't Larsa be back here? Like, he'll never get another chance, probably. Humanoid actually has permanently damaged his reputation. So I'm sorry. You do have to actually play to get the credit. But this does show the obvious thing about Los Ratones. But the problem is, it is actually still a mild narrative, which is this. It's only this weird conceit that they're doing this, like, we're a stream team, but we're also Caedrel's team, but we're also not a top pro team. We're some sort of like friends / a stream mix. Well, let's be real. If they were a real team, I'll tell you what my actual take this week would be Nemesis. Why the fuck is Nemesis on this team? That would have been the most obvious question. Like, mate, you're the only person on this team who absolutely should just be airlifted to like a number of the top 6 to 7 teams, mate. That's fine with me. I never ever thought this guy was a bad player and a talent. Look, I will say behind the scenes, I have heard some things from coaches that he was pretty hard to deal with. He was a little bit closed off. I even told this once in a video. And I actually heard he once told a coach something along the lines of, why are we even playing scrims? Everyone should just play solo queue on their own and get their skills to a high level. Which all I'll say is, I think that betrays a weird perspective on pro play, because I actually know some really, really legendary pro players that were actually actually never anything in solo queue and had the
It's actually
opposite
the opposite,
mentality.
yeah.
They would just go, who gives a fuck about solo queue? I'll be good in the scrims and the games.
Yeah.
So who cares? So I don't get it, mate, because as far as I can tell, the real answer to my question, my rhetorical question, why is he in Los Ratones, is because it doesn't count, because it's a main team, because if they play anyway, it was for fun, and if they win, oh, it's cool, but it's not treated like he actually had to. I'll give you an example. He didn't join Vitality this season and put his balls on the table and go, you know what, let's just see how good I am. Let's see what's going on, which Humanoid did do. I'll give him credit for that. So that's one angle. What do you think about the Nemesis angle? I do think he had a pretty good fucking week, mate.
Well, there's a bunch of threads to pull in that because that's obviously a very loaded topic of, well, okay, what happens when a player goes out on top and we actually don't get to see that downfall? Because, like, there are some players I absolutely love, but then obviously we saw where that fell off. I mean, someone like Smeb had a very interesting career where he had the awful start, rose up to the top, and then eventually come around to, God, when was it? Was it 2019, the year after he bowed out of quarterfinals? Like, obviously, he fell off a cliff. There are a bunch of other players which went through, went from the very top and then just had that 1 year where everything crashed apart for them, and then you never saw them again. And it's kind of, I don't know, I think it's very interesting when a player decides to bow out when their stock value is very high. And I think Nemesis, when he did choose to not sign to another team when his time was done on Fnatic and whatever, it was interesting how he didn't join another team, because I think the prevailing opinion at the time was, I think at that time, finally salaries had started to come down. That was one thing, because this was like after several years of huge salary inflation. So I think a lot of players at the time were hoping this would just be a momentary dip. We'll ride it out and hopefully stock value go up again. Obviously, the case was it didn't really. Investment went down quite harshly after that point. But then I think one of the other things was, I think Nemesis was always pretty adamant, at least from what I remember at the time, from what was being said on socials and stuff, is that he wanted to be on like a good team. He wanted to be on like a world's contending team. He'd done very well internationally for the period anyway. So what would be the point of him joining onto a team which was like building a new project, might be a top LEC team, but they'll have to build to that point? You can understand from a personal level where, Nemesis obviously has a lot of belief in himself, and you have to as a pro player, and I think he had a fair amount of the results to back that up. But I think the problem when you sit in the cold for so long is that people just move on eventually. I think the Lost Returns project for him, it is an interesting one, kind of going back to the question of, well, why would you be on this team? It has revitalized his image in a way which I mean, because Nemesis was kind of known as, after he kind of stepped out, there were some questions, well, because the teams fell apart, was there some friction? Was that a reflection on his character because of some of the huge just kind of like implosions at various moments? What's up with this guy as a person and someone to work with? I think the Lost Returns project has really revitalized his image in a way which I didn't think was possible. I think a lot of pros are starting to turn around to that sort of idea of a project, which is why I think, we're seeing a few more streamer teams here and there. Obviously, this is in the wake of Lost Returns as well. But yeah, Nemesis, this is, in some ways, this has like really washed his reputation in a lot of ways. And maybe this can lead to opportunities in the future, because if he does have good head-to-heads versus various mid laners that we see in the LEC, I could think of, if he plays at the level he did this week, I could see him. I mean, obviously this is on the rise, so we need to show a little bit more depth in that too. I could see him replacing 4 or 5 different mids in LEC. It's just a question of if it's a project which actually he sees himself wanting to be a part of. That will really be the question. Is, okay, if the Rats ends this year or just after this split, I mean, do we see Nemesis just stream for a split? Does he come back into the LEC next split in another LEC team? Because you're right, he has been the best, I think, mechanically individual player on his team. And I think what really unlocked him this week was Velia and Reckless finally found ways to come mid early. Like, we saw several plays where Velia was actually just walking into mid lane as Mundo in a way which he wasn't before. I think the Jarvan was really not comfortable for him, and he was trying to play deep into the enemy jungle rather playing to his mid laner and then going into the enemy jungle. And I think Nemesis looked a lot better once like these kind of disparate parts started to glue together, and we started to see a lot better side from him.
And then also another thing is, I mean, the joke is one of the teams that he could walk into tomorrow, there'd probably be a better team, is one of the teams he beat is Shifters. Like, but the problem is, as you pointed out, that is the main issue. When fans do this, where they ignore what he himself has said over and over again, bizarrely, even though they seem to hang off every other bloody word he says on his stream. So if you listen to him, and one of the reasons I always mock Nemesis is, bro, he doesn't even just make it sound like that. He's actually said this out loud. He has said that the Fnatic org is like trash and has full of people who don't know what they're doing and can't build it. So basically what you mean is Caps has to fuck off so you can play in G2. Like, child, please. That's not how sports works. Like, you don't just get to go to the best team, especially not when, by the way, surely one thing everyone can agree with me is Caps was fucking better than him. Like, that's the one team you can't go to, bro. Remember, in the meantime, while you were off on stream playing Chovy or whatever, going, look, 98 CS days, 105. Larson actually did have to, on a not G2 team, beat G2 and win the league, etc. Humanoid did have to struggle away with some, like, sometimes stacked rosters, sometimes questionable Fnatic rosters. These people all put themselves out there and took their lumps and took their fucking praise too when they were willing to do it. So my big problem is, if we ignore what he says, I can get him a fucking team tomorrow, mate. In fact, you know what? Do you want to play in the LCS? I can probably get you a couple of good, I get you some good teams there as well, by the way. Could probably even get you paid. The problem is, are we still doing that thing of like, this isn't actually me playing in the LEC, I'm in a guest team, and this isn't that, you know, this Los Ratones, it's not like a salaried project. If we're doing that, then yeah, obviously I have to just let you stay in Los Ratones, because the other problem I have with this team is, mate, considering they got 2 wins, I want to be able to say they won that game from the beginning. Nymaera, they had like a good draft, early game made sense. That, bro, let's just start with the fucking Shifters win, although both of them had throws from all the teams involved. Mate, this was insane. This game was essentially over. Like, that's the real reason. We'll get to the literal specifics here. That's why Nuke was melding on Twitter. It wasn't because it's lost to Torres even. It's because the way they lost the game was just unforgivable. Like, that could be any team that beat you and you do that. Because I do think if you watch this game, I always say this line. I said it, maybe I said it last week. It's one thing to throw the game. The other guy has to catch it. Look, they caught it. But holy fuck, was that a throw, though? Like, I have to say, if I'm Shifters, we have the, you get the assist, but we beat ourselves.
Yeah, Paddock got absolutely just roasted. This guy, like, I don't know what he was on. You know, obviously he's like a Korean rookie coming in as well, from LCK CL. And I thought, well, you know, at least he'll know when it's safe to dash in as Lucian. And he's thinking, like, surely the challengers players over at LCK, they know that if you go into melee range of a full AP Gragas, that shit's gonna hurt. You know, there's stuff like that where, what was the timestamp? I think there's one fight at around about 22 minutes in that game, which I think really showcases just how Shifters lost their heads. And, like, folks, there is nuance to this. Obviously, Lost Returns were way better in the late game, but it takes a certain team to be able to lose from that point, as Thorin's saying as well. I mean, you look at this fight just before 22 minutes, and Paddock basically decides, yes, I shall flank as the Lucian into a point-and-click stun champion as well. Well, I don't have a cleanse. So he gets Pantheon stunned on the flank. The fight turns around, and, like, you just lose your AD carry. The rest of the fight goes fairly well, but Paddock has a couple of these moments, and again, mention it later around the like the exit to the Baron after Lost Returns kind of got away with a huge fight there, and he just like walks up after his whole team's dead, tries to one-shot Crown, and just dashes into melee range of a Gragas and just gets exploded. So weirdly, you know, I think a lot of people have a lot of complaints about the Nidalee top lane, and we can definitely talk about that too at some point. But really, the reason why I see like Nuke just absolutely losing his shit on Twitter is because, like, I look at what the rest of his kind of his other carry partner is doing in this Lucian. I'm like, what else are you supposed to do? This Lucian is meant to be putting some kind of damage down, and it does make me wonder actually, because Shifters had the other kind of horrific defeat to they lost that game versus GX, Nexus to Nexus, right? That was them. I wonder what happens when Paddock doesn't have agency to make his own plays. Maybe this is like early signs of actually Shifters just don't function if Paddock doesn't have an easy draft to play into. Because, I mean, credit to Lost Returns for saying, okay, well, if you step up, we're just going to murder you. And we saw Nemesis do that a couple of times. We saw Baus do that a couple of times as well. But it really did feel as though it was kind of like Nuke left in just this horrific situation. We talk about this with a couple of our favorite players, though. I've seen it for Knight last year on BLG. You've seen it for Rookie, for IG over the last few years as well, where you have these like players with agency, with potential damage, and they are forced to make low percentage plays once the game starts going wrong because their team are just losing their heads. So that's when you see like Nuke. In fact, where the game really goes wrong is Nuke kind of flashing forwards to combo onto Crowny, but he puts himself into melee range of Nemesis in the enemy base, and Nemesis explodes him. He picks up the catch really well there. That happens again when they're in the other side, when they're defending their base, where he flashes forwards, misses the combo, he dies, and then the game ends after that point. So Shifters, it was just a disaster from them in the clutch plays. I mean, largely their macro was better. Largely they played around the sidelines better. But as soon as the game started going wrong, this team completely collapsed. And I didn't think we'd see that with a Trimby team. I thought Trimby would do better than that for them. I thought it'd be a more stabilizing presence. He's a cooler head. He's been around for a little while. He's a shot calling support in a way that not every EU support is as well. So particularly when it came to this game, obviously this was the second win, so some of the pressure was off of Lost Ratones at that point. But like, holy crap, it took two to tango in that one. Shifters definitely had a lot of individual misplays to see that. And that's before we even get into stuff like the draft about this Nidalee top, which got really far ahead, but realistically, what did it achieve? Whereas Baus went behind 1 million gold. Doesn't matter, he knows how to team fight with it. Like, it says a lot that Lost Ratones, the 2 games that they won were against probably the 2 worst teams at closing out a game in the LEC, but at least they can do that.
And I'll even springboard off what you just said at the end there, bro. I actually think don't worry, we will definitely cover the whole nuke thing from the nuke angle. But another reason why, the area where it was we lost to Lost Ratones is, I think, by the way, I'll just speculate right now. I have no information. I haven't even listened to all the interviews. I get the feeling that they also probably aren't very good in scrims. Like I've noticed, here's the weird thing, because they're a super popular team, guys. If you don't know, it's a bit like Reckless himself. If you have anything positive to say about him, his little pro tip for how the meta works, say it in media. You will just get the headline. The fans will like it. They will click like. They will thumbs up. You'll be liked as a player. So actually, do you know what? After they went 0-3, a bunch of pro players could have gotten a bunch of free likes and goodwill from the community by going, do you know what, though? They're actually not bad at scrims, so they've had some results that we think they'll be better. Or, wait for them in a few weeks or two. They just have to settle. I haven't heard anyone say anything, which usually to me, by the way, implies like probably not actually a good team generally at the moment, and that this is like they know that they're in a tough spot. I also think, mate, that pick doesn't happen if this is like a playoff game. Like, I'm sorry, that looked to me like you were egoing on them. Look, Baus, even though he was like one of the better players on Lost Ratones last week, he also does look like he can't do any of the shit he did in the fucking ARLs, mate. He can't do those like meme deaths. He can't do like the silly picks or whatever. He actually does look like he's going to have to limit his champ. By the way, all the things that he actually said, I don't know if you saw that clip. That clip on his stream, mate, what he just said there is one of the worst fucking PR moves I've ever seen. Because, brother, you are just describing pro play. Yes, in pro play, you have to do really boring things like limit your champion pool to what you can win on, not even what you can play or want to play. You have to do things like only play the matchup that makes sense for your team. You can't go behind 1 million gold every game. All the things that you find fun and enjoyable. And by the way, we're working for the brand in ERLs, because as we say, you had the bloody late game players to save you. That can't happen in this scenario. It's why I always tell people, not just playing in the professional games, but scrimming is not fun. You are not there to have fun. You are not playing, you are practicing. And that is a very different thing. So I've got to say, I already think they're going to also struggle in that sense. Like, I don't know how you ever activate Baus.
Well, apparently
this one wasn't bad, but it was helpful from the other team, as you say.
Apparently they even struggled to get scrims as well, because effectively they just weren't viewed as good scrim partners. That's what Yamato was saying on one of his recent videos. So maybe they get a couple of scrims after this week.
That's a positive.
And if it does, this is obviously, like, I come from a minor region background from LGL. That was the thing which happened around, Detonation Focus Me when they finally got some good results internationally. If you take a couple of games, I think at that point, some of the teams will be like, oh, go on, we'll give you like a scrim block at that point. So it wouldn't surprise me if they got something better from that. And yeah, at the end of the day, being a pro it's a very different experience from being an individual player. Some people love it more, some people absolutely hate it, as you were saying. Some people don't play solo queue, they only play scrims, and some people just never manage to transfer from solo queue into a pro environment. One of the things which is interesting for me is that so much of this Lost Returns project was about, okay, we're going to get Baus on board. He's a big streamer. He's got a very interesting playstyle. Let's keep him how he is, and we'll try and facilitate around him. That was always the project goal. So I would actually find it very sad if even if it meant they would play better. I feel like it's actually mission failed if you don't let Baus play how he does. I don't mind him in this kind of matchup when it's kind of like the Gragas versus the Nidalee. Because
what is the point in him being on the team if he doesn't beat Baus? Like, you may as well just get another top laner at that point.
Exactly. This guy, clearly he's better at his own. Clearly he's better at his own style of play. Clearly that, and if you break him out of that, why don't you just pick up just some ERL top laner, as you're saying? So I think effectively the logic behind this kind of top lane matchup was, because I made a post on Twitter about this too, and this is something that we've known for a while. If you pick Gnar into Baus, you've probably won the game. We saw that with Casey, where Canna just tore him apart. It just wasn't close. But to break that down into objective facts in terms of what is one of the lost conditions of lost returns is you get a pick which can solo kill top lane and win the game through the side lane. Okay, so you need to do two things. You need to somehow solo kill or get an individual lead, and they need to somehow win the game off of that. So that's why we see stuff like the Gnar, where you solo kill or you get the tower or whatever, you get like 1 million gold, and you can then team fight with it. Now the Nidalee kills you a bunch of times, but she doesn't win the game. No, okay. So yeah, she doesn't win the game, which is like a bit of a problem there. Sorry, I don't know if my mic just died there. Actually, just saw my Discord went off.
Oh, it's all working.
Cool, all good, no worries then. But yeah, that's the problem with the Nidalee, is that even players like the Shy, who pulled it out a lot, Mewin played it too, they've all dropped it. And there's a reason why we're not seeing like Vayne top into Baus. We're not seeing Quinn top into Baus, which are like hyper solo kill top laners. You need to have something which actually wins the game off of that too. So Rooster did actually play very well through the individual 1v1, and he did have a couple of picks later, but it's just really hard to end a game off of that kind of pick too. So for Lost Returns to be like, okay, we're going to ban the Gnar away, we're going to pick something that Baus will scale up on into the game in, later anyway, and the Gragas is actually a pick which he can win the game on. That was a bit of a meta evolution for them as well. It's not a huge change, but at least it shows some kind of awareness of what's actually losing them the games, because that was a problem in week 1, where again we saw that Gnar, it just felt a bit unplayable.
And then another thing for me is like that game. I'll tell you another really weird thing. After they lost, basically the one that would have won them the game, Shifters, their heads just absolutely went Nymaera, because obviously after that there was one other key fighter on the Baron, which is just so badly played. It is unbelievable. Yeah, like I feel like there's about 50, there's almost like 50 other angles you could have taken, or like combinations of people going in and out that would still win you the fight. But like they found the only one that you just get, that you have like no chance to win. So it's so bizarre. Like, can you give me some thoughts on that? Like, because obviously this is what I say. I think it's a mixture of, yeah. Give me some thoughts.
Okay. Well, obviously you're starting a Baron with no tank. So typically when you're going for a Baron dance, you want to make sure that you're either finishing the Baron or you're turning. If you have no tank, you don't want to stay on the Baron long, especially the Baron on 2026 patch as well, because it has the armor and magic resist shred that Atakan used to have, and then Baron had before that as well. The longer you stay on it, the worse it gets you. You're very squishy, you die very quickly. So one, they sit on it for too long. They allow the rats to come into them rather than looking for the fight on the other side either. They split up their carries with no peels, and Nuke is just not in the fight, and Paddock is like melee range of a Rise. You do not win that fight. So the initial play of that is really, really bad. What's even worse to me is the fight afterwards, where they just don't choose to cut their losses. They have Nuke back, he tries to take something in bot lane, ult back over to the play to try and pull someone out of the position. He walks up behind the Baron pit and just like walks onto a Caitlyn trap that's just completely visible. So, like, he walks onto a Caitlyn trap. He loses all of his HP to contest, and he's saying, okay, so that's another bad individual mistake. Trimby walks over, he dies for free. Paddock goes, oh no, my support, and we talked about this before, just goes melee range of a Gragas, and he just dies for free as well. So, the initial start of the Baron is bad. That's bad at first. What gets worse after that point is the retake is just so unwise, and you lose like an extra 3 kills where it went from being bad, and genuinely it is bad, to just being unplayably awful after that point. So I think the panic seen in Shifters was just really, really bad. I think realistically, you never stick on the Baron for that long. You look for a pick. You have a Vi, for God's sake. You can always point and click engage. They weren't ready for that. They allowed the Realm Warp to determine the fight, really, instead of that, and their carries were just not... They were just not peeled for, and they didn't know how to position. And then just the response after that point just screamed a panic. So yeah, basically across all degrees, that's about everything you can do wrong with a Baron. And I think that is one of the powers of the Rise as well. Rise has this one X factor of just the ult comes out and just you panic because something strange can happen. Rise is one of the few champions in the game which can transport like just an entire fight into a different part of it as well. So Shifters just looked like they just were just losing their heads.
And then the other one is the other team they beat. By the way, it's why it's not noticeable to me, the opponents they beat. Another team they beat is another team with quite a similar profile to Shifters. A squad where you look on paper, it's not the best squad of players, but it's an interesting mix. You look at their past results. They also could have won some of the games that they lost. So these are teams, by the way, that have shown, even when they are in winning positions, they can lose the games and they can lose to the bigger dogs. And they also, I even thought there was throws in that game too. Like this wasn't a clean game either. This is another messy one. So what were your thoughts on the Heretics game?
I think Heretics thought they could counter Rise with the Cassiopeia. because, you know, Seren comes from the ERLs as well. He did actually lose to Lost Ratones in EMEA Masters. I was a little bit worried about how he would play against them. And I'm not going to lie, I think Seren locking in the Cassiopeia to counter the Rise just didn't work. I just think it didn't work at all. I mean, he didn't get a meaningful lead. It wasn't a CS lead. And I think where the game really started to fall apart, because they had some decent early plays. You know, they got ahead, but they lost a lot of dragons. That was one thing. And giving an objective advantage to a team that realistically wants to scale is a big problem, because at the end of the day, if the job of the Rats is to drag you to late game and then beat you with late game clutch, don't give them dragons, because that's a way for them to just say, well, we'll give up like 3 dragons at this point, and minimum we'll have like 15 minutes to just scale, get items, and then it doesn't matter if there's a 10k difference. It's 10k difference at like 40 minutes than 20. Who cares at that point? It's a lot different. And the play where things really fell apart was, I think Heretics started to really panic after they gave up every dragon. So around about 20 minutes, they run at Nemesis top side with the Jace jungle and the Cassiopeia. Nemesis buys just a bunch of time, and then they lose 2 kills, which are 2 shutdowns. Sorry, it's the shutdown on the jungle, not in the mid lane, but they lose like a huge shutdown, and they also lose a turret after that point. And that after that point, it's like, well, okay, you did have the gold lead, but you'd lost the objectives. Then it was, okay, well, you've lost the gold lead as well now, and you're probably not going to be able to defend the objectives. Things got really, really difficult after that point. Yeah, like Baus gives up a load of kills. It just doesn't really feel like that's worthwhile then. And then I think, again, it's another team which panics, because again, it's just another Baron situation where like they just don't keep the jungler at the pit. It's a good spike from Velia. I mean, as you were saying, it's very hard to lose a lot of best of ones in a row, because there's always that chance of like a freak smite taking a clutch at objective, and it just so happened it was the Baron at that point. But realistically, Heretics should never be, you know, flipping it at that point. You should feel a lot happier. Maybe if they were afraid of the dragon going over or whatever, I can understand them getting a little bit desperate, but the game wasn't at the point where you throw the game on a Baron because it's your only way to win. It just felt so desperate again, and well, I suppose the credit to Nemesis for having such a good advantage over what should be a counter matchup, because I think that if Nemesis has been shut down and you do get to kind of roam about the map as stop the Rise rather roaming about the map of the Realm Warp in the way that he's really taken over the meta right now, this game looks really, really different. But I think that with that top lane play, it kind of cut out all the momentum, and again, it allowed the Rats to go to late game, which is where they're very comfortable.
Then there was also, as a result of this, because by the way, I do think both those games, here's the thing, I won't hate you, you won the games. I do think those are like teams that in theory, look, for those teams to really not be at least within the circle of this might be possible, you really would be the worst fucking LEC team ever. So, okay, props for getting the wins. We'll see if you get any more, obviously, because at this point in time, the real problem you have now is you've sort of run out of all the bad teams. Like, there are no more bad teams in the league. You've already had unfortunately, you needed that KC Blue one if you wanted to guarantee yourself 3 wins. So we'll see from here what can happen. If they get any more wins, we'll credit them, we'll comment on them. There is some tangential material, though. So first of all, because obviously you could argue the whole point of Lost Ratones is you watch bloody Caedrel stream to watch it. I even think that's half of the... You know what? I do think there are a lot of Reckless fans. I think there are some Baus fans, and I think there are some Nemesis fans. That's more, I agree with you. He rehabilitated his image both via LS and now via Caedrel. Picked like popular people in the scene. So my joke's always been, even though he's a good player and he has like interesting takes, he never figured out what the secret all these people have in common. They have fucking charisma, bro. That's one thing you have to actually develop. In the same way as you learn to CS and you learn item builds and you learn how macro works, you have to work a bit on your charisma and your market. And if you did that, it'd go a long way. Like the joke would be, if your game was 70% of what it is now, but you had more charisma, you'd actually be a way bigger player. You probably would get a million even more offers. But one thing about watching the core stream, and I'm sure everyone has parasocially, it's part of the whole vibe of following a team. Everyone has felt like it's your team, isn't it? If you're part of the Rats, if you're part of the fucking fan club watching Lost Ratones, is obviously Caedrel got really emotional. He actually, like, literally was, it wasn't even acted out by the way, guys. That was real. He was like holding back tears. I will say there's a few things here. One is because Caedrel's a massive streamer. One thing no one will ever give massive streamers credit for, and I don't care how much you might think they're like, oh, they're sellouts or cynical or manipulative. Here's the thing. They actually bloody read Twitch chat. You couldn't pay me any amount of millions of dollars to do that. I would actively give you the millions back to not read Twitch chat. If I stream to 50 people, Nymaera, I have to say, sorry guys, I don't read the Twitch chat when I'm doing the video. Afterwards, I'll put sub-only mode on and people can ask me a question. Because what I do is I tell myself in my brain, even if this sub-question's phrased kind of stupidly or mildly aggressive, you know what? They are a sub, so on some level they support me. I can't handle the idea any person could just pop in the chat chat and just insert a thought into my brain while I'm talking and working. That is crazy, bro. That is actually like such a nuts job to have. And it's why, sadly, you will see, it doesn't matter who your favorite streamer is, Dom, Ella, pick like just really lovely streamer. They'll all crash out eventually. They'll all have that time.
I've done that once or twice. Yeah, like, it happens.
It just gets too much. Here's the problem. I always say it's nearly always like straw that broke the camel's back territory. It's never really that the comment that you see was so bad. It's just, it is like the 10,000th lash of a whip from fans. Can even be the joke. It can even be your own fans. It could be someone saying something like, hey, when are you going to get this feature added that you like offhand mentioned a week earlier? Even that'll get to you. So one of the reasons why Caedrel was emotional wasn't just, like he says, they did so much work, etc. I'll guarantee he's been reading people just fucking flaming the shit out of the team, even in his own chat, or being disappointed, or asking what we're doing in. He's probably read I'm sure he cares, by the way, about the project. He's read 1 billion comments on Reddit and Twitter and social media. And so I imagine in that moment, it's not just even just the win. It's always like the fucking relief of like, oh, at least it's not going to be 0-11. Can you even imagine what they were? By the way, everyone's thinking of like KC when there was 0-9 or whatever it was. You can even imagine what it would have been like if it was 0-11. So thoughts on Caedrel's response? Kind of got a big human moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's warranted. I think it is warranted. I think there's nuance to this as well, because at the end of the day, you have sat out with a very ambitious project, and there's been a lot of shit talked by players or whatever. So there was always going to be flack, and that's acceptable. I think they understood that. I think the players understood that too. I think where things got a bit sour is when you have stuff like the KC comments coming out against Lost Returns as well, and you have this kind of quite... It didn't feel like a friendly fan base rivalry. Stuff like the video which KC put out of, we're going to show Caedrel the way to the exit, and they basically film like players guiding you through the LEC studio, and it just so happens that Caedrel is literally stood by the exit, and he's just going out to whatever step outside, and like they didn't ask him to be in the video, and they still posted it anyway. There's some gray area there, right? And it's more like, you know, if you were on better terms, if it felt like this was a bit more like like a friendly rivalry, maybe that would have gone down better. But that felt like it was step 5 or 6 in what has been like a little bit of a downward slope between the kind of like those two fan bases in general, because of course there is a lot of... I think a lot of people have put on Caedrel personally a lot of the awkwardness and the strangeness about just Lost Returns being in the LEC in the first place. In terms of why the hell was this tournament?
I can confirm it's, if you ever say like I do, like I think it is bullshit that Lost Returns is allowed to play, and what they get to skip the franchise fee. The reply his fans always say is they go, yeah, but you can't blame kids. Like, I'm not. I never did. Like what? I haven't said anything about kids, but I do think sadly people think
some people do.
Here's what I think they actually believe, Nymaera. I think they believe Caedrel told Riot, put me in the LEC right now, or which we have no evidence. There's not even any news stories to suggest that. I think people do, but I know what you mean. That in some weird way, that is even backlashed on him, even though as far as I can tell, actually, as you saw by the viewership after week 1, here's all the most viewed games that you can actually argue.
Suffering from success, literally.
If it wasn't for the franchise fee, which I'm just going to tell you right now, no one wants to pay a franchise fee in esports. If it wasn't for the franchise fee, you would have wanted him in anyway, as I pointed out last week, in the same way you want Kometo in. You want these people that bring the fan base. So I get what you mean by that. But you think that was playing a factor?
I think it does, because I think while a lot of the people who are actually like figures in the scene absolutely don't hold against Caedrel at all, I think there is a portion of the fan base which is just added fuel to the fire. Because in a lot of ways, KC did what Lost Returns did before Lost Returns. They were a huge streamer-led team which had huge success in the ERLs, and then they made it the LEC. But that was quite a long process for them. It took them a long time to get into the LEC. And of course, they had to go through the franchise freeze, as you're mentioning like that. So I think there is a little bit of resentment there from the fan base, even though it's not on Caedrel. It's not. I think that some people have then added this onto the fire. And it's just added onto this kind of... There have been a couple of events time after time on socials where it's felt like it's not a friendly rivalry. Again, it doesn't feel friendly. It's just people just shitting on a team when they're down on their luck. And sure, I mean, you can absolutely shit on a team when they're doing badly. That is absolutely fine. And there is a difference between like criticism in between gameplay and then like personal attacks and stuff like that too. Then again, stuff like, you know, some of it falls under the vague term of banter and whatever. But, and then you add in the sense of scale, which you were saying about before. When you have like 10,000 people yelling that at you, more even, it depends, you've got a lot of people viewing, a lot of people commenting across different things like that too, especially when you get stuff like, I mean, I did tune into one of his games and just the whole chat was filled of, you know, Bowser's quote about like some LEC top laners are super boosted, blah blah blah, and just it was just the whole chat was full of that too. And that's what you put on the line. I'm sure Baus understood what would happen if that went wrong as well. But, people really hijack that stuff and it goes up to 11, really. So you can imagine that after a couple of weeks of just getting your head kicked in, basically, getting that first victory and breaking that tension and realizing that actually, okay, we can do something in the LEC. We're not just dead weights and whatever. That I think it is warranted Caedrel showing that show of emotion. And I think it's also quite important, too, for people to, again, realize that big figures are in fact human, and that sense of scale makes it very, very easy to tip the scale from, like, okay, he's doing fine, things are going well, to, oh my god, like, that's just so much pressure on you, it's just an awful emotional state. So, look, honestly, I feel for Mark. I think, like, it must have been very difficult for him putting together an ambitious project, and just some things being held against him which just don't feel fair at all. So yeah, I think it's warranted.
Yeah, by the way, and the last thing about the being human. Sadly, I understand that when you watch something on a screen, we've pointed this out, it's like the road rage thing. People do lose their mind and they don't think of it as like that's another person and I'm communicating a message that they will receive. I'm not just shouting.
Road rage on the internet, I tell you.
Yeah, and even worse, I always say it's like shouting at the TV, but the guy in the fucking TV show can hear you and he's trying to act still or kick a ball or something. It's an absurd concept in esports. But there's an even worse one, which is I do think because people resent millionaires and anyone who seems to have an easy job or a fun job, they want to do this thing where they're like, right, well, if you get to have the millionaire then and be millions dollars, well, then you also have to take the worst abuse ever. Like that's part of the job. It's like, first of all, it does come with the territory. That's reality, but you don't have to make it as bad as possible. And also, crucially, on the fact that they're a human, it doesn't matter how many millions you have in the bank. If something hurts your feelings, it hurts your feelings. Like you don't go, oh, well, I was about to get my feelings hurt about what you've just said about me and my career, but then I remembered I have loads of zeros at the end of the bank account. No one thinks that way. Like, no, again, that's just not even a way humans conceive of things. Money's an abstract concept, right? Until the moment you need to use it. So, and he's over the threshold. So I do think that's one area where like Caedrel shouldn't actually have to read 1 billion. No one should in theory, but unfortunately, it is also reality. Like, guess what? This is the other thing, Caedrel. That's why if you wanted everything to stay really fun, you were in the catbird seat, as we say. You had it nailed. You had the easiest ERL that you would smurf no matter what happened in the games. You had the EU Masters that you'd probably still win, or win a couple of each year, and you could still get all the streaming. That was called the sweet spot. By accepting this, which, listen, I would take this. I've always said, even if I think a player's a fraud, mate, the player should always take the contract. What are you talking about? Why would I not take a contract for Fnatic if they offer me it, even if I'm shit? Like, mate, that's going to be the best contract of my career. And I've got to believe in myself. Like, I could do it. Like, maybe I can improve. So I'll never blame Caedrel for that. But this is all the downside that comes with joining the LEC, mate, and then actually having to play. And that is the joke. When your fans used to say, hey, you look at fucking... By the way, I found threads where they were saying it about Fnatic last year, bro. They used to go, lots of Ratones wouldn't have lost a game like that. Well, you know what, mate? How about you play Fnatic now? How about you play the team that Fnatic was playing? Then we'll see. So, yeah, sadly, now you're going to get all the downside of it. You already had the upside.
Yeah, and I think they accepted that level of risk. I don't think they quite I don't think they factored in just this what I consider just animosity from some of the other fan bases who were just really annoyed that they were there. End of the day, like it's not like Caedrel's forced Riot's hand. It's not on him at all. He's reaping the rewards of it, and let's be honest, like Riot wants him in the league. He's got great numbers. The way that they did there, are there questions about that? Absolutely. If you're going to have a franchise model at all, you kind of have to protect the interests of the franchise. Otherwise, why do you have it? Now, we've had that conversation a bunch of times at this point in the last few months when it was announced. But, of course, that's not on the bloke who's owning the team. He's just the guy that just so happens to have the numbers which the league really, really wants. So, yeah, and that's one level to it. I don't know how the players have reacted to it on the other side because I know one of the things which Caedrel said in that kind of like emotional kind of like moment after the first win. One of the first things he jumped to was actually, look, Baus has been trying really, really hard over the last couple of weeks as well. And there was a clip which resurfaced from like 10 months ago with him saying like, oh, I hate being a pro, all this stuff. And that was from a while ago, that clip. And there were even rumors about him not going to the LEC if the team went there as well. Like, and him just saying like, look, guys, you've been shitting on this guy, but he's actually been trying very, very hard as well. You can tell that obviously it's had some impact. Not that we can see all of it, but there's definitely got to have been some pretty heavy impact on the players as well. So yeah, I can't imagine there are many teams that were under more pressure than from the Rats on a social side of things. But of course, that raises the question of, well, okay, if there's pressure on them, imagine being the team which loses to them. And that obviously came to a fore.
We'll get to that in a second.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. You might have thought Caedrel was a bald fraud. Here's what people don't know. I actually like Caedrel. Yeah, I don't like that he said something rude about me once. I think it was just incorrect. Also, I don't like that he absolutely betrayed his own principles that he'd said on stream to go and do a job. Like, I never made you say those things, mate. I've advised every friend of mine in esports, don't say anything fucking political whatsoever. Just do your fucking job, play video, and then either do something separately and live up to it, or wait until your career ends or something, and then say anything you want with your platform. So aside from that, I don't think he's a bald fraud. And don't worry, if you did see him get emotional, he's not losing his hair because of stress, because there was 0-3 and then 0-4. But if he had have been, then a product that could have really helped him is Hims. Because actually losing your hair, listen, sorry, on this particular episode, there's no one who could fucking talk about this. He's got really long, luscious locks, and I've just never lost my hair. I'm 42 years old, look fucking straight fire still, boys. As long as I get that nice little clean up, etc. A lot of the salt and pepper even goes out the beard, you know. But tell you what, I can totally imagine a lot of my friends have gone through this. If you don't know, a lot of my friends that have gone bald or are bald aren't actually bald. They're people where they would just have a horrible patch like the Friar Tuck patch, or they'd have like this, they've gone like, it's almost like they've been forced into a widow's peak where it's going back like that. Or the nightmare is like it's just patchy, or part of their beard started to come out, and so they essentially they adopted being bald as a way to like, let's just skip to the end already. Like, screw this, I'm just giving up the battle, it's over. I'd rather just have it look like I chose to do it. Also, they're re-empowering themselves, you know, they choose to do the bald look or something. But actually, if you don't know, nowadays the tech is pretty advanced to help you actually regrow your hair. And I will say, for a lot of men, first of all, it's not only a sign of aging, so people have to face mortality and that growing up in life and the youth is gone, but also it's a thing of like, you worry about, will you be attracted to the opposite sex? What does this mean about me? Like, am I even myself anymore? I envision myself, think about Neo when he went in the Matrix, where the idea is it's an idealized version of yourself as the representation. Everyone would pick themselves with bloody hair. They'd probably pick themselves when they were 23. So anyway, if you want to try and regrow hair and get into a better position, Hims is the one for you. They're the one that we recommend on here on Summoning Insight and Last Free Nation. They offer convenient access to a range of prescription hair loss treatments with ingredients that have actually been proven to work. They include all different ways of applications. They have chews, oral medication, serums, sprays. So basically you can pick whatever method suits you. You don't have like one method, you have to do that, or there's nothing available to you. They have doctor trusted ingredients like finasteride and minoxidil, which can stop further hair loss and regrow hair in as little as 3 to 6 months. They also have 100% online access to personalized treatment plans, so you can actually figure out what are your goals with your hair, how quickly do you want to do it, what do you want to do, what is the actual trouble area for you. And so basically, there are no hidden fees, no surprise costs. It's just the way it's said, and it's on your schedule, which is always the way I prefer to do it anyway. So for simple online access to personalized and affordable care for hair loss, erectile dysfunction, weight loss, and more, visit hims.com/LFN, easy to remember. That's hims.com/LFN for your free online visit. hims.com/LFN. Featured products include compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription required. See website for full details, restrictions, and important safety information. Individual results may vary based on studies of topical and oral minoxidil and finasteride. Okay, now there is actually one last Los Ratones adjacent topic, but it's actually really more a topic about fans, fan culture, what the LEC's become. And actually, I thought this was a perfect one when it was served up as one of the topics in the chat to just do a little sidebar on here, Nymaera. So I always say this, right? We sort of set it up with the topic about Caedrel, right? You can understand why Thorin's Twitter replies are a joke. That's why I don't read them. You can understand why when a pro player, think of Kazi or fucking back in the day, any of the perks, when any pro player attempts to trash talk, forget your mentions, mate. You better have the strongest mental ever, or you better just not read them. Like, you're going to see that 99 notification instantly, and then your phone is going to vibrate so much it will levitate off the fucking table, right? Everyone gets it. If you're spicy, you're going to get it back. But I always say, what people really don't understand is nobody can actually withstand the fan environment once it gets over a certain threshold. And the reason I know that is actually there are people who never produce negativity online and get loads of shitty comments. There are people who just produce content and no negative opinions or spicy opinions or rage bait or whatever you guys say is the excuse. And they still get loads and loads and loads of comments. And I thought a perfect example was, if I was to do a fucking poll, the most beloved person in the LEC is insert blank. One of the fucking number one candidates would be Sjokz. Does anyone actually dislike Sjokz? I don't know. Have I been missing something? Isn't she the most universally loved person? The joke is, I come from Counter-Strike. Not only did I tell her years ago, you do know if you ever want it, you could just walk over this line and you will be in Counter-Strike. Like, we love fucking people like you. And we're actually embracing in Counter-Strike of outside talents. By the way, she does like the odd Counter-Strike event. She's well loved there. People even say when she's the sideline reporter in Counter-Strike, why isn't she the desk host? Even though, by the way, there are actually really good desk hosts in Counter-Strike. That's not her full-time gig. That is how beloved she is, right? She did on her TikTok, which anyone's ever seen, is the most mildly tangential to esports you could ever have. She's not putting hot takes on there. She's not putting usually opinions. She did that raw and rare one about Whipple that I roasted her for last year. That's one of the only times I've ever seen her attempt to even do an actual opinion. Most of the time, it is literally what you'd imagine a TikTok of a good-looking professional woman would be. It is, here's my fit for the day. Here is a funny like transition video with my friends that I work with in talent. Here is a TikTok dance. The most harmless content ever. Well, you know what, Nymaera? She made the mistake. She also thought, well, you know what social media is also good for? Really basic memes that are so obvious that like they can't even be read into too deeply. What she underestimated was regional fan bases and fan bases of popular teams. So she did a TikTok where basically, it's not, by the way, it's not even spicy at all, guys. It's just one of those ones like everyone's hyped for Los Ratones in the LEC. Then it shows her in like an empty studio after they've gone 0-3 with almost sort of like a whack, 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 except not even that.
Like
just like a normal. Yeah. But my joke is that, you know, like some music of like they obviously lost, didn't they? And then that's it. And people reacted to this, bro, like I got to use her Twitter account for the day. It was wild. Like, and the problem here is, again, I said about people really read this shit. They don't have. Here's the other thing I'll tell you about esports that is wild. Nearly every A-list celebrity you know who has as many Twitter followers as Sjokz has no access to Twitter. They have a fucking assistant read it and then hand them the nice comments and delete all the bad ones or not read them. These people are themselves reading all these comments. So she did these follow-up videos where basically, like, she wasn't fucking around, mate. She sort of implied, like, this is how you get me out of the LEC. Almost if people are going to reply, because this was, people somehow did, and this is some case Evan behavior. Even though it's not Ratones fans, they didn't take it as like a joke or something, Nymaera. They took it as like, how dare you? Or like, who the fuck are you? Or like, you're trash talking. What did you think on this topic?
It's just absurd to me, folks. Like, just like we were saying with like the perspective from Caedrel being like, okay, well, realistically, you are putting yourself into the spotlight. You're putting yourself into the hot seat. If things go wrong, obviously that's going to blow back on you to some degree. As a fan base, you must also accept that when things go wrong, people have a certain right, actually, to start, like, digging at you a little bit. That's fine. That's actually okay, especially when there's been so many people talking big, when you're a content team, when you're talking about, oh, these teams, they're really gonna, like, be exposed by Lost Returns and stuff like that. You have to accept that when things go wrong, there will be, at minimum, some basic criticism. And if it so happens to be in the form of a joke, sure, whatever. This taps into a larger topic, actually, just around the LEC in general. Things have changed a lot over the last few years, where it feels like it is really, really hard to thread the needle on critical content within the LEC, because someone will just lose their shit if you do anything mildly critical. How much do I say about this? But I know it has affected.
Give you an example. I know that because Law is French, and obviously she has done things with KC, mate, she can barely even say after a game MCOY lost the game. It's perceived as you're obviously just biased towards French and you hate us Spanish. Like, that's another example of where you don't even have to have given the spicy take. People just read into it, whatever they're looking for.
I know, put it this way, it has affected the decision-making about what we cover on the broadcast, what has been covered on the broadcast. Because it's like, actually, well, you know, how much do we touch this now? Are people going to appreciate it? Is it just going to get us more hate at that point? And it becomes really difficult to thread that needle. And this is just another case of actually being like, well, you know, like I stay very objective with my criticism. I don't tend to go into the meme side of things because that's just the brand I've built. I tend to build it up on gameplay, try and hope that people trust in my opinion enough to to value it. But even then, you know, that walks a fine line sometimes where you criticize certain fan base and they just go absolutely ballistic. You know, I made like one jokey tweet being like, oh my god, Lost Returns are going 0-11, aren't they? And then I made one tweet being like, oh my god, it's not happening, it's saved, whatever. And even then I have like one or two poking comments being like, you don't deserve to celebrate when they win. That's on the other side of it, right? But for someone like Sjokz to be like, wow, we're excited for Lost Returns to be in. Oh, they went 0-3, and people to lose their crap about it. Guys, like, have you ever been in any sort of sports field ever? Have you ever been in any sort of competitive space? This is nothing. So it really sucks, particularly because, like, I know Sjokz has put a lot of effort into content, and other people have too, but Sjokz, particularly on the broadcast side of things, has always gone above and beyond. It's very easy to check out, particularly in broadcast right now when it feels like things have been very difficult for the last few years. Sjokz has still very, very much tried to put out all the best content that she can, try and judge when something's going to land well. And sometimes he'll just put herself out there and say, well, okay, maybe it won't work out, but we'll see how people respond to it. This didn't even feel like it was meant to be a decision like that. It's just like, it's a small thing, and it still got blowback from that. And she, like you were saying, she had a couple of follow-up things being like, well, you know, you can't please everyone. And honestly, you know, if this is one of the reasons why it's so much harder to exist within broadcast right now, particularly around the LEC. So we've now had to kind of cover this from multiple angles in terms of, well, actually, it's very difficult being on the Lost Return side of things with all the pressure from all the comments and stuff. But also, like, if you say anything even against them, there's so much pressure on it too, because there's this, it's such a huge fan base. There will always be an amount of fans which just want to jump at you because it's this tribalism, and this will happen with every big fan base to a certain extent. It happened to TSM back in the day. It happened to Fnatic. It's obviously happened to T1 in the last few years as well, with like some of these like vile sects like T1 Gal, which were just after Gumi head, which is just completely unacceptable. Like, every big team has a certain percentage of a fan base which are just, you cannot reason with them. They will cause issues for people. And even if you try and control that to a certain extent, there will still be some crazes which come into it. Like G2 did a pretty good job, actually, of keeping some of their crazies in check, because they always memed when they lost. So they said, look, it is okay for us to, okay, not that it's like okay on a competitive level for us to lose, but we will joke when we lose, and you can joke along with us. So it's okay for us to have the, you know, what was the Perks copy pasta? Like, my rise is bad, my Z's worse, you guessed it right,
Yes.
It's G2 Perks from the MSI 2016. And they leaned into that. They've always done that.
Or
like
taking a G2 vacation or whatever.
G2 vacation. Exactly, stuff like that. Not many teams want to do that because it kind of comes across as, well, it's okay to lose. Why aren't you doing better? Things like that. But it does actually help condition the fan base to be like, it's actually fine if things aren't going perfectly. And it keeps some of the crazies in check. So everything around this and yeah, the response to just such a mild TikTok, which it shouldn't need to be mentioned. It's such a tiny thing. It's like a 30-second video, if that, you know. It does raise up this this kind of issue that's been brewing for a couple of years, and it's not just the Rats. It's a lot of big teams, but it feels within esports like tribalism and the worst parts, the very like worst percentage of the fan base are getting really quite out of hand in some places where they'll just jump at everything. And because it feels like, particularly with the rise of the era of co-streamers and big individual social media personalities, it feels very hard to be critical of someone who is very big. It's like what you're saying earlier, you know, you can get a lot of free interactions just by saying something positive about big figures, right? To be someone who kind of steps out and breaks that lockstep and says, okay, well, no, this team was bad, or makes a joke about them, obviously you put yourself in the firing line, and it's been really hard to do that for the last few years.
That's even what people don't realize when they think I am just playing some like expert heal game where I'm like rage baiting or whatever. Spoil it. If you watch this show, 99.99% of the things I say beyond the jokes are actually my opinion. Like, that's actually what I think. Like, what if you think about it, right? It's actually the opposite, meta, you idiots. Like, I'll tell you how you get everyone to like you. You just sell the things they want to hear. Spoiler, there's a guy who even does this in content creation in League of Legends. His name is Rival. I've said it a million times. I don't believe he's ever even given a bloody opinion. He just waits to see which way the wind is blowing on every topic, and then he does a video that perfectly plays to that, followed by the peanut gallery giving him a fucking standing ovation, on to the next video. And do they even have any analysis in? Does he even put anything new in? Does he even put his own opinion? Doesn't seem like it, but I tell you what, he's nailed the meta of how to ride the wave of the fucking cretins. That's it. The joke is, if I really wanted to get all the fans, I should have said, and I could even do this, you idiots, I like Crown Shot, I always have. Yamato actually was the fucking host of this show. I could just ride the angle of like, I hope they win. Oh, almost got KC, guys. Tell you what, if that's how they're like after not even being at LEC, imagine what they're going to be like next week. Hey, winning record this week. You better watch out, G2. Maybe you're going to, I could do all that shit, couldn't I? You think I wouldn't just be like,
easy,
the dickheads, they'd go, finally, you said a good tweet. And they'd all like the fuck out of it. Like, even the haters would be, they don't, by the way, I'd get 1 million engagement on that tweet because I'd all get that meme of like, heartbreaking, the worst person you know just made a good point. I'd get that fucking, my quote tweets would have 7,000 fucking quote tweets of people doing that one meme that everyone just spams. So first of all, actually it takes balls to put anything out there that's critical or jabs at a fan base because you know this is the response you'll get. Secondly, it's actually a role people will never understand. I didn't engineer it, I just realized years later. It's one of the reasons actually why it might shock you, but in Counter-Strike, I was actually quite beloved by my colleagues when I worked on events because I would always come with the 10 out of 10 grade spicy hot take.
Oh, you were the lightning rod?
Was the flak is what I always say because I can inject you shoot out flak so the missile goes into that missile. So the point is when I do the 10 out of 10 hot take, now Janko, a Serbian analyst who would normally be critical, when he comes in with the 7.5 out of 10 grade hot take that's just really critical, his just still seems professional, not that bad, you know what I mean? But the problem is, and don't worry, people like him had to learn this when I didn't do the events anymore, mate. When I'm not there, your 7.5 out of 10 scaled up is now a 10 out of 10 because you're saying the spiciest thing on the show. So first of all, that is a real thing. It's why actually I do believe you always need to have an LS Dom type figure on your broadcast. You have to have someone who's willing to tank a little bit and be the heel so that then actually everyone can have an area within which it is safe to make a criticism. But I've also got one last thing to say on this topic, mate, which is this. Would you get some bit? I'm supposed to be the autistic one, but bloody hell, will you guys pick up on the most basic social cues? They literally put sad music after the 0-3. If they were making fun of you, they'd be like,
yeah.
That's obvious. That's the most obvious angle to, or it'd be the
also would have been fine too, by the way.
You know, fucking pack squad. You do all that. There wasn't even the meme itself for real contains no actual criticism as far as I know. What she said is she was hyped about a team going into LEC and they lost all the games. Isn't that sad? And you, someone I'm assuming was hyped about them going in LEC and was sad about them losing all the games. You can't relate to what she said. What are we? Again, at that point in time, you're just finding a way to get angry at her. It's almost like you just wish she said something and she didn't, but you're some LML that fucking hallucinated she said something bad and then just went fucking crazy on it. And as pointed out, normally this would be whatever. It's fodder for the week, isn't it? Just get on with it in social media. But again, Sjokz has been in the LEC a long time. I won't go into details, but if you followed her social media, because she does talk about this on Instagram stories, she hasn't just had one or two. She is on something like a 3-year generational run of the worst personal tragedies you can have and worst news to get every 6 months you can ever have in your life. And she is doing that shit where she just powers through it, does all these bloody events off no sleep, and is a mega veteran. And this is at this point in her career, the zenith of her career. I can tell you, she's not joking when she makes a comment like that, Nymaera. This is the sort of thing that makes you think, maybe I transition to an off-camera role. Maybe I go to a different game. I just told you, look, you'll get this eventually in CS too, but in CS, she doesn't have that reputation yet. She's the beloved one. We all want to welcome her in. So I will say, if you're a fan of Sjokz on the LEC and you've ever done anything like this, just think twice. Because if you want her there in the long run, you've got to create the environment where it's fun to work this job and it feels rewarding. It can't feel like every time, as you say, you try to put yourself out there, add some content, add something to the scene, even just play something fun to the crowd. If you feel like every time you don't just get a pie in the face, you get like a fucking snowball with a rock inside it, that's not fun anymore. In fact, that would even be the best analogy. There's the analogy for you. We can all handle having a snowball thrown at us, but it's different when it's the snowball that has the ice in it or the rock inside it. Snowball's fun, it just bounces off you, it's a bit shocking. No one likes having a rock thrown at them, mate. You know what I mean?
And, this all kind of like comes in the context of the Euphoria stuff last year too, which felt fairly similar. Where was there, in that case, was there maybe some criticisms to be had? Yes. Was it apologized for? Also, yes. Why was it still blown out of proportion? Well, we see the results of that now. You lose a cool bit of content. And, the more that this gets thrown at the people who are genuinely trying their best for the scene, the more you're potentially going to lose that at some point too. Because, yeah, it's a really hard time to work in esports right now. And I feel for you. She's really good at what she does. Don't need to really say that twice, right? She works. She wouldn't have to do any of the social media stuff. There's no obligation to do social
Oh, no,
media
of course
content
not.
for LEC or anything like that. However, it does add things to it. You know, I know that over time we've had stuff like less rap battles, less of the kind of like side content which used to really fuel their algorithm for LEC. We're
Well,
not getting
no,
as much of
most
that anymore.
people, most shoulder content you get paid to do. She's doing
Yeah, it's
her
like a half day
TikTok
rate
for
or something.
herself.
Yeah.
Like she's just doing that out of her own. No one's paying her to do that.
Yep. Yeah, most of the time you'll go, yeah. So what it used to be is that you'd find like an off day, do like a half day, and you get paid whatever's in your contract for that. You have it specified in your contract how much you get paid for that. And then that obviously gets produced very well. But the thing about Sjokz is that she has so many numbers on her socials, particularly her TikTok and stuff. She's trying to use it for the good of the league. So, trying to help her do that. I think it was just I know sometimes like a lot of the people who view like this show, whether that's on you come through YouTube, you see it on Reddit, or you see it on Twitter or something like that. I know that kind of like Sjokz's TikTok is very much off to the side. And I think she does that by purpose, by the way, to keep it away from some parts of the audience. Like there are things which I don't use Twitter nearly as much anymore because it's just once it goes out into the wild like that. Actually, this is a really interesting thing because I did make a lot of like T1 based content on TikTok because it's very good for the algorithm. I was telling a lot of the old stories about Faker. Then I made like one or two posts which are mildly critical about T1 on my Twitter, and they're like, "Oh my god, you're such a fucking hater! What the hell? Why are you why are you viewing my goat like this? Blah blah blah." I'm like, my dude, I've made like a dozen videos like really building this guy up in his history and whatever. You just don't get to see the full picture of everything. Turns out that actually, content. You don't always get to see all the sides of it because you're putting different parts of it in different parts of the internet too. Sometimes for good reason, because if people view things out of context, I'm not going to sit there and explain it to like a dozen comments under one. I'm just not going to do that.
There's also, to me, another angle here, which is you nailed it at the end there. Here's another reason you want to keep Sjokz in the LEC specifically. Think about what's happened to the LCS, and you're over here in Europe laughing, going, lol, who gives a fuck as long as they go to LEC, right? If Sjokz leaves the LEC tomorrow, listen, the hosting will still be great. Law's a very excellent host. She's, if anything, overqualified as an understudy to do that job. So she's behind one of the goats of the fucking industry. So understandably, she has to play her role and just do it sometimes. So the hosting will still be great. There'll still be great interviews and still be all the same matches. But I'll tell you what, there will not be and will never be again. If you don't know, guys, if you want to just shock yourself, go and look up on Twitter and on TikTok how many followers Sjokz has. It is fucking astounding. So imagine if I told you we could bring someone into the scene who had like 500k Twitter followers or has millions of fucking TikTok. That'd be great, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be excellent for the league? We got one. Let's actually cherish it while they're fucking here and not go fucking mental and psycho on people.
Sjokz has more followers than the LEC Twitter account. So
of course,
yeah,
easily. Yeah. By the way, I'll tell you as well why she's saying stuff like that, because I'll tell you right now, when you have that many social media followers, I actually am willing to speculate she would make much more money not doing LEC and just promoting brands, etc., and doing like partnerships and going and being part of adverts. So if she doesn't do that, by the way, and I can tell you, I actually know her a little bit, I'll tell you a reason why, because she actually loves working like League of Legends and the World Championship, etc. It's actually meaningful to her. That is something she does, not just for money and for fame. She has those things already. She does it because she still wants to be a part of telling the story of the LEC, because she cares about Worlds having an awesome host and killing it and being able to handle all the circumstances that come and all the crazy brooks and things that get thrown at you, and not just like have to go, let's just hope it goes well. She wants to be a part of doing it, right? I'll tell you what we'll spin to. It's the most obvious thing of all time. Sure. If we're talking about people crashing out, you know what? My old pal, he used to be called Nuclear Int. By the way, bring that name back, mate. That should be your alter ego. In the same way as I go, I am esports when I lose my shit. You should just have Nuclear Int as your alter ego when it goes badly, and then Nuke when you just play well. Because, bro, this was a generational crash out. And spoiler, anyone who's watched this show knows I don't like Nuclear Int because, one, he just has a very vanilla personality. Two, he's a very vanilla middle hitter. And then three, he attempted to directly trash talk me on Twitter. So he's 0 for 3 on the things I like so far. And unfortunately, he wasn't funny when he did it as well. Like in the early days, he used to barb with me. And then he really just went to the whole, like, you are like a subhuman piece of shit. And nothing you've ever done is worth it. It's like, mate, then why are you writing novels to me? You know what I mean? Why are you still responding all the time? Exactly. So anyway, he had the crash out of all crash outs. It was in French, I will say. But his problem, as you're going to learn if you French or Spanish, is those are the most reliably AI and bot translated languages in the the fucking world, boys. It's only a little bit of the grammar it gets wrong. Anyone who clicks that like see translation button will just see what you say. And bro, he was doing the thing where it's like, it's just almost like like it's just straight up, I'm gonna blow my own head off type stuff. And then like and also, he did do that thing as well where you can tell it wasn't just rage bait or him just tweeting and letting the phone down, mate, because he did a follow-up that showed me his feelings got hurt because he had a post. Now, listen, in light of what I just said, Nymaera, this was rich. Oh, don't worry, I was, you got any more of that pate over there? Oh, but that's like foie gras there. Oh, it's fucking incredible. He did also do a follow-up post where he suggested that like people shouldn't just be allowed to insult people on the internet. It's like, oh, well, my lord, yeah, that is. I know what you mean, mate. I know exactly what you mean. But essentially, people were going fucking hard on this motherfucker. What do you think of this? Like, part of it's the game, but part of it's something else as well, mate. What's going on? What do you think?
Oh, well, he didn't have a great last year. And even at the end of last year, he was really quite low after they failed that too. Because I think particularly for summer, it felt like he was the only reason they would get anywhere. They didn't get anywhere, and he felt very bad about that. So there's actually some extra context in here too, because obviously Shifters used to be BDS as well, same organization, basically just with a rebrand. BDS put a lot of focus onto like mental well-being and kind of psychological support and stuff like that. So clearly there's something that the org has tried to focus on in the past. But I wonder whether part of the reason for that is because you have, you know, maybe like a character like Nuke on the roster who actually needs that kind of support, actually, because it seems like he is actually very very high strung right now. And yeah, it feels we alluded to this earlier, right? But if you have the pressure of winning your first game as Lost Returns with so many eyes on you for the split in the LEC, imagine being the teams that lose against them, where we're thinking, oh, they might go 0-11. What does that say about the teams which lose to them? This team was meant to be the worst in the whole league. It was either them or KCB, you know? Particularly for Shifters to like lose that one really awful game versus GX where it went Nexus to Nexus, where the game was just in their hands and they just completely threw it, and then have a game which we talked about earlier was just generational levels of individual ints. You got to imagine that the atmosphere in that team has hit rock bottom. I would imagine, folks, this is one of the teams that will have roster changes at some point this year. If it continues like this, after only 2 weeks of play, and it's already looking like this and people are crashing out, I can't imagine this is sustainable. I mean, it might be a knee-jerk reaction, but I can't imagine that's sustainable. But for Nuke to be in a position where all of his teammates are just kind of like exploding across the rift and doing just nonsensical things in games, that he tryhards and then also adds to the spiral and it also tilts downwards. Obviously, that's going to feel really bad for him, particularly when, you know, the very last play of the game was him flashing forwards for a killer play, missing it, and completely just being completely exploded. So with all of the external context and then also just the way that it ended, with it so visibly being a mistake from him too, has got to feel really, really bad. But yeah, it's very difficult to play under that kind of pressure, but this is what you do as a pro player. And I do wonder whether Nuke is just, because I just look at this in the context of the last year where he was also crashing out last year. It's not getting any better for him. This is actually going to just add more and more pressure on. This is where it's meant to be probably the easiest part for you. You're meant to have had this offseason to have this mental break. Obviously, that's not worked too. So I'm getting quite worried actually in terms of the tilt levels and where do they go from here? Because fixing that mid split is not easy. I mean, what happens? You lose playoffs, you lose your spot in playoffs, and you bow out, and then you have like a bit more time to recover. I can't imagine that's going to be good for him either. So yeah, saying stuff like, "Oh, I'm going to explode my head," and "What are we doing losing these games?" Where we just like, you know, yeah, and kind of like low-key flaming his teammates for that too, in terms of like, "Oh my god, how we lose this game?" Were we just like, jerking off, or what is his actual words on the tweet? It's like, okay, wow, all right. Are we really talking about our teammates like that? That's another kind of golden rule in esports as well. You don't talk shit about your teammates on socials like that too. You sort that shit out internally. Unless there is no other recourse, then whatever, you find different ways. But especially after like 2 weeks to be tweeting like this, that is like red flag central.
I'll also throw it out there. The circumstance change is also the other thing. Mate, when I had my back and forth with Nuke, He was on a team that was top 3 in the fucking league and genuinely could think I either might win LEC or go to Worlds every year. Like, that was possible. So if he was losing it back then, mate, last year was a nightmare. They were completely irrelevant, basically. They like could have maybe convinced themselves in the first split something was going to happen. After that, it was diminishing returns. They even did the huge Bukada signing that did nothing for the squad. Yeah. Remember, the summer was supposed to be built around a cool narrative, which would have been a documentary, I'm telling you, if you'd have won and gone to Worlds, which is Striker put his job on the line. He basically said, you know what, I'll actually allow you to not honor that fucking contract extension if I don't make Worlds. Like, I'm sort of saying I'm all in on this, you know, we should be better than we are. So they already had a really rough year then. Then on paper, you're supposed to have gotten all the upgrades now. That's the rough thing. You've got your 2 Koreans. You've got Bukada still there. You got Trimby, by the way, that's found money. Like, that's a player that should be good, that should add to the team, should bring you some secondary calling, etc. All the things you'd needed. So to still be losing, because as I said in the Los Ratones section, Shifters actually has had a criminal set of games where it's like, if you replay some of these games and pause it at the right moment and I say what happens next, you just say they win the game. Like, they actually could have had a much better record than they do right now, in the same way as in the first week Fnatic had the fraud record where it's like, I also could pause games there, mate, and you'd be 0-3. Like, what are you doing? So I think it's already a rough scenario if you're Nuke. Then I'll throw this in as well. People always forget it's a classic human error of the grass is greener. You always forget what it's like when things are good, but not as good as they could be, and that they could be much worse. So I'll give you an example. Even though on paper, I do like a lot of these roster moves and think they were roster upgrades, I'll tell you what, I'll bet if you Nuke, you are thinking of the good old days when you had bloody Shio as your jungler. He was your fucking bosom buddy, seemingly. You were attached at the hip on the off, and he just roamed around. Everything was chill. There was no issues. There was no back and forth. Also, when you used to have fucking Ice as your ADC, I can't just shut the fuck up and played League of Legends. He looks to me like he might have never spoken a word of English to anyone ever. I don't think he needs to. They go, listen, homie, just keep left clicking. That's all you got to do. Like, you just that's the fucking job. Like, that team looked like it was pretty streamlined before, and everyone knew their job and what they're doing. This team is everyone's under pressure. And as you say, mate, they're supposed to be under pressure to get relevant in the playoffs, not to beat Los Ratones in a BO1 that was basically all put over the line. That match was wacky racist territory, mate, where it's like, only you, essentially, like I said, you have to aid them in the fuck up for them to win this game. Remember what I said earlier? It wasn't in one fight. They had to lose 2 full team fights to even lose the game. Like, this is brutal. So I do understand it. He's under mad pressure. The problem is this. Listen, I do think that team is capable of more. I've often bigged up Striker. Listen, you got the pieces. You could still get your shit together, make a nice playoff run. I think in an ideal world, you could still be the 4th or 5th best team. It's not impossible. It's right there for the taking. It's actually quite an up and down league once you get outside of the KCs, etc. But as of right now, it's not the right trajectory. This is looking like it's going to be a bad split too. This is looking like you could end up looking silly and come like 8th place, but then you should, and you're that guy. I always say, you never want to be the guy in the bar, because the guy in the bar is always doing this. Yeah, I could have been someone if I'd just won that. And no one cares about that, mate. No, that's why they go, just drink your drink, dickhead. Do you want another one?
What,
the shit's position to be in.
Man, the greatest superhero of all time, potential
Everyone
man.
hates that one.
Wow, they have such great promise. I wonder what they'll do next.
Not only do people not like that guy, you never want to be that guy. That's the worst guy to be.
And that's actually one of the things which is like, it's getting me look, it's best of ones, and we'll see how they figure things out through the year. But there's actually a bunch of teams in LEC kind of in that bracket right now.
Yep.
Like, obviously, like SK had potential, talk big, kind of crashing out right now. Vitality are not convincing. Fnatic have a better record, but they've got a lot to prove as well. I mean, well, hell, I mean, G2's a bit different because we expect them to, they just weirdly start slow anyway. But there's like a bunch of teams you sat there going like, what do you better be promising really big things? So at least they're not alone with that. But they're the team which lost to Los Ratones, which are this team which everyone have been, you know, that just weighs double on them. I wonder whether things will change if... I actually wonder whether things will change if the Rats beat another team in that bracket, actually. Like, what happens if Vitality slip up to them in the last week or something? Wait, when are they playing them? Yeah, they're playing them as their last game, actually. You know, maybe that adds a different context to things, but it doesn't fix things for now. It just seems like that whole team is just completely mental booned.
You want my advice, Nuke, but my advice is simple. Block it out, mate. Maybe get yourself a pair of Raycon Everyday Earbuds Classics, because of course we all know by now, this is sponsored by Raycon, that they come with active noise cancellation. So it's easy. You can just actually get rid of all that noise, can't you? It could be an annoying screaming baby. It could be a really obnoxious LEC. Well, that's redundant. Whatever. You see the joke there. Whatever. The point is, it blocks stuff out, doesn't it? Which is great. But at the same time, also, you still have the multi-point connectivity, so you can connect to multiple devices at once, seamlessly switch between them. It has quick charge feature, just 10 minutes will give you 90 minutes worth of play time. They themselves carry something like, I think it's 8 hours of actual play time on one charge. It has up to 32 hours of battery life in the case. So as a result, if you take your case with you, you also don't have to find a charge for days potentially. And then it has the awareness mode, another thing that could help you out, Nuke, there, which is actually, that's when you want to let sound in. Then you can click that, let a bit more ambient sound in, but you can also choose to go back and not have it on, can't you? And crucially, they have a 30-day happiness guarantee. Tell you what, some people wish their LEC contract came with that, I'll bet. Anyway, if you don't love them, just return them and you have nothing to lose, unlike Los Ratones. So, the Everyday Earbuds Classics are here to help you crush your New Year's goals. Raycon audio products are having a site-wide sale this January, which means not just this product, any of them. Go to buyraycon.com/LFN to get 20% off site-wide. That's buyraycon.com/LFN. Thanks to Raycon for sponsoring this segment. There was one last thing in the LEC, which is actually, this came out of nowhere, mate, and it came out so late, it didn't get the fucking press it should have had. This is a banger, bro. Like, this should be, ideally, this would be the leading story, which is that KC, ever the ones to rub extra salt in the fucking wound. Yes, you know what? Let me stand on the mountaintop. We know that Mikyx said leader is really good, and he isn't actually really good. Everyone, even Mikyx in later interviews, is painfully aware of this. But KC thought, you know what? No one's really hammered that whole Mikyx leader topic. Let's just leak that actually Mikyx could have joined KC. Remember, they were looking, by the way, I don't blame them. You obviously, Mikyx Calist would bang some insane fucking bot lane. The problem is, are you ready for the, and you know what? The problem is, though, like SK, he had his own stipulations. Now, does this sound familiar, guys? His stipulations were no canner, because I'm wondering, okay, you think, yeah, makes sense. Also, has to be leader mid lane. So apparently, it really was a package deal. It was even a package offered to multiple people at this point in time. So, mate, there's so many angles on this. Like, one, KC apparently could have had Mikyx, two, apparently it's not even just that, like, you get leader and then Wunder gets to join as well because it's SK. Bro, he wanted Wunder in KC. Like, what do you think of this? There's so much, like I said, there's actually a banger story.
I just can't believe that came out of a team owner's mouth. Like, come on, this is like, sure, I suppose, yeah, I suppose that is like a really spicy topic and whatever, but surely that should just not get mentioned because that's like off-season talks. That feels like it's just fanning flames.
The problem is, though, that is the nature of core streamers, though. Like, core streamers, I always tell people this. You know, when they go, that core streamer is so hypocritical. He said X one day, and then the next day he said not X. They're not even thinking of that, guys. Every day they're just entertaining. That all they are is what you see on the. They're entertainers. So, unfortunately, if they have any, I agree. If you say team owner, you've nailed it, Nymaera. A team owner should never say that's Merrigan professional. Kometo is first and foremost an on-camera entertainer who plays to his fan base. After that, I think he thinks of himself as the team owner. You know what I mean? Sometimes Kometo, the team owner, that hat, and Kometo, the entertainer, probably have not an ideal overlap.
So, yeah, that's the first part. Like, that just comes across quite weirdly in terms of, all right, are we airing stuff? Because things like that opens the door for people to
I'll give you an obvious one
as well.
Yep. Listen, Kometo, I like it, mate. The problem now is this. Attention, LEC. Anyone who was turned down or who was wanted by KC, you are now welcome to say so publicly. That is no longer off limits. In fact, it's in play on the table.
Yeah, that's what you open up, right? It's that kind of like, okay, how much is in the can of worms? So you better be sure that you've sorted out your kind of like own dirty laundry as well, because that opens the door to it. But if he doesn't care about that, sure. I mean, it's a funny as hell story because, you know, Mickey said himself that he tried to basically get this package deal onto Fnatic. There were rumors that he talked about this in regards to G2 before, saying that actually, you know, he's always wanted to play with leader and he believes that leader can be like the one mid laner that can be better than Caps. Spoiler, didn't look like it in the game they played against them. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, the fact that he believes so heavily in this and it just doesn't look like it's getting that much value is it's really damaging to Mickey's reputation. There are a couple of players who've really tried to build rosters before. Perks was quite famously a guy which built a lot of rosters. The pool party thing. We talked about this a little bit in previous episodes, and I think largely he was quite successful with that, right? He was quite successful. Then you've got some players like Humanoid apparently had quite a lot of input on some previous teams which he had. Obviously, probably a little less successful, actually. So that can be that probably detracts from his reputation a little bit. Like this one is really not turning out well. I mean, from what Komedo was saying, because his words were he's saying, what was it? He was saying like, I'm excited to see this team because he's 100% convinced that they'll win worlds with that. That's at least the translation from someone that put on Twitter. And I'm like, I just don't see it. I mean, there is something to be said about going out on a limb and trusting someone like that. You're not going to get that shot again. Realistically, Mickey had one chance to make this roster work, and it looks kind of ass right now. I mean, I think that probably leaders look pretty bad, and Wunder occasionally looks great on champions. It looks like he really knows how to pilot, but outside of that, like stuff like the Ambassador has just really not looked good for him. So I think this is genuinely damaging to Mickey's reputation, because it seems like he's been trying to shop this around, not just for this off season, but apparently before that he's been making whispers of that too, which then opens your mind up to say, okay, well, did he present this package deal to someone else before? Now, he's been on various different teams. He's apparently talked about this roster a fair bit before with those three. How long has he been angling for this? And now he's got a shot. It's pretty crushing that the results aren't coming. Not right yet.
I'll even give you an angle that I actually this key one is what has made me certain of this. Before, I always wondered, because even though I know Mickey, I'm also someone where it's different. If I know you just as a journalist, I might ask you something. If I know you, but I know you on a personal level, I'll intentionally try to separate the personal from the professional so we can be friends. And I won't ask you stuff like, so how do you do that? What's going on with that? Unless you want to bring that topic up. I like to you can leave work at the door basically, and let's just hang out and be friends. So I've never actually asked him about the leader topic, right? And what I will say is this, though. I'm going to speculate. Bro, even I didn't know the hook went this deep on the leader topic. Because notice how the thing he stressed in all of his interviews, even up until recently, was the idea that leader could contest caps. But it wasn't just that. There's a second part people miss. It's the idea he's the only one who could contest caps. I think that last sentence is doing all the heavy lifting. Because what I thought was this, I thought what happened was Mikyx has gone out there on the market after last year, and he's tried to get into teams, and maybe, maybe the KCs and maybe no one else wanted him except, let's say, the bottom and middle of the pack. And so of them, he's looked at them and thought, right, do I really want to be, I'll give you an example, do I want to be the Shifters support player? Not really. That's not better than being on Fnatic. Like, do I want to play in Heretics? I mean, yeah, some good players, but are we going to even be at Worlds?
He tried it with XL that one time, right? Tried it with XL.
I thought the whole point was the only reason he went with SK is because that's the only way he could build this team. I didn't think, and then as a result, by the way, in my opinion, also, if you go to SK, people forget this, because SK famously doesn't spend massive money, that'd be the most logical team to bring in a leader where they're going to be cheap and no one else is trying to get them. And you just go, you know what? Throwing shit at the wall, I can get you Wunder, but actually, fuck, what we're going to do for mid? I don't really want like a bad Korean pickup. Everyone else get. Tell you what, we can have leader. No, this implies option number one was I want leader and Wunder in my team with me. That means here's the biggest thing of all of this, guys. He doesn't believe in any other mid laner in the LEC. He just played with Humanoid for a whole year, basically, almost, and he's actually just come to the conclusion it has to be caps or this leader guy. And let's be real, the leader angle that he's playing on is some Nemesis Aptor shit of like, I know he's really skilled, and if he had have had more time, he could have been second best. He's doing that thing. That basically means, this is what I mean is the headline people are missing. That's essentially, Mikyx just gave a vote of no confidence to everyone else in mid lane except Caps. Like, that's big. That's fucking big, bro.
On the SK point as well, in terms of them not spending much, folks, remember that this is in the context of SK. They don't actually have a Berlin office anymore. They've left Berlin and they're back in Cologne. So the whole team is like traveling from Cologne. And so they're not only, fighting damn LEC teams, they're fighting Deutsche Bahn as well, which is just...
That's actually true. If people don't know, the practice studio is like in Cologne as well. I actually went there one time, yeah.
And no, the SK facilities there are really nice. Sam went out there, wants to do some content with them. But yeah, I mean, SK have always been like based in Cologne, and SK have been quite shrewd with their investments over time. They've never been like huge spenders, but they've actually been one of the more financially solvent orgs.
One of the
Not that
best
it's
min-max teams,
yeah,
I always say.
yeah. Min-max is the way to put it, really. But the fact that they've like left Berlin altogether, and then the team has to travel in for the weekend of games and stuff like that. So they're basically spending half the week in Cologne, half the week in Berlin, traveling back and forth. I'm not even sure what their accommodations like while they're in Berlin. Presumably they've hired out a place for it, but that's got to be really strange on the team environment too. Some people like traveling for that kind of stuff. They do, but if you're doing that for the whole year, that's only going to wear on them more and more. By the way, folks. I mean, I remember when Gambit first came into EULCS when it went away from the open circuit and they had to actually travel. They had to like fly in from Russia like every week or take like a huge train or whatever and just completely wreck them as well. It's okay when you're doing it for like a week-long tournament every month or something like that. It's okay when you're doing sporadic travel, but when you're doing it every week like that, also doesn't help. And I know, again, it's because SK already have this revamped facility in Cologne. They revamped it sometime last year, I want to say. And it is really nice. It's just really far away from the LEC studio. So, yeah, that's obviously going to add on a certain degree of difficulty for the team. And maybe it showcases some of the mentality of SK in terms of that kind of conservation being kind of like more shrewd with their investments.
Here's the thing as well. I'll put this out there. When you've been to the highs Mickey has, you get in one of the most dangerous positions someone can be in their career, which is you only want to play for the championship. That might sound simple when you're a really good player, but it's really hard to be on championship rosters. And unfortunately, because he's been on them and then he keeps getting kicked or he's the one that they don't like, he's, no longer, your services are no longer required. It's made him have trust issues, unfortunately, especially this Fnatic one, obviously, where if people don't know, it's implied by the humanoid pole beast watch and what Grab said publicly that it wasn't just that they lost. Remember, the story was there was supposed to be scrim demons the whole year. Like in scrims, it looked like we're going to win the LEC. We're going to be like top 2. And then we almost never were, basically. But even worse, it's implied that actually by the end of the year, it was only him and Upset gave a fuck about even trying and practicing. Like other people were losing and not practicing. That's also, in my opinion, where the whole no one cried that humanoid left. I noticed there were those jousts of like, if Razork's here, maybe Mikyx won't. But that's why that shit was between Upset and Razork too. I don't even think it was just positional. I think it's that one of them's famous for trying really, really hard, and one of them's a mercurial talent where, let's just say, no one knows how much they care or practice or what they do if they just turn up, if they fucking play the 50 games as CS and League of Legends a day or what. So I think that's the other thing. Also, by the way, I'll tell you the most bummer part about this league for me. Oh, bro, I get it if your only option was reload with Fnatic or go to a whatever team. The idea you could have been on this KC, Mickey, as the support. Bro, that could literally, they're already the best LEC team. You actually, for real, could have made, if you wanted to get back at G2, that's how you get back at G2. You know, your old mate, Hans Sama, you go, hey, Hans, how's life with Labrov? Oh, who gives a shit? Me and Callisto just banged your head off in fucking lane. Oh, what's that? I've got Canna as my top laner, the LEC player of the year, according to Thorin.tm. Like, fucking hell, bro. Like, that actually, by the way, also for KC, I'll tell you what, I respect your fucking GM game. That's a great signing if you could have pulled it off. I think that would have been one of the really nuts fucking out of nowhere signings in the offseason. That would make me really hyped for your squad. Look, I get it if you're Mickey. It's why I teased it like that. If someone says the mid laner is Kiahu, I'm going to say, I agree. Who? Like, fuck it. Yeah, obviously that's not a guarantee. But the problem is, mate, one, the SK project is badly filled. Oh, the moment all you're doing is catching throws. That's it. Or beating bad teams. But even worse, mate, you could have fucking actually had a little career renaissance at the end here in KC. I would have really enjoyed watching that scene play, mate. And I'm not even hitting on the fucking guy, Busio, but I just think Mikyx is just a fucking generational talent, you know.
I mean, I think that Busio, so weirdly for me, I actually think Busio could be, on current form, I actually think he could be better than Mickey was like at the end of last year and stuff, because Mickey was really good starter last year. I think KC, I think you're probably getting a more consistent player out of Busio, interestingly, because if you look at how the consistent average across last year, Mickey ended that year not great, actually. And then obviously you have to consider stuff like, well, how's he going to integrate into the system and stuff like that. I think Busio, I'm really interested to see how Busio does in Europe. He's quite impressed me so far, actually. Funnily enough, actually, he was on cast the last day of the week as well, and he was actually very interesting to hear his thoughts about the game, because he's actually a very well-spoken bloke. He was actually very good on the first 10 minutes of that, talking about the Caitlyn Elise lane that was being played by GX, I think it was, in that game. So yeah, for me, actually, I think let's be honest, folks, KC were getting a good support either way. They've just ended up with one good support and not the other good support that was being asked for them. And of course, like, G2 were approached in the offseason by a couple of GMs, and they were being asked, well, can you take these players? And they said, no, we think we have every single player that's best in role. Goodbye, basically. We'll see how that ages across the year as well, of course, because G2 kind of viewed last year as a bit of a growth year. So yeah, the offseason, particularly in regards to supports, when you've got players like Labrov, who I think Labrov is worse than Busio and Mikyx, potentially, especially off of last year. I think that Mikyx... Actually, last year I think Labrov maybe was better regionally than Mikyx because, again, Mikyx had the really low floors, but adds a lot of color into the discussion of what happened over offseason.
Right, since you teed it up anyway, this is how bizarre the LEC has been. Look, it's also a function of BO1 and you have 11 opponents and you play them once. That is also another thing as well, right? It's not, you're not playing a series, you don't have days in it. So anyway, and you play these games back to back to back to back. And I can tell you, it's the same with Super Weeks back in the day. If you have more than one opponent to prep for, you literally have to do triage. You don't do identical prep for all three. I'll give you an example. It's actually another reason why it's actually a shame for Los Ratones if they lose loads of games. Because aside from the fact that you get humiliated, them and KC Blue will be the least prep put into playing against them. Because if on the other 2 days I play GX and Vitality, I'm putting more prep into those games. I just am. That's the way you do the triage, because you imagine you can beat LR with less prep, right? One of the big problems you also have now, in my opinion, is KC, absolutely, it's not impossible they could have lost to Los Ratones, but I do think they have deserved their fucking status, mate. They are the best team in the LEC for my money. Like, you look between them, people like fucking... Obviously, people still expect G2 to get there, but all the other teams that were at the top, GX, it's like, I'm waiting for that shoe to drop, mate. Let's just see where this one happens. You look at the other squad, MCoy started super hot, but then they've had a couple of nightmare games. For me, I would say if I have to put a crown right now, they can have it. They can be the best LEC team. I also do think some of their players, Kana and Kallis, are just exceptional talents. Like, they deservedly are a very good potential roster. What's the hype for this? Should they actually go on to win this split? What's your trajectory for KC?
I kind of had the same opinion across multiple regions, which is that if the top team has changed things out, they shouldn't be winning the first split. It should take them, well, at least they shouldn't look good at the start of the first split. It should take them a while to ramp up. The fact that KC have looked pretty damn good early into the split, of course, week 1 was a little bit weaker, where it felt, the Rats game felt a bit tenuous at points. Of course, they lost to MCoy, I believe that was the one game that they lost, right? I did look at this and say, well, I'm not expecting this to be a perfect first split. You've changed jungle support, the spine of a team. That's going to change the way that you move in early game. And I think it has. I think KC's early games haven't been their strongest points. Then again, last year, their early game wasn't their strongest point either, actually. What they were very good was kind of playing around a bit of a slower game and then kind of grinding you out in... This is actually the way that I phrased it for Gen G. It's like, if a team fight, and this applies to KC, just the way that it did for Gen G last year as well, and the year before, actually. If a team fight is like one rotation of skills, and someone's just blown up and the team fight's ended, they might not be the best team in the league. But if the team fight goes to about 2 rotations, 3 rotations, where you've got, tanks trading HP, you've got mages putting out a second round of skill shots and trying to control space, that's when KC really starts to come to life. I think that Yike in particular is very good at those slower roll team fights. And I think they've retained a lot of that identity, particularly because I think Busio is also very good at that style too. I didn't necessarily expect him to be that kind of slower roll team fight guy, because I thought he was a little bit more explosive with the playmaking, but he's been very good at that. But realistically, the reason why KC has been so fucking good is just this guy in the top lane. Canna is just by far the best top laner in the league, and it's not close. It's just not close. This guy, I think he's best player in the LEC. And he was arguably that for the last year.
As a sidebar, doesn't it shock you genuinely? Like, I was really shocked, not only that he rejoined KC, but that he did it during Worlds, bro. I actually really thought, because knowing a lot of people who've been top talents before, it's rare that they record JJ and they're like, look, I just don't even want to go back. Like, I'll just stay here and I'll make my home. Most of them, it's actually viewed as, I'll give you the analogy. This used to happen in LEC, but with TCL or something like that. If you got kicked out of the LEC, what you could do is go and dominate the TCL or the fucking LVP or something, and that might get people's attention again and remind you that you exist and you get back in the LEC. I assumed Canna would just parlay the year in LEC, especially when he didn't make Worlds, to I'm now going to be in at least like a non-shim tag team, at least like a mid-table team. If not, by the way, the LPL, why not even go to maybe he could have been on T. Well, they've been on T. I picked the wrong team there because I'm on 369, but what about fucking, why couldn't he be on JDG? You know what I mean? He could be on one of these teams. I think he'd sort of earned that status. And I do think, actually, if you had a look, remember, there was still the first stand run. It's not like people didn't know he was good outside of career because he didn't go to Worlds. Like, they'll have been aware he was out there. So, to me, I was actually kind of shocked he re-signed. But I'll tell you what, if you're KC, holy fuck have you benefited now. Like, you have got a world-class player.
Yeah. No, Canna's exceptional. He's really, really good. And I can't imagine how their full off season went, because obviously they ended up getting Busio, and you'd imagine a lot of people were interested in him. So you've managed to get one of the best supports in the West, if not the best support in the West off of last year. One of the best top laners, if not the best top laner in the West of 2025 as well. So you managed to keep them. I think Yike is still exceptional. Kalissa's a generational player. So you've got a ton of very interesting players to work around. And then you pick up this mid laner Yahoo, who I didn't have many impressions of him from before. He wasn't a player that was really on my radar. I don't think he started badly either, honestly. I think he's been fine. He had like maybe one duff game. That was the game probably versus Jojo in the MKOI game, where it felt that was probably his worst game. Outside of that, I feel like he's been completely fine. His team fighting's been solid. The way that I would phrase Yahoo is like, he's just done what the champion suggests. You know, like he'll be on Rise, combat an early lane, and then just be around being a safe side laner with occasional realm warp into the play. I think his Azir was very good at putting out damage when he played that as well. So basically what they've done is kind of plug and played just like a mage player, in the way that, Fnatic tried to do that with Poby right last year. Obviously they've decided that's not what they want, and they wanted Vladdy instead, which is interesting, because actually I thought that Vladdy was much worse at Poby's style of play and what he was playing for on KC in summer of last year, when he completely fell off. Obviously things really fell apart between him and the org. But yeah, basically they wanted Vladdy to be that mage player, and then it just ended up him being a real passenger towards the end of the year, where he was putting out damage, but he really wasn't doing that much. I feel like Yahoo's a lot more confident in where he's positioning and putting out damage. He was the guy which I had most question marks about, and he's actually really surprised me. So that's been a good pickup too. So yeah, KC, they've really surprised me. They've come out of the gates hot. I think that Busio's been pretty damn good in laning phase, and I think that his playmaking is great. Obviously he's a very good Bard player, and Bard is stupidly broken right now, so just having that really helps them out on the meta side of things. And you got the best top laner in the league, so you're just very happy in general. I'm a little surprised that the other top teams haven't been able to, well, of course MKOI did, but I'm surprised that GT rolled over to them as kind of easily as they did, where it's like KC won a couple early skirmishes and GT just couldn't play from behind. But KC have really impressed me, and I hope this stays into the best of threes. I hope it's not like who's only going to be like a Rise Azir player. I hope he's got more than that, but they've really impressed me.
The one other team in LEC I want to talk about, then we'll switch to some other regions, is actually going to be Fnatic. Bro, when I watched that first week, obviously people know I actually not only know, but like upset a lot, etc. I even actually thought Vladdy was a pretty cool talent in KC. Just obviously some of the reasons why he had to leave the team were a little bit concerning. Let's just say red flag territory, if I'm using the fucking relationship vernacular, etc. Those are just red flags. That's some baggage he's bringing with him there, ladies. We have to just see if he's had a bit of therapy before he comes to the team. But I'll tell you what, it was easy on week one to go, that's one of the most fraudulent 2-1s I've had. Even the win over Na'Vi. Na'Vi's been better than expected, but they're also inexperienced players. It's a new squad. It's not even a core that's ever existed before. Mate, you have to actually say, it's starting to sort of leveled out. Like, there must be something going on in this Fnatic project, mate. It's not just a bunch of players. Like, I know in week one, they also could have lost to Torres. They looked really messy. They didn't fix any of the late game macro, which was the main problem with Fnatic last year. But I tell you what, you look at who they've beaten now. If I just give you a summary after week two. So they've beaten GX, that's actually been one of the best teams in the league. They've beaten Na'Vi, who'd be one of the best early game teams, and they've beaten Vitality, who haven't been good. But if you look at the roster of Vitality, at the end of the day, these can't all be free wins, boys. Like, if I look at that roster, that's actually a mid-table fucking LEC team. So even though Fnatic, I know their problem always will be, they aren't playing these teams. They're playing the shadow of all Fnatic teams past and future, and people expect them to be a championship roster. They're in the Manchester United position. You're not allowed to even just be good. So I think a lot of people clowned on this team. I think a lot of people thought Fnatic would be where like Shifters and SKR, and they'd be right at the bottom, and maybe they even would lose to the Los Ratones and the KC Blue. I think people, after especially when they heard not only is Vladdy joining, but the worst part about how that offseason, PR-wise, was sort of messaged, was if you would go, who's this Emperos guy? People would make it like, that's Vladdy's mate. He wanted him don't say that! You have to make it like he's a real talent on his own. We'd have loved to get him anyway, even if Vladdy had the job. You can't be like, it's my mate. Like, That just sounds bad. He's like some Nepo baby at that point in
Yeah.
time. So I have to say, mate, considering Fnatic absolutely stepped on a million rakes in the offseason, fucked up, even lost Mikyx, got that whole thing that the whole offseason, the drama was supposed to be, who will it be? Upset or Razork? Of course, they can't ever play together again. Shit, just has to be both of them. It's like, but you just said, forget that. Men in Black device. No, they're going to start fresh in 2026. Shut up. So anyway, then the Losper guy, I'm sorry, he isn't even one of those Koreans that had mad hype around him. Like a few people thought he might be good. What do you think of Fnatic? I'm kind of low-key, I wanted to believe, but I'm shocked. I'm kind of shocked at where they are, mate.
What to say about Fnatic? I am not convinced by this team. Not yet. I'm not convinced by this team at all. The person I'm convinced by is Upset. I think he's been fucking great. I think Upset may be probably, yeah, he's been the best AD carry, I think, of the first few weeks. I think that it was between him and maybe Super's had a pretty good start, particularly on the Unara. But I think that Upset has been best. Oh, no, actually, Noah's had it. Okay, whatever. He's been one of the best AD carries.
I understand, especially because people know I'm friends with Upset. I understand I'm opening myself up to be mocked here. This is memeable. But one of the reasons why every team gets the rep, which isn't true, that you have to play to him, is because one thing he is really good at, by the way, if you can't do this, you'll never be a great ADC, is if everything else goes to shit, just do. And you give me my pick. I will just carry this game. Like, that's the one. And tell you what, he is really good at being the one really good player on a bad team. Yeah. Yes, insert all the memes, all the 10th places. But I tell you what, when these teams suck, he's usually the best player. So I know what you mean. He is good at fucking being the one shining light. Yeah,
I think the two best AD carry players have been Noah and Upset. And I think Upset has had the worst. I think that Upset's had the worst support. So I actually think individually, maybe I view Upset a little more favorably on that level. Either way, that's kind of splitting hairs at that point. I think they're a clear top two for me. And yeah, Fnatic, I don't know what to think of this team yet, because I think Emperos has been fine. He's had a couple of, like the game they lost against SK was kind of him just getting ran through by Wunder. That is a worry, but it was also a counter matchup. Was that just a draft problem? There's caveats there. Emperos isn't the kind of guy who I think will survive versus Canna. That's going to be a problem. And I don't think he'll survive versus an Inform, Broken Blade, and stuff like that too, which is a worry going forward later into playoffs when we get towards best of play. I think that genuinely will be a loss condition. I don't think Emperos is bad. I just don't think he'll hold his own versus the top tier top laners. I think that's the problem with a couple of our top laners on otherwise quite promising teams. Razork's as flippy as ever. You know, occasionally he just completely destroys the enemy jungle like he did to Linsus. Like, the Vitality game wasn't close because, like, Linsus just got gapped. He just got mega gapped by Razork. And that's definitely...
Don't let anyone ever... I don't care what form he's in, whether he looked like he was sad after the game. There's one thing Razork will always have. It's these motherfucking hands, bro. He has real skills as a player.
Yeah, dude, I remember I was sat in on... I was spectating some Champions Queue when it was like a public... Like, people could just kind of go in and do stuff like that. Razork is this really weird communicator. And this isn't a bad thing, but it tells you the kind of player that he is. He doesn't communicate that much about the grander picture of the game, but he's really good at spotting a play that can be made in like the next 30 seconds to a minute. He's pretty good at saying like, okay, hang on, no, this guy's going to teleport. We can look for a play here. He's really good at that kind of opportunistic, fast play. Sometimes I think he can overfollow those instincts and kind of like lose his head a little bit in the play. One of the things which was said, Grabs tends to be a bit too open about his players, not gonna lie, but when he's like, oh, we were doing like a dragon in scrims, and like he just forgets that there was dragon available. It's like, oh, we haven't taken dragon. It's like, okay. Or something like, oh, we can get attacked around this, then he walks into a brush and just randomly dies, and you just think, well, is my jungler just got his brain off, or blah blah blah. Actually, that might have been about humanoid, actually, but Razork's had some different kind of comments. Like, there were so many comments last year from Grabs about those players.
I know what you mean. It's just like, come on. Even as the journalist, you want to go coach. You know this is on record, right? Like,
yeah, it's like you really.
I know.
It's like,
we're not in the
for that. Yeah,
that'd be a great comment over a drink.
It's like, thanks for the headline, but. You just said like cut the tape. I don't want this heat even as the news outlet. But yeah, both like Razork and Humanoid were definitely these players who like the way that their brains work it just didn't always work for some of the more intricate setups. But I was listening in on this champion skin, like, damn, he's actually really good at spotting the play that can be made in the next 30 seconds to a minute and then activating it. which is really, really good. I think what you can see against more organized teams with like a better jungle support. So we saw this a bit about MKOI. Yeah, no, the SK1 that didn't really apply to you, but particularly the MKOI one. We basically saw that Razork would go for these kind of ambitious plays where he thought he saw the angle and he would just completely fall apart, and then he has to try and make those plays in the future of the game from behind. End of the day, this is still a Razork team. I don't think you're ever going to breed this out of this team. It's just the way that it will be. My worry for this team going forwards is Losper is making quite a lot of grievous errors, like quite a lot of them. In fact, there was a point in the Na'Vi game where, yeah, they were lucky to get away with that Na'Vi game. There was a point fairly early on, kind of like beyond early lane, where kind of, I think there's a situation where, so they're playing Corki Alistair, they're against a Varus, and Varus is really, really strong right now, don't get me wrong. Losper walks up on Alistair, provides absolutely zero pressure, almost dies to the Varus to the point where he has to like drop an exhaust, walk backwards, and then Upset has to walk up to defend his retreats as they're kind of backing off from the wave. Then Upset has to flash because there's an arrow which would actually kill him, and it's just like, Losper, my dude, you just couldn't afford the position like that. And then later on, like 30 seconds later, he's trying to recall behind the tower, and someone comes and cancels his back. It's like, so now you've lost your team 2 summoners, you've wasted about a minute's worth of time, and you've been stopped back on your back as well. And that was a very simple mistake. There are some things like that where I'm like, if you're against a very organized team, having your support delayed by a minute and not being on the map is a killer. That's a minute where you're not contesting wards. That's a minute where you're not covering a side lane, because I think a lot of the current meta is supports being out on the map, like a huge amount of it. If you look at some of the best teams in the world right now, it's all about, like, you know, Carrier is doing so well because the meta is really catered towards you get control of bot lane, your support just goes walkabout, and they just do things across the map. And I think that the very best teams in the world will be teams which utilize that very, very well. Of course, mid lane plays a lot of that too, because then obviously the support goes into mid lane and then they spread out across the map as a duo, which is a little bit different to how meta worked last year. And I don't think Losper is convincing me he will be a very big power play for Fnatic like that. So basically, this team is once again going to come down to Razork and Upset with occasional Vladdy carry. So I'm not convinced just yet, even though Razork and Upset are so damn good, they're winning a lot of games right now.
What tilts me, I'll connect it to the previous topic. Bro, why can't this roster just be Wunder, Razork, Vladdy, Upset, and fucking Mikyx? That sounds really good. That sounds like that could be the best LEC team. Fuck. Mickey, what are you doing, bro? What are you doing?
But then, like, Grabs is basically saying that him and Mickey think about the game in different ways. Which there's just I would love to kind of be a fly on the wall in whatever's happening in Fnatic, because there's got to be something about the org at this point, folks. The amount of rosters they've gone through, there's something in the water about the way that they communicate, perhaps backroom, just what support they have in the backroom. For the longest time, they were saying, "Oh, we basically just have like a coach and a manager. That's basically what we've got." You know, do they have anything else there? My worry is that, like,
I know what you mean, bro. I actually know what you mean. It can't be just the players. It is giving me Manchester United vibes, because it's the same thing. You're signing good players, they leave the good players. There's something in your culture or the setup that just isn't enabling it in it.
And like, there are certain teams which you look at the talent going in, you look at how things go downhill for them, and you think, okay, this is not looking great for them. So, like, for instance, I'm not convinced by Vitality just as an organization. They've
also had a lot of problems in league, mate. A million good players also.
I think I'm happy to stand by this. I think Vitality have been the most wasteful team of European talent ever at this point. They have wasted a lot of talent. But I mean,
the joke would be, if you were to count up like how many like all LEC players they had before Vitality, they would have had among the most, I'm telling you, and they've spent a lot of money as well, I can tell you too.
Alfari,
and what they've got for it is almost fuck all, basically. They've had almost fuck all.
Yeah, they've had basically nothing. I mean, obviously this is like transitioning up to the Vitality side of things, but Fnatic are not in the modern era, folks. There's a ton of Fnatic fans out there, obviously, but even they realize, look, folks, this team has been dysfunctional. There's always Fnatic drama at some point. And I'll tell you, this is the other thing, right? Fnatic look pretty good for now, and Razork looks good, Upset looks good. When was the last time this lasted into a decent part of playoffs?
Of course.
In fact, the last playoffs was actually very good for them, but typically playoffs has just been a horror show for Fnatic. So until they actually stick together for a playoffs, they get it done in a best of 5 against the top team and actually gets them somewhere. I'm just not on the train. This is the hard thing for Fnatic. They have to do a hell of a lot of work for me to be convinced of them, and they're like on step 2 of that maybe. And there's like a 10, 20 step program. They are very early in the road there.
Yes. No, absolutely. If you are a Fnatic fan, you learned surely years ago. You don't want that I fell for it again award. You just wait until the fucking playoffs actually. You wait until they actually destroy a nexus or the decisive game of a playoff series. Then you're allowed to get hyped. Until then, your punishment must be more severe. We all know what being a Fnatic fan's like. But as Mikyx learned, the grass isn't always greener. But you know what can be? Your nutrition with AG1. So one of the things about nutrition is, I can tell you, it's a Pandora's box. When you start looking into it, it's really complicated. There's all these different areas and categories you've got to fill and figure out. And then you've got to figure out the dosage amount and what interacts with what. And what goes. And I'll tell you another thing. People think of nutrition. They think of things like greens and they think, oh, I don't like that. It's going to taste terrible, isn't it? Well, don't worry. Just like when you're a kid and you get all the lovely tasting medicine, they've got all the flavors down. They've got all the like citrus flavors and berry and all that stuff. That's one of the things I even liked about AG1 when they sent me some of it. I was really scared it's going to be like, no, does it taste like spinach or something? No, they've actually made it so, oh, berry. It's not bad, actually, yeah. And it's also, they just made it super easy, even though I said it's a complicated world. With AG1, you could get everything in one scoop. You can get your multivitamin, pre and probiotics, look up the difference, superfoods, antioxidants, all in one scoop. So it's the opposite of complexity. 8 ounces of water, figure out what that is if you're European, and then put in the scoop, drink it, there you go. You can have that start your day off. There you go, you're set for the day. You're going in the right direction. And they've got a new next-gen formula. They've added more vitamins and minerals than ever before, and they are clinically proven to fill common nutrient gaps. So AG1 has over 50,000 verified 5-star reviews and comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. Go to drinkag1.com/summoning to get their best offer. Get 3 free AG1 travel packs and 3 free AGZ travel packs, plus free vitamin D3 plus K2 and AG1 welcome kit with your first AG1 subscription order. That's drinkag1.com/summoning, drinkag1.com/summoning. The AGZ travel pack is like a thing to help you go to sleep, I believe, as well. It's like another supplement thing you can take. Anyway, thank you to AG1, obviously. Okay, we can now finally exit the
Depart
LEC.
Europe, yeah.
Yeah, well, done with it. By the way, we did a mega episode. There's actually a lot of drama as well, a lot of like interesting things. I thought it was a cool way because there's only so much you can talk about the beta ones, guys. I thought it's a fun way to bring it into it, etc. Right. One thing I thought we could do a little bit of discussion on now is let's talk a little bit about the LCS. Right. Cool. Obviously, it's only just begun. There's one thing, actually. I saw someone make a tweet about this, and I did think the same thing. I forget who it was. Someone made a tweet where they were like, why does the LCS always start a few weeks after everyone else, end early, and then have like random weeks off in the middle of the season too? Like, it is a bizarre thing. The way they have formatted that league is so weird, mate. Like, it never does just do the thing. If people don't know, LPL and LCK are almost concurrent. It's just that like LPL plays every day, and then when it's like Wednesday onwards for LCK. So
and they have like one break for Chinese New Year, which is understandable.
And they have a logical one as well. Like, they have like an obvious one in the same way as if you're American. I get if you have the Thanksgiving break, that won't make sense. But yeah, the weird thing about LCS is it always does seem to start like late. Like I say, you're just off. So even though I feel like the whole year is well underway, it's the end of January, I feel like I'm miles from there. I've already seen the beginning of the bloody LCS. It's kind of a weird vibe. I always just feel like what's going on with that? Like the interest, even though domestically they might think it's revived, I don't know that people do give a fuck about this region. What are your thoughts about LCS?
I mean, I have to say I enjoyed the opening weekend. I did. I thought that they were entertaining games. I think that actually, I like what they're doing with the broadcast. Like the studio actually looks really cool with all the LED walls and stuff. And I like how they're doing a lot of interviews very close to the fans outside of it. So in terms of the stuff under their control, under the broadcast and stuff, I enjoyed it quite a lot watching it, and stuff like the trailer park as well. It felt like it was a welcoming back of the brand. Obviously, it's really, really hard to regrow like the burnt grassroots because they've messed around with times for a while. The branding of the LTA, just a bunch of things changing about the format last year. Because didn't they have something like 3 different formats and 3 different splits last year or something like that? Yeah. So last year I didn't watch that much LCS. I mean, the years before that, because of my time zone, I'd often watch it just before I went to bed, or I put on the first series and then I'd watch the highlights in the next morning or something like that. But last year I found it a lot harder to do that because I was so invested in so many other regions. I found it quite hard to grasp what was going on with the region in general. This time, I mean, turn up on the day, couple of best of 3s. It's been fairly well put forwards like that. And to start off with C9TL as well, that's a good matchup as well. And I have to say, I did really enjoy that series in particular, even though TL, I think, well, the first game of that series was actually a banger. The second one was a little bit more skew-if. Yeah, I think that I suppose it's the Swiss system. I have issues with it, but the actual games that happened in the broadcast, I thought was largely pretty good. I haven't actually checked in much discussion around it, so I don't have an ear to the ground in terms of what people thought of the show outside of that, but I actually left feeling it's a pretty good show.
By the way, as I predicted, I didn't know how APA would play on Cloud9. I still don't really, because let's be real. He was always okay in LCS. It was always about, will he be internationally any good? So that hasn't even been fulfilled yet. But with that said, the obvious thing he brings to Cloud9, I even said this when he joined, is Cloud9. I know Jojo tried to do this a little bit, but he wasn't there long enough to actually get settled in. You never really have on Cloud9 had spicy trash talkers generally. Like, it's why the joke would be fucking teddy bears like Fudge were trying to play that role at one point in time, mate, because I've always said, like, Blabber's another guy, mate, who barely talks. He barely does any bloody media or tries, even though he's got like the game for it completely. Do you think of some of the other people have had? Sven does it because that's just Sven's thing. He's a veteran at this point in time. And by the way, he's even doing the, like, I'm a wrestling heel when I do it. He knows that he's just like riling people up when he says it, etc. But in general, you look at their squads. One thing I knew APA would bring is the fucking show. This guy is box office. Like, I'll tell you what, I thought his tweet after the game was fucking chef's kiss, APA. Because what he did was, he did the style of humor I like, which is you make the conclusion in their brain. So he did a tweet where it was about him winning Player of the Week. So he said something like, lol, Player of the Week, but I was facing the best mid in the LCS, because he was playing the guy who replaced him, Quid. The logic was Team Liquid signed him because he's the best mid in LCS. But then logically, think about it, guys, then how could APA be the Player of the Week if he's playing? I love it! It's a fun but creative shot right across the bow to your old team. And it's a way of almost telling Cloud9, like, yeah, fuck it, let's ride. We're going to be the best team, let's go.
Did you hear his interview after the game as well? Because that was also a banger too. Because like the first game was actually pretty tight between the two mid laners. Yeah. Quid was actually pretty damn good on the Orianna, especially in a comp which basically only had like a Shinzao flashing forwards of the ball on you to actually be engaged. I actually thought that Quid played pretty well, and particularly Jose played really well there too. Game 2, not close. Not close. Quid locked in the Yone, and he just got blasted, and it was just very APA-sided. And after the game, the interview is something like, well, you know, he obviously locked in the Yone. What did you think of him? How did you win this matchup so hard? And he said, well, you know, he just didn't know the matchup. He was just sat there like, oh yeah, how did you get these kills onto him? How did you do so well? He just doesn't know the matchup. And that's just so baller.
It's also baller because the logic is supposed to be that APA has no champion pool. Oh, man, this guy. Here's what's sad. Do you know what's actually really sad, bro? People don't get this. I don't hate on you just because you're not a top player, but I do just wish people's games match the. Like, here's the thing: if he had my old mate Jensen's fucking game back in the day, but with this level of trash talk, you know, you'd be like you could be one of the biggest stars in esports, mate. The problem is you are just like a good but not exceptional mid laner. You know what I mean?
And I think AP has been really hard done by with some of this conversation too, because while he has been on his low swings, been really low champion pool. His understanding of some understanding of some matchups is really fucking good, folks. I don't think people remember. Maybe some people don't remember this, but I think it would have been Worlds 23. This is before Nico really moved down into support and it's still being played in mid lane more, where he was showing off all the tech where if you were playing something like Nico versus Yasuo and you threw out your skill shots and then turned into a minion, it wouldn't proc Yasuo's shield or Doran's shield or Second Wind or any of the runes, because it's not damage from a champion, it's damage from a minion at that point, and you can bypass runes and items that way. Similar way where you could transform into a minion to dodge Varusol, Ashol, and things which only hit champions on the other side of things too. Transforming into cannon minion to tank more tower shots. Obviously, that's something which Caps ended up doing, I think. Multiple people have ended up doing that over time. Like, his mastery of specific mechanics was actually really, really good. He's obviously a very good Ziggs player. His Talia is very good too. And while people focus on his lowlights, because I think over time, it's obviously become quite easy to dunk on poorly performing NA teams because, oh, they're this region which had so many resources and they're doing poorly, blah, blah, blah. It's been kind of a narrative for a very long time. But actually, his upsides have been really damn good when you get them. So now the question is, okay, you've had this one really good series against one of the other top teams in the region where API was actually very good in both games and he was clearly better in the team fights too, which was the big difference between these two teams actually in that series was even when TL got ahead, C9 was so much better at team fighting. A lot of that was APA, very good Azir game at the actual DPS in that game. I think particularly Sven as well. I didn't expect this, but he massively diffed Yon outside of lane. The first game, I think Sven was, you're against a Corki Nami, the lane was pretty hard, but they did shit all outside of that in teamfights. Sven just scaled up on Sivir like he was in Origin back in 2015 and just scaled up through the teamfights. They were a really good team fighting team. So yeah, it's a really good start for C9. I think that they've hopefully got something really cool together. Obviously, Dom is now actually on stage drafting for them too. I thought their drafts were better than TL. I mean, not that it really helps them when they're drafting like an out of meta Tahm Kench for core JJ, which he randomly does sometimes. I don't get what his obsession with the champion. Maybe it reminds me of his 2017 Worlds win and when he was back in his heyday. But yeah, I think that my big takeaways from the series were actually, okay, APA looked really solid and C9 had better drafts and better team fighting than TL.
Also, I'll just throw this out there. If I had to actually answer, like in a concise way, why people think APA is not that good or hate on him, one, it's because he trash talks. And also, by the way, he doesn't just trash talk in interviews. He does it in the whole chat, doesn't he? And the other players, the joke is like fair play for the TL players going back and forth. He does do it in a way where like that annoys pro players. So basically, they're then going to put it out in the community that like you're a 3-traker, you're overrated. And then lastly, if one of your champions you are known to specialize on is Aurelian Sol, people just think that's a noob champion. It's essentially the equivalent of where even when it actually used to do insane damage in the LPL, all the ADCs didn't want to play Sivir because it's considered like you're a fucking loser because you play it and it's not a real ult because it helps the team in it. But I used to tell people, like I used to say to my mate Forgiven, bro, I'm watching Uzi rack up like 10k damage on this shit. Like, just play it and win. And he'd be like, no, because I must play and win on the other champion to show it isn't fit. Like, no.
It was Callista for him too, where he was like, I remember that one time I was like, my team finally deserves the Callista. I'm like, motherfucker, you could have won so many games with this before. Just pick the good champions. It's not that hard. I have to say, like, that if you go back about maybe 10, well, maybe more years than that as well, from the early years of League, there definitely were some stigma against certain champions. Like, oh, you're playing a tank, not a carry. Really?
I mean, I'll tell you the other obvious joke one. The other joke one is if you're the jungler, yeah, of course you're supposed to play Lee Sin, Jin Zhao, etc. Oh, I've never played Sejuani.
What is that? Yeah.
Sejuani also does infinite damage. What are you talking about? Watch Canyon and focus play. Watch Tarzan play Sejuani, mate. He will do crazy damage. What are you talking about? It's just some weird stigmatic belief. I know what you mean. It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah. No, and I'm glad that's somewhat gone now because I think people realize like winning is the most important thing. I will say this is a separate topic. I think that LCS's drafting this weekend was better than I thought the first week of LEC was. I think the first week of drafting in LEC was atrocious. I think globally, by the way, drafting has not been very creative at all. There are a bunch of really hidden OP things. I'm sure there's hidden OP things with the role quests.
People are doing it. I can already tell you. I've known pros for too long, Nymaera. They're still watching all the Gen G games, just copying all the picks.
Really
They're just watching T1 and Gen G and copying all the picks. They just do because they're doing that thing which you'll never break pro players. Listen, mate, better men than you and I have tried so hard with whiteboards and sitting down and showing them VOD example, and their brain always goes to, but Chovy picked it. It's like you can't get past LS. They'll shoving him crazy. If Chovy picks it, bro, it must be the best. If Canyon plays it, that's my goat. They're all just, it's an illusion, bro. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Maybe you can convince them to watch Showmaker because he's been really creative, and I'm like, actually, he's played like the Twisted Fate, and that's looked really good. The Echo into the Syndra, maybe we could try that. Jingle, jingle, here are your keys, pay attention. But at least I think LCS came out of the gates a little bit more creative and a little bit more understanding of stuff like the bot lane meta than LEC was in week one. But I'm hoping that Dom's on Cloud9. We've got LS. He was there at FlyQuest last year, but he's not officially there just yet this year, but he's starting on FlyQuest next year. We do live in a world where we have like Dom versus LS on the LCS stage, which you go back about 5 years, it would have been super hype, but kind of unbelievable because they were so huge, but kind of outside of the professional setting just about. Now we actually get to see them on stage, and I'm really hyped to see that because the last time that LS was in a team was that back in like 22, 21?
Cloud9.
He's been out of the, he was on Cloud9, but like many years ago now, right? And it was obviously there a little bit last year. But I mean, I'm really interested to see if they can back up their philosophies, because as you're saying, it takes quite a lot to convince players to play different stuff. And I wonder whether these guys who've kind of it's quite an important conversation too, actually, in terms of if you kind of develop your view of the game somewhat separately from the pro circuit. Obviously, you'd like doing it as a co-streamer or whatever. Obviously, there are things you're going to miss, but you are going to be developing away from what pros have. It's kind of like a term in statistics in terms of a local maximum, where if you're developing towards one style of play, there'll be a peak at some point, but there might be like a hump before you reach a higher peak somewhere else where you try a different style of play. And if you develop your way of thinking about the game separately from kind of the group think of that time, sometimes you can stumble on some real gold. That's something which LS was like a huge spokesperson for before, in terms of, stuff like the Ivern and Enchanter meta and these huge scaling comps and stuff like that, which just wasn't part of the group think at the time. It was kind of not part of that local maximum, instead trying to find some value elsewhere. I'm really interested to see if beyond this week, teams will start to try some more crazy stuff, especially since they do have best of play. LEC doesn't have that, and the best of one sometimes is a bit harder to show that creativity, because there are like 7, 8 must-ban champions right now, which obviously don't fit into the first 6 bans of a game. So in a best of one, you're not going to see as much crazy shit. I mean, you've got like Varus, Rumble, probably Jarvan, Nymaera, Orianna, Azir, Jace, Malphite. That's already like 8. I could probably name a couple more in there too. All of them I would consider S tier, probably ban it, and obviously you can't fit all of them into it. So for LCS, I'm interested to see, particularly if we get more game 3s, how much random stuff we get. Not the time catch though, Core JJ, that can stay. But I want to see that creativity, particularly with these coaching names stepping into the mix.
The reason why it's also bizarre and surreal is I can tell you, in the spring of 2020, on the LCS broadcast, when they did the tailgate stream, they once had LS and Dom do a mock draft against each other. Yes, as like a piece of content to show, like, what would they do and how would they pick against her. And the joke is now they're actually going to be potentially drafted against each other. Also, the reason that's really cool that Dom is actually involved is, look, you have to understand, and this is what I always told my old mate LS when he was doing it on his stream, and he just got to do the abstract. I'd do this and that. I always said the problem is, mate, when you're in the room, I can tell you there's plenty of great coaches say I would have picked that too. The problem is, like, I had 2 players say we're not going to play that, or if he plays that, I have to play this, and you get into all the minutiae of like idiosyncratic personality, let's say baggage, not necessarily flaws, but let's say baggage or tendencies again, you can say. So the real issue is it is hard to always get your vision through. You have to think of it like being a script writer. You can write the best script in the world. If the actors do a different performance and the director cuts the movie differently, your script might not be what ends up on the screen, even though you're like, what the hell, I wrote that scene differently. Now, with that said, though, one area I think is really exciting is this. Now, in this case, the funny thing is he's got one of these guys on his team, but we'll see if he gets to international play. Dom has always stressed for real that he's not trolling. This isn't something, because by the way, Dom's actually a very reasonable person with his opinions. People just miss it because he's got the persona as if he's saying crazy shit. Actually, he's not at all. One thing he's always said was, if he'd have ever played, the best example of it is like an Adam, a BDS Adam, he would never ever let you get those like Darius into some bullshit angle pick and use that logic that even pro Korean coaches would use of like, but Darius isn't a meta champion right now, and besides, you're much better than him and you can deal with him, right? Which is what a lot of the joke is. I feel like, again, everyone had to play Adam a couple of times in either scrims or officials to realize, no, that's the one area he's very good, mate, is on those picks in weird matchups and in times where you think it isn't a better champion and you think you're better. That is always the recipe for like solo killing lane. I'm down actually a bunch. He's doing that stupid pressure style, but he's got 3 kills on me, so it doesn't matter. Dom has always said he would be the guy where like, I will punish that. Like, I will not let that through. That is the shit. So I want to actually see that tested. I want to see him go against one of these players that has the crazy pocket pick. And I want to see if he actually pulls the ban out. Or if he does the usual, you revert to these are just the best bans you can do approach.
And you have APA, so you have that own thing on your own side too. How much will he lean in?
Yeah, the joke is, I would have liked to have seen that if APA had been on Team Liquid, if Dom would have done it against APA. That would have been the best test, but we'll delay that for now.
Yeah, the story which really encapsulates that. Do you remember old story about Moscow 5 and Darian, where there was like a certain accepted thing. I think it was about a Shyvana matchup in top lane where they were like, oh, this matchup obviously goes really well after first back. And they were really weirded out by the fact that Darien would get help from jungle to stay around in lane a little more, and you're back on a giant spell instead of a different item, and it completely flipped the matchup. And even that small accepted change away from, oh, this is what's normal, really threw them for a loop. Oh, this was ad infinitum, like ad absurdum, right? Where this is like, wow, okay, it was early League of Legends where people were really locked in and we didn't know as much about the wider game back then. But there is a real value in someone saying, I know this facet of the matchup. If I play the game my way way better than you do, there's a reason why one tricks have like this X factor to them where you don't know the matchups as well as they do. They're going to kick your head in, which is why you always had to be very wary of Draven players in bot lane or occasional duelist players in top lane and stuff like that. Because if you ended up getting an unexpected death and suddenly your whole early game has gone awry, because early game is such a big part of the game right now, and like if you lose bot lane 2v2 to something unexpected, your game is completely screwed. The entire game I see in LCK LPL, besides like one or two teams, it's all about fighting for the first 3 waves of prio on bot lane, using that to either invade in bot lane or go at bot lane scuttle crab, and then get ahead in jungle support from that slight lead and just stay ahead of the game. If you can get slightly ahead in bot lane matchup from something unexpected, for instance, because you have just like a weird support champion, or you're really good at a certain AD carry, or something like that, that completely changes the game. So yeah, I've always been a fan of one tricks pulling out something strange because end of the day, if you're slightly more practiced on it, you can flip matchups into a way which people don't expect. And that's always powerful at teams which practice on rails and expect the game to go in very specific motions.
Oh, I know exactly what you mean. I'll also say as well, it's actually why one of the coolest things Faker ever said. I can't remember if he actually said this publicly or if it was just like someone mentioned it about Faker. But supposedly, even Faker, if he plays on a Korean solo queue, a one trick who is amazing on the champion, will DM them and be like, "How do you do that?" Or like, "What was the logic of that?" And try and get them to explain it, because that's what people never understand. Is it doesn't actually mean that like Adam was as good as the players he's beaten in that scenario. No, we just mean he has put insane vertical knowledge into that one champion and all of its matchups. Like, I'll give you a bizarre example. Does anyone remember, like 2 years ago, for a very brief period, even in pro play, people like Trophy were playing Tryndamere mid? Well, if you don't know, someone who obviously is a friend of the fucking show, he's a guy from my Discord, Yasker, is famously a mid Tryndamere, and he would just roam all the time and attack like the jungle caps all the time. And he even said that even though he knows Chovy is like the best player in League of Legends, he said, when I watched his game, I could easily see flaws and areas where he didn't understand, like conceptually you could have gone in there or you could have like been unkillable at this moment. Like, even in that case, because that doesn't mean he's better than Chovy. It means Chovy didn't put 80,000 hours onto mid Tryndamere, unsurprisingly. The point is Chovy's exceptional, but not specifically mid Tryndamere.
Yeah, I mean, so funnily enough, obviously I'm an Ari one trick, so I could like have specific eyes for that champion too. And like, there's one guy who's not, I wouldn't call him a top tier mid laner, but he is a top 5 Ari in the world. It's a guy called Care over in the LPL. Like, my top 5 Ari players in pro play are Nightfake, Chovy, probably Rookie, although Showmaker sometimes takes that spot, and then Care, who's just like, you got all these like all-time great mid laners, and this one guy who used to be an Ari one trick before he went pro, and I'm like, if this guy gets this champion, he will win games against top-tier mid laners. He will do that just out of the blue. And he can carry games despite being a mid-table mid laner. And that's always been the case. I mean, obviously with APA, it's very visible in the LCS where people talk about an awful lot. And he has these champions an awful lot. But never let that stray into actually disrespecting that level of expertise, because it's really hard to come by. And as we said, it can give you like these really unexpected windows into a game. Obviously, the thing for C9 will be about, okay, is there a point where they're just not, you cannot play them because there's just matchups you can't play them into even if you are a one trick? Or is it about, do you have to plan a composition around them? Because let's be honest, Ziggs does not fit every composition. And some other champions fall into that bracket too. You do have to do the work behind the scenes, but you should never ignore that level of expertise.
Right. There is a bit of bad news for the LCS though, and it goes like this. If the whole narrative is, now that we've switched away from LTA, it has to get better. All signs point up, it's all going to be better. Last year, when LTA North began, the peak viewership was 149,800, so basically 150K. And this year, even with the corrected figure, it peaked at around 122K. And this is the second detail that I think makes that worse. The two best, in theory, orgs played on the first day as well to be all three. So, in theory, the viewership has gone down a little bit. Thoughts? Is it concerning?
it's really hard to arrest a fall in terms of community relevance and losing local viewer bases. That's one thing which I think we're seeing just in a lot of places in esports. I think in general, a lot of places were still enjoying kind of like the hangover of COVID and everyone staying inside and watching esports. But I think it would have been a lot worse if this was a second year of LTA. I think it would have been. But the question is actually, how do you actually quantize? How do you put into numbers how much the actual rebrand and stuff like that has changed for this? Like I said, I enjoyed the show. I thought they were decent games. I thought that the studio looked good and whatever. But revitalizing a declining product, which you could say for esports in general, viewership is weird. It's weirdly going towards stuff like Honor of Kings and mobile games. If you're looking at stuff like that, it's really, really hard to put on a fresh coat of paint and say everything is fixed. Reality is, this is just kind of arresting the fall. You're going to have to buy some time to lick your wounds and come back a bit stronger. That's going to be really, really difficult. I don't know what the kind of demographics of the viewers are as well, because it's something that Monty talks about a lot in terms of actually the most important thing for LCS is like American viewers and like English speaking viewers, because that's the main market and they're the most valuable people to sponsor to as well. But I mean, you would have thought with teams like Sentinels coming in, that'd give them a bump. You've still got Disguised in, who backed by a big content creator as well. Obviously, that's worked out very impressively in Europe as well. You're absolutely right. You do have two of the biggest teams fighting on the very first day as well. So it seems like I can't think of much else they could have done for this first week at least, especially with the resources which they have. I thought they'd give it a damn shot, like a damn fine shot. I think this is just the reality of esports is not exactly a growing industry, not right now. I mean, we've got money coming in from like Saudi or whatever, right? But we don't really have, huge investments in the way that we did. It feels like League as a game in general, it is aging. We had like the Arcane boom and stuff like that. We had COVID, which helped all esports really.
Yep.
But it's really hard to keep old products kind of like keep with a new explosive amount of growth. I think they did a fine job, but this is just the reality of more of a reflection of the wider industry for me.
Yeah, the real problem here is this. We've actually, if you want to watch it, got an episode of The Four Horsemen where we talk about the LCS. We talk generally, it's called about the state of League of Legends in 2025. The guest is Papa Smithy, but in doing so, because he's an LCS like owner GM type person, executive rather, he, unsurprisingly, a lot of it's pivoted around the LCS. And one of the points we make on that show, I'll just summarize some of the points here, goes like this. It's sort of a bit late now. Like, my point is, you're like, hey, we've just held a poll and we've decided to put a lock on that fucking stable so the horses will never get out. It's like the horses have literally been living wild for 10 years at this point, mate. So they're gone. And in this analogy, your prime stallions, Sjokz and Duncan, they're out to the pasture, mate. They're long gone and there's no more coming. So first of all, you have lost a lot of the things that made the league great and they can't just be generated overnight. It's why I always tell people, and I'll tell you what, they only know, sadly, you don't know what you've got till it's gone. They only get it later, mate. I mean, I'll give you an example. Here's LEC, right? Reckless doesn't even play DC anymore. But doesn't it bring something seeing the name Reckless come into an LEC studio? There's plenty better supports. There's plenty better ADCs now. But they can't be... I'll give you an example. Right now, Stend is a better support than Reckless. But he doesn't have the impact Reckless has on the LEC in the league. He doesn't bring someone's eyeballs to watch the league like that. Someone isn't as invested in Stend being good as they are in Reckless, even playing in Lost Ratones. So you can't lose your double lifts, your fakers, you lose your... When these players go, they leave a hole in the fucking space. And it doesn't matter how good the next guy is. It takes a long time to become the Chovies and the Knights and be the next great players. Also, you look at the advantages they used to have. These don't exist anymore. I'll give you one classic example. You know when people reminisce, CLG versus TSM used to have 500,000, right? They used to literally make the EU LCS broadcast have to be scheduled to end right before the NA one, so that in theory, if you just liked watching League, a lot of us did, you just watched them both. In fact, if you didn't give a fuck about the early games, you just tuned in at the end of the broadcast, watched the last few games, hope for Fnatic versus SK or something. Then you went through to watch TSM, CLG, and Dignitas Curse and all this. So one, you don't have that anymore. That viewership, as far as I can tell, just watches the LEC. Like that, there used to be a mad European interest in NA. I'll tell you another reason why there was, though, because at the time, NA was the king of streaming in League of Legends. So the best players in CLG, TSM, Curse, were also the biggest streamers in esports, by the way, not even just in League, in esports. So another reason you watched is, think it logically, He can't be streaming right now. He's playing the fucking game. So if I want to watch Mikyx in double, I have to watch CLG TSM. That brings even casuals in. That brings people on Twitch. Then similarly, with both Twitch, YouTube, and everything else, you also have a problem. People always say this about my views. They go, yeah, my views are down. What? Since like 2013 when I was the only person in the world doing the videos. Yeah, I had a pretty unsaturated market there. I was the only game in town. The point is 1 million people, so it's called streaming now, by the way. 1 million people turn on a webcam and talking away. I have so much competition. And then I'll even throw this in. So not only on Twitch, on YouTube, do you have unlimited other competition, you also now, it's a point Rich Lewis always makes, it's a very shrewd one. You're not just competing against these things, you're competing against everything that is online. The same video I watch that's the LCS could be a YouTube video, it could be a stream of something else, it could be Netflix, it could be everything, it could be anything, it could be a game, it could be anything I might do on my computer. And so unfortunately, there's way too many other good things.
Funny you mentioned that. I think it was someone high up at Twitch, maybe the Twitch CEO, who said actually their main competition isn't other streaming platforms, it's YouTube
maybe that was
Shorts and Reels. It's YouTube Shorts and Reels, basically saying like, look, yeah, and you're absolutely right. Effectively, I do my fair share of doom scrolling. I spend my time on socials. Part of it's just because I do it for work and whatever, and I have to somewhat understand the social game. Probably because it's very addictive, and I probably should cut down on it and read more books, which I also do on my phone, which also doesn't help. But basically, when you're streaming or doing anything like this, you are competing for all leisure time at that point, because this is what it is. Basically, if you have something you would do, which you can just do somewhat casually, that is what you're competing with. And that's a really tough market. There's an infinite amount of things out there which you can do with that. You're competing with people playing games. You're competing with people watching Netflix. You're competing with people on social media. And I think as the internet culture has evolved, it's also split. This is not something which is, I mean, we can see it in a microcosm within our own game because of co-streaming, where actually the main broadcast has effectively been torn apart and cannibalized and thrown over to co-streamers. That has depowered the central product, and now everyone is competing against each other. It's funny enough that you mentioned the EU LCS, which used to raid over to the NA LCS as well in terms of the time zones and stuff like that. One thing which I think it's become very apparent over the last few years, the regions just don't have that many connections with each other. You know, there's maybe some shared memes. The only thing which connects them is co-streamers. The broadcasts themselves don't feel like they're that coherent with each other. Like, I don't see that many messages from one side to the other. I don't see that inter-region banter as much anymore. You know, you go back 10 years or whatever, and there was so much kind of talk between different regions. The best we get is stuff like Red Bull League of its own at the end of the year. But I feel like one of the things which used to be very powerful for League is actually it felt like eventually all of the leagues would start kind of bouncing off of each other, and we'd have, a check-in with the LPL or the LCK on an LEC show. We used to have the same thing on the LCS, and EU, like maybe one caster doing a segment for another show or something like that. I feel like the splitting of the audience like that too has diminished the power to pull together in a single direction, which really helps kind of like do stuff like narratives and build up players. You were talking about, player like Reckless going back is huge because he has that brand already. I mean, you got players like Jose Deodo, who's got a huge following, and he can come into the LCS and he will bring eyes himself. He did so before when he was on FlyQuest for a year or two, right? He was. But it's really hard now to get that message across, build up a project, an idea, or a narrative which pulls in a single direction, because everything on the internet has become more splintered. But we see that even more so within our own game.
Yeah, then also you've got a couple of other things similarly to that example of how all your free time's there. I'll also add in, that's why another area I think LCS has absolutely failed in is they just refuse to acknowledge that it's not a permanent stream of 16-year-olds that you're appealing to. You actually, if anything now, we're on some Star Wars Lego shit where you're trying to appeal to the fan who was a fan in 2015, but he's now 10 years older and he has kids and a job and a family. And the point is, yes, he had infinite time between league games to watch the LCS stream. That guy, if he has a choice and he has 1.5 hours time off after his family and his job and commuting, he isn't going to spend it, I'm sorry, watching like this LCS best of 3. If you don't sell it to him like, this is awesome, it's epic, get hooked back in, and here's like some nostalgia. If you just tell him that, he's just going to watch an episode on Netflix, mate, go to bed. That's all he's going to do. Then I'll tell you what another thing is, back in the day, you also didn't have like, it was very niche for people to watch OGN. There was nobody watched the LPL.
It was the OGN Legion. Yeah, it was like that one specific subset.
LPL didn't even have an official broadcast. None of these things existed. Now, actually, the joke is my dream came true. If you love League of Legends, you just bloody watch LPL and LCK and you don't give a fuck about the Western region. In fact, you watch the LEC for the drama. You don't watch it for the bloody games. Like you have unlimited games in the LPL. LCK top level, it's still the best shit in the world. Then lastly, I'll throw it out there. I'll tell you the biggest own of all time in America. But sadly, it's because Americans are just largely about like money and materialism, unfortunately, is since it's a giant area. Remember, Twitch is bloody American. Half the majority of the people on Twitch, the streamers, are Americans. So here's the obvious question. Every other region, LEC especially, is making a killing off core streaming. Where the fuck are the NA core streamers? It's double if plus, like, who gives a shit? A few people who are vaguely have their own niche audience. Where are their giant streamers? Well, the joke is some of them coaching the bloody league. If you'd have played it better, you could have had your Doms and your LSs proper that.
Well, Dom wanted to. Dom
Yeah.
wants to, and he talks about how basically he asked teams, there were teams that were interested and he was turned down. So he's been public about that, saying that he wanted to. In fact, Dom went the extra mile, which is, it was really bad for viewership, but in terms of what he was doing, in terms of like, he would do a live view where he would just have a timer on the screen and he would like sync up like that. So it's basically a watch party. He really wanted to. We could have had someone like him in there too. I'm sure there could have been other co-streamers which would have wanted to watch it like that. Yeah, I think that is probably a missed market.
It's the most obvious thing right now that unlike those other things I mentioned, those other things aren't coming back, mate. The world was different. I'm on some fucking glad. The world has changed for the LCS. No, the difference is the core streamers exist now. They just don't really do the LCS. It's not massive. Like we could fix that
all
tomorrow.
Of them were deceived.
Yeah.
Another stream was made.
Like I'm not even joking. They did this in VCT with Ibites, wasn't it, where they kicked fucking Koi out of it, Europe. If you're going to have Sentinels come in, it has to be with a caveat that Tarek has to turn his stream on, watch a League of Legends game. You know what I mean? Like, we have to do it like that, boys. In fact, in detail, he even said if their league team makes worlds, they'll get a CS team. I don't know why, Tarek.
Yeah.
Look, your problem there, mate, is there's fuck all overlap except for Thorin's content between CS and League. Like, CS fans aren't like, oh, cool, now I care. Like, they're not tuning in, mate. They think League is for little kids, the CS players, for fuck's sake. So anyway, but the point is, you need all those people. And sadly, if you think of like, yes, you've got Ludwig if he does it. You got Double Lift, okay, mate, the list gets really short after that. I saw the people they announced. That's why, if you want to know why they announced all those people you've never heard of, if you're an esports fan, because they're just streamers that have their own mini little audience. So I get why they picked those people. Like, they're just trying to add all the numbers together. But where's their Caedrel core stream? You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I think for me, what co-streaming should have always been about is about non-overlapping audiences. Like, your broadcast is there to cater to people that would watch it anyway. I think actually one of the issues with Caedrel co-streaming is that what you've done is you've had a completely overlapping fan base of people that would watch the main broadcast, but now
I'll
they
give you
watch
the
Caedrel
example.
instead.
Here's the people I think you needed for real. I'm not, by the way, when I do this, I never try to be mean and suggest things that are impossible. I try to go with the flow, go with the stream, don't go against the grain. Here's what you needed, but sadly, this is not what Riot ever did because of these people. From day one, back in the day, the original person, by the way, who was the obvious, like, casual guy, but could get pro interest, was fucking Trick2G. That was a guy who had a mad persona, charisma out the ass. Then you had Tyler One. The joke is Riot spent half their time bashing on his head, and it wasn't literally until a Riot basically joked he should get cancer that they had to go, shit, we better reach Olive Branch out and get this guy in the broadcast. Yeah, you guys don't get it. They did this in the Overwatch League with XQC. If people want to know something that will blow your mind if you're a Zoomer, XQC used to be a pro player in the Overwatch. They banned his ass a million times, fined him. And he, in theory, before he became the biggest streamer in the world, would have been a streamer for all this shit if you'd have ever wanted him to be. But you didn't. And when you pushed him to the outskirts, he just became, checks notes, the biggest streamer in the world, like generally, literally doing spinning slot reels, any old shit, talking about politics. These people could actually have been your core streamers. You could actually have some crazy cadre where we wouldn't be worrying about the fact that the main broadcast gets 100k because we go, well, that's 100k. But when you add in the core streamers, it's got the 500k. That could have been possible. Because I agree with you, by the way. That even adds into what the next generation's like. I think the next generation, they aren't like my generation, mate. I always say the reason I'll be really sad if we ever get the situation where LEC doesn't exist as a broadcast and it's just Caedrel is because I also am a boomer. I like people to professionally come and say, here's the rundown of the show today and over to an interview. That's my style. But I get that the kid wants Caedrel and he wants Ibai and he wants Kometo. So we have to have it all. We have to have it all, guys.
Which is why, like, when they had, I think it was like Miss Chim Chim as one of the co-streamers, that's completely fine. That's that's a different audience. I think you should probably be getting people who are very actually not tied to League of Legends that much at all, because you want to be reaching out to the broadest level of kind of audiences you can. And I think one of the failings of co-stream has been people who cover the exact same niche. They cover the exact same niche, and then they overlap too much with the broadcast. And actually, at that point, they're providing a very similar product. At the end of the day, co-streaming, I always liked it for non-English languages, which have less resources in their broadcast, because they can provide content to other language bases. We talked about in the previous episode, right?
I'll say this just because he's a friend of the show, so it's a shot across the bar, but he's also on Power Spike, by the way. It's a bit like Yamato. Yamato's problem when he streams is, it's like, what am I supposed to say, Yamato? I kind of like Dom, but I wish his voice had a bit more bass in it. Bro, I can only watch one of you at the same time. Like, I can't, I can't have 4 on screen. So I say that lovingly. He would know what I mean by it. But you are cannibalizing each other's audience, because your audience is his audience too, innit?
And while look, it's good for the individuals because they get their own viewership or whatever. But as we've said, like, it does lead to this situation, which is mirrored across the entire internet. This is not unique to League of Legends, but we've kind of done it to ourselves now too, is where if you split the main broadcast enough, the message which it provides is also split with it. I mean, how many players do you think have a coherent narrative around them compared to back in the day, where you could actually, if you pointed to a player, people could think of one joke about them or one tagline about them,
a famous player,
something like that. Now, that will be there to a certain extent, and it'll be there for the biggest teams in the world, but you will not get that going into the mid-table at all, and you certainly won't get that for less.
I've got an angle for you.
Regions. Yeah,
I'll tell you another reason you're a bit fucked on that, mate. So think about the contrast. I'll give you the craziest night and day contrast. We went from the pro player already is the biggest streamer and does all odd one memes and Saint Vicious and I'm a cutie pie and double. I've run the whole gamut of the teams here, guys. You had all these teams have that. Then now what did we talk about like 5 episodes ago? Half the league is unknown Korean players. Bro, they're not going to do that. If there's ever anyone just sits and plays the video, the Koreans have got it nailed, mate. You're going to get the odd one, not the one from tier 3. You're going to get an odd Korean that might be a bit spicy. The rest of them are just going to sit and play the game. And I'm sorry, we saw this in StarCraft. It's not true that Koreans don't have personality, but you have to sort of like create a space where they can showcase it, and you have to gradually coax it out of them. They're not going to come on day one, beyond rare exceptions, and walk on the stage and go, APA, he shit. I kill him. Like, it would be dope if they did. We'd all. By the way, the joke is, remember when Impact could barely speak English? Just saying top die was iconic.
Oh, that was
you
so
wouldn't even have
cool.
to do. You don't even have to do much to be an icon. But the problem is, in the modern day, they're used to the world like the LPL. You just sit down and play the game, man. I get paid to win the mid lane, don't I? Like, that's what they think.
And interesting on that too, this is actually a look behind the curtain in terms of how certain players get their brand built up too. So OGN always used to somewhat script out their trash talk video segments where, like, if you didn't have anything to say, they'd feed you a line and then you could say that. This has become a thing over time, naturally, into a lot of the teaser trailers which happen at Worlds, which are very, very famous, folks. Faker, when he said, all roads lead to me, that wasn't Faker coming up with that line. That was Shakarez. Shakarez is the guy that wrote that line. And obviously Faker has this attached to him for all eternity. And it's really built up this play. It's one of the most iconic lines in terms of like, oh, this golden road. Oh, but all roads lead to me. Fucking insane. That was written for him. Now, of course, Faker's had a bunch of these moments and he'll have his own lines too in interviews and whatever. This is something which happens across esports where you have to have people actually building up people's characters. Remember, way back in the day when it was the original OGN broadcast and whatever, it's just Monty and Doe just kind of riffing on whatever the heck that, they were calling like Faker like this robot guy in terms of like, because it was the Terminator jokes about T1 and T2 and making a joke about the Terminator movies and stuff. But particularly for international audiences and global audiences, you do have to put a lot of work to build up those characters. It does take some expertise. You do need to have the right moments to do it. As you said, you need to give them the space to grow into that character. Sometimes the players will then inhabit that space very well because they've kind of been led into it, but you have to work to really give them that space sometimes.
Oh, I absolutely agree. Also, like, as we say, some of these things, it's almost some of the, aside from on that Four Horsemen episode where the whole point was to bitch and reminisce and talk about all the massive big stuff, some of these things can't be switched. Forget overnight. They'll take years and years. And I say, especially things that involve like big superstar talents. The big myth of esports, mate, is that we ever created those. We didn't. What you did actually is we tamed a few wild stallions, the doubleths of the world. Those aren't, they just aren't there anymore, mate. Or as I said, you're in the unfortunate scenario where it is APA, but he doesn't have doubleths game, he has more like Paul Belter's game. which isn't even a diss, if you know the example. So I think sadly you can't fix that in that sense. And if the viewership's gone down, then it has. By the way, I don't worry that much about that. I worry about it in the sense of I'm friends with owners that are fucking putting millions in these teams. And I'll tell you another. Actually, that reminds me. There is a piece of news that came out that I don't think we discussed. I forgot to drop in the channel, where it was basically leaked that the highest paid player in the LCS is Upset, but he makes 500k. Bro, I'm not joking. A few years ago, there were sometimes players making that in Academy League in NA. Like that's how low the supposedly the average is like 200 something.
Was that for NA or for EU? Because that was Upset you mentioned.
Just LCS. Sorry, Inspired.
Inspired. Sorry, yeah.
Yes, I said the wrong name.
Because I remember back in 2022.
Because obviously this is why him going to line is supposed to be a big deal. The idea getting the highest paid. Well, 500k is not.
Yeah, because folks, I remember bottom tier players in LEC in 22, and this is obviously when they had less money there, and these were okay, in fairness, these were probably fairly well paid, but this is people who are on 9th, 10th place teams who are earning upwards of 200k, maybe 250k, something like that, and that was only 4 years ago. Now, that should be quite indicative of quite a lot of things. Obviously, NA has had a lot of shit.
And by the way, the top end was even bigger. I can tell you, if you were someone famously Bjergsen, Monty revealed he had $2 million or something when he was on Team Liquid at the end.
Think of the Sword Art thing.
I believe people like Jensen have been on $1 million contract. There's also Rain over who there's been some huge contracts. So we all know it's scaled down, but if the idea is that's crazy money, 500k. Now you also know, by the way, why if anything we're going the other way, and it's JoJo's coming back. They're not getting our top talents anymore, boys. Because if you're Vladdy, you don't go to Team Liquid now. I'm sorry, you don't.
Well, I think a lot of this happened because of the FTX collapse. Remember, folks, it was the FTX LCS, and it was TSM FTX. Yeah. They partnered up with this huge crypto platform, and it just exploded. They were just absurd amounts of money down the drain. Esports has this habit of catching on to these pump and dump schemes, regardless of whether it's venture capital, and which was actually that didn't have the pump and dump as much for it, but then stuff like crypto and NFTs, and then obviously we're getting into a point where it's okay, our team's going to start getting into AI stuff because that's the recent industry like that. Esports is just for the fell for it again award on this particular aspect, and it's happened enough, and now the global economy's downturned, and a lot of people have realized that effectively, while esports might have some return and it might be fairly consistent, it will never have the explosive return which a lot of investors are looking for. And it took them a little while to wise up for this. I can tell
you that's explicit. They don't even hide that, bro. If you ever ask someone who invested millions into esports, almost no one was actually an idiot, by the way. Most of them didn't get conned. They weren't actually people who did no due diligence and they've invested I give you an example. There's no one who had $10 million net worth and invested $3 million in LCS and was going, I'm losing it all. What the bloody hell? They're all groups of people who collectively as investment groups have 200 million, 500 million to play with. And someone told them, right, well, we've got the main industries we're invested in, like Apple and Nvidia. We're investing there, your normal money. But then what we'll do is take 10% of the portfolio. And as you say, we will gamble it. And by the way, explicitly, the aim of the gamble, I can tell you, I've been in these meetings, even with LFN, mate, was, can your company 10x its valuation? Not, can it do 2 times, 3 times? Can it be a good business? Because that's not what you're invested for. You're gambling. If you wanted to do that, by the way, that was the main portion of your funding. The point of the gamble one is you're going to gamble on something where I'm going to lose the majority of them, but if one of them hits, it makes it all worthwhile, and then that becomes something awesome. So you're right. The problem now is this. Esports can even get bigger. It could even be 2 or 3 times bigger, but it will never be, sadly, it appears, what they hoped, which was if I put a couple million in now, I turn around almost like if I didn't look at my Bitcoin 10 years ago, and I go, holy shit, now it's worth fucking, my 2 million's worth 150. Yeah, that's what they wanted. And believe it or not, the fact it doesn't have the crazy variance is what means they've gone forever now, mate. Because by the way, you even alluded to it. I'll tell you where that money's put. Into AI. That's where they're putting it all now, because they do think that has that's 1,000x, they probably believe. So that the joke is AI took that shit. It ruined another thing, guys.
Yep. And even then, eventually that's going to explode too. That's just the nature of all these things. The short term looks great. Well, folks, this is all going to explode too. But it really, obviously, it's kind of it's a little alarming to see how much a couple of years can matter to salaries. Obviously, I know how it applies to broadcasters to a certain degree too. Obviously, we're broadcasters on a lot lower salaries than that. And even then, they've gone down.
Of course.
Yeah, like I know that a lot of people have had to take pay cuts over time because it's the nature of everything right
Yeah.
now. But the fact that that's the max salary in LCS, there were worlds where effectively every player in the world was deciding if they were going for money, it was either LCS or LPL. China had a bunch of money, NA had a bunch of money. Remember that at some point, was it Team Liquid that offered Faker a blank check? And he turned it down, but they offered him a blank check basically. But that's happened before. There's a reason why. I mean, Korean players just kept coming to LCS. You know, we had Piglet, we had Impact, we had Core JJ.
Yeah, by the way,
World
the reason why that's not even just a PR stunt. One, I can tell you, it's one thing I always respected actually about Steve Arhanset from Team Liquid is he always understood that thing of like, even if it is literally a 1% chance he says yes, give yourself the 1% chance, do the meeting, do a real business proposal, show it to the guy. And even though at the end, Chovy, Faker, a bunch of those insane players do just go through their, sorry, we have got a different route. You do it just in case they happen to say yes, because as you're saying, like the reason you can actually unironically say, I have got a blank check is because here's what I can tell you Steve Arhanset would do. Let's say Faker wrote on that check 10 million a year, which by the way is more than he makes now. Oh, I can tell you Team Liquid does not have the funds to pay that. But if you don't know anything about what people like Jack and Steve from Cloud9 and Team Liquid are like, they could easily get in a room with a mixture of massive sponsors and their own investors. And if they pitched that properly of, listen, we need 10 mil, but we get this guy and we can market him this way, they'd say yes. They'd get sign off on that. But you wouldn't have the 10 mil in the bank. You wouldn't have it in your pocket. And you wouldn't have it for anyone else. It's only in the case of something like that. So the point is, if you are the most marketable player, the joke is actually Reckless should have gone to LCS if he wanted mad money. He should have gone about 4 or 5 years ago. He would have gotten crazy paid, mate. He would have gotten that Bjergsen money, like the 2-3 million a year, because he was seen as like, as you see, he could literally be in a Giorgio Armani commercial. Like
well, he said he wanted to go to China at some point because he was huge in China.
Could have worked.
It could have gone.
Could also worked. Yep.
Yeah, there's plenty of ways that they could have gone. And yeah, I think it's no surprise that a lot of these like legendary players with huge brands do eventually cash in at some point. I mean, it's only sensible, right? I mean, if you can get good results there at the same time, obviously that's the golden thing. But it does make you respect some players more who just continually try for results and don't go for the money. But it does make a lot of sense, particularly because your shelf life as a player is so low to get the money somewhere at some point.
And I was actually wrong. It said he's the highest paid in the West. So he's even more than in theory.
Ooh, okay, so that includes LEC too. Although I can't imagine LEC has huge.
No, and here's the other thing as well.
Budgets.
I'll throw this out there. Another thing people don't realize about European esports is Europe has never fallen for the trick the NA people have, which is Europe does not mega overpay its superstars. So you might have heard recently, because he was up for his contract. Caps re-signed, and suppose he's now the second highest paid mate. He supposedly got a really nice pay bump. The difference is if you're G2 and actually in Counter-Strike, Vitality plays the same role. They have a guy called Zebu who's unbelievable and they've never ever let him go. But I can tell you he's not the highest paid. What you do is this. You just keep raising their salary, but because you provide them an awesome place to play where all they have to do is play the game and never have to think about teammates, you always get them the best teammates. You always re-up. They don't have to have the awkward thing of moving to a new squad. They'll just sign for an increase, but then notice all the money, I don't know how much you know about sports, Nymaera, but nearly all the crazy transfers come from free agent leaving and being convinced to go elsewhere by the number. Yeah. That's what gives you the crazy one, because you get a bidding war, and then at the end, I just choose between the one that's like one's 8 million and one's 7 million. If instead the choices are, I actually want to be here, you want me to be here, you know I'm the best, so can I have more money? Yes, but we can't pay you the most because here's the budget. Actually, these people tend to be reasonable as long as you create that circumstance. So the dirty secret actually of League of Legends is, think about this. In Counter-Strike, even though they've had these amazing squads that have won the major and the best, they've never been the highest paid. It's League where they've been shit, where they've had to pay crazy money and get people in for bonkers salaries, and it hasn't worked. Similarly, for G2, it's vice versa. In fucking CS, they've also had like low budgets. They've worked off keeping stars. And so what people don't realize is good business isn't really, I have the biggest pot of money and I spend the most. Actually, there's a concept that comes from the business world of marketing, if people don't know, which they say that the best product tends to just succeed because it's the best product. But the middle of the range product has to have crazy marketing, otherwise who would buy it? That's the logic. And some of that sort of applies to teams. Like, I'll be real. The real reason why Inspired's the highest paid, I'll tie it into what I just said. It's because why the fuck else would he be on Lion Gaming, a squad that no one even knew? They were a bloody LLA team back in the day, weren't they? Like, who the fuck are they? He's on that team because they had the biggest number at the end of the day among teams that probably also, there was probably only a couple of offers anywhere close to that. If other than that, you go to Cloud9, you go to Team Liquid, and you just be on one of the best orgs. So it makes sense. It's just that, sadly, I thought this tied into the viewership thing. That also shows you where NA is at. NA used to be the kingmaker region. It used to be the region where you could not only be world famous, you'd be a millionaire too. And the obvious names, forget Reckless for a moment, mate, the people back in the day would have had Humanoid eventually, and Upset, and fucking Razork. They would have had first crack at a Calist or someone. Like, they would have had all these guys. Now, actually, the good news if you're an LEC fan is they just go in LEC. And in fact, we get their JoJo's. It's crazy.
That never used to be
sounds like a great line. We get their JoJo's.
Because like one of the other ways that they convince you to is say like, oh, if you come, we can guarantee that this player comes as well. There's a lot of politics with that. So like, for instance, maybe one of the reasons that Inspire joined is like, you will get to play with Berserker, you will get to play with Thane, like these players which had a very good last year. That's obviously very common as well. That can get that's why we get the domino effect though, because effectively, I mean, this happened a lot over in Asia right over this offseason, which was okay. Where was Viper going? Everyone wanted to play with him. Viper wanted to play with a certain set of mid laners. He obviously ended up going towards BLG. But up until the final whistle kind of was blown on that, everyone was waiting for that. A couple of years ago, it was Perks, back in like 2021, whatever, where he was deciding to go post G2, so it would have been 2021. And it was all about, well, okay, where the hell's he going? Because that led to the whole kind of domino effect of he's going to NA, then that means that actually someone else has got to go elsewhere, blah, blah, blah. So sometimes big players can hold up the entire market because players are trying to do their own gamesmanship as well. In fact, that's a topic we've talked about fairly commonly here, because it's one of the things which I think the general community does need to think about this more and more, which is, okay, players also need to be held to account for the rosters that they choose over the years as well. It's not just about the money. Sometimes it's about, you have to be competing in a good team. Someone like Larson, we will forever sadly hold it against him. He was not good at choosing rosters. Someone like Inspired, typically, actually, he's done a pretty okay job. He's been competing fairly well on those teams, but perhaps this is the one where he's misjudged it. Perhaps this is one where it hasn't worked out in the way that he would have wanted to. Of course, there's stuff like Dokla playing instead of Zamado as well. Their first series, I have to say, I wonder whether he's going to murder one of his teammates by the end of the year. It was not a good start, but we'll have to see really whether this is a project which we genuinely believe has that ceiling which he could have been drawn over there for.
By the way, there's two things for that as well. It was just so shit if people don't know that. I didn't even want to make it a massive topic because I didn't bring up his team. We'll wait and see if they get good in the season. There's two things. One, the reason why I already was so scared when he didn't get the top laner, bro, is because despite all the goodwill all these fans have for Dokla, it's actually kind of mad that Dokla even got to be relevant. Like, if the LCS was in a really healthy space, he wouldn't have been competing for one of the best top laners in the league. Like, that already, there's a reason no other team wanted to pick him up. I'm sorry, he's a veteran at the end of his already seen better days career. And then also, if Inspired was getting triggered by what at the time was like the best players across the board, all LCS players, and they weren't doing things right, and they already had a defined playing style, identity, played together for over a year, then he's going to lose his shit when he's playing on this mix. And then I'll just add this in. There's even an added pressure he didn't have on FlyQuest. Everyone can read the internet and they all know he's getting the most money and that he went there probably to get the most money. And that means when you lose, you've got that Lost Ratones thing of like, you're not allowed to lose. Like, bloody hell, that's a nightmare. That's the pressure on this guy is going to be crazy. It's going to be nuts.
Yeah. Like, I think that Dokla should have had a team in the LCS, but this is the problem with their being...
It should have been like Disguised Toast or something, mate. You know what I mean?
And I think what he said was, like, he had, like, one offer or something, and obviously that didn't work out, something like that. But actually, top lane's not in a bad spot for LCS. I think, Gatgos is pretty good. Photon, I mean, he was really
also, everyone's missed that meme. You guys all make that meme that better start learning Chinese. No, if you want to play in the LCS, you better start learning Korean, mate. That's the joke. Make that the meme. That's a banger. That's actually
time to learn Korean, bro.
Yeah. Get the Korean classes going, mate. Then you can be back in the league.
Actually, they've got 1, 2, 3, 4. There were like 4, 5. There were like 5 Korean-speaking top players.
It's nuts, bro.
That's actually a banger. Yeah. Damn, that's funny as hell.
Yeah, especially because people did that joke anyway that if you speak English as a top player, you shit on Jace and fucking Rumble or whatever. Like, it even works as a fucking analysis meme too.
Oh my god. Well, he tried it with Mandarin, right? He had his very Chinese time of his life when he was out at Worlds. That was banger content, don't get me wrong, but obviously just chose the wrong language.
Sure. Now, speaking of keeping a track of your finances, figuring out where the leaks are in your in and out each day, how about figure out which subscriptions are unwanted but are still going on in the background? Our next sponsor, Rocket Money, they can help you with that. Actually, I have to say, every time I've read the copy for this, actually just seems like a banger concept for an app. Like, I never would have thought, oh, it's the sort of thing you could use. Because what this does basically is it actually allows you to cover all sorts of things to do with your finances. So whereas before you would just think of each thing separately, like I've got my subscriptions and then I've got like, what's my monthly amount and what's my budget? Well, no, I'll just eyeball it roughly about that, or I think I've got that. But I'll tell you, one of the hardest things whenever you're trying to manage your lifestyle is once you add up all the little expenses, all the small things that seems only like a few dollars here, a few dollars there, $10 on a subscription, $15 on something I paid for a while ago. I'll get to that. I still want to use it at some point, but you never do. And then it's only when it's like 6 months later, you go, I'll cancel it. Oh, why did I pay for like 5 months extra? That's actually like €200, $400 I would have spent on. My joke there is like not worth that much, but it is about 1.5 times. It's pretty bad exchange rate nowadays. Basically, this will help you solve all of that at the same time and in a really, really easy way. They can track all your subscriptions. You have the ability within the app on a few taps to just cancel a subscription so you can save time. You can avoid charges. You can actually maintain only the things you want to be subscribed to now. They have all sorts of things like automatic transaction categorization across accounts. You can customize the categories and the tags so that as a result, you can keep track of things like what are my spending patterns? Where am I like splurging? Where have I actually, where maybe you want to spend more money in one area? I don't know. You can figure out things like upcoming big transactions so you can save accordingly and be responsible. That dreaded thing. Guess what? Like an app, and basically this service can help you do that at this point in time. And you can consolidate your checking, savings, loans, investments, all of that into one dashboard with a really clear overview. Think about League where you want all the data coming in from the API. You just see what your best champion is and what to pick and what the matchup was. Think of it like that way. You're just going to make it really simple in an otherwise complicated system. Let Rocket Money be that app that helps you reach your financial goals faster. Join at rocketmoney.com/LFN. That's rocketmoney.com/LFN. Rocketmoney.com/LFN. I repeated it a third time just to make sure you know it's rocketmoney.com/LFN. Right, okay, thank you to them. That actually sounds straight fire. I've got to say, if I was in my 20s, I'd be all over that because I was the guy just eyeballing it and going, oh, pretty good. Oh, I didn't realize in 2 weeks I need to save up for that. Where do I get $200?
What do you think I'm doing right now, Thorin?
You know, I am the pretty sweet. Without going too into detail, I am the fool back in the day where I had loads of like fucking CDs and it was like, oh, I need the money. And that guy in fucking Cash Converters, like on some like porn star shit, like I give you £5 for it all. I'm like, well, I need the £5, so fuck my life. Yeah, take my whole music collection, sir.
Oh, God.
Yeah, one crisp £5 note. So anyway, that can help you with that. That can help you get your shit together. Now, as if to show the LCS that no one gives a fuck about the gameplay. It's all about the drama and the showmanship. We'll now talk about the best League of Legends regions in the world, but for like the last hour. So let's go, because Nymaera, I'll tell you what, if there's one I fell for it again award that I am happy to accept every fucking 3 months of my life, it is the moment I think I know who the best LPL team is. You know what?
Christ.
I've watched too much LCK and I've always tried to convince the LCK watchers, oh, the league's so deep in the LPL, you don't understand, they're just as good. No, the difference is when I watch the LCK Nymaera, I'm always like, the Chovy team's fire. You know what? I'm like, pretty good roster. Hey, T1, never give up on them. It's easy to go, right again. This is great. This is easy being an analyst. What, you guys thought Phoenix and Nongshim would be good? You fools. Then you go and watch the LPL. Here's how the LPL works.
Nothing makes
BLG,
sense.
Unbeatable. No one can beat them. They're clearly the best team. Who's going to beat them? What, JDG? Yeah, right. What? Nani? What? Then they do, and then it's like, all right, you know what? Maybe JDG is up. Hold the fort. Here comes like Weibo Gaming's in. Like, if there was ever a league where it's wrestling and whose music is that? That doesn't make sense. Like, this is all the Royal Rumble. This league, listen, it's compelling, mate. No, it's the corp I put in there. It's compelling, Nymaera. At this point, this is where I actually can't handle it. this is why I actually can't handle it. It's one thing if it's the real teams. I'll accept if anyone's Legend, BLG, and JDG play with my heart, phone a game in here or there, don't have their best day. What I can't handle is IG, Weibo Gaming, and TES. Will you give me a motherfucking break? Because I don't know who the best team is. I don't know who the second best team is. And I have no clue who the worst team is in that Ascend group. So come on, let's get into it. Let's get into it.
So this is Group Ascend. These are the top teams. We have a circle of suck. Every team can be connected in a cycle of just someone's beat someone else. Because BLG have only lost to JDG. JDG have beaten all of the top teams, but they've only lost to like the two bottom teams, and they've lost to Weibo and to IG. And then the cycle goes round and round and round. So as far as okay. So I think the easiest place to view this is JDG, because they're the ones which I think have done the most unexpected wins and the unexpected losses. So it's probably easier to use them as a linchpin. JDG have just beaten BLG in 2 best-of-3s in the same week. The first one was a 2-0. The first one was a 2-0. The second one was a 2-1. And honestly, both series were absolute bangers. Yep. But I think it showcased some really important stuff about how JDG can get a leg up over BLG, and that will help us also figure out potentially how they lose to bottom teams as well in the Group Ascend group. So they beat BLG. Basically by being better late game team fighters. They're better 5v5s. However, BLG were getting the better in the early game. They were getting much better at them in the side lanes as well. But basically, JDG figured out that you can always bait BLG into a 5v5, even if they don't have the comp to win it. Oh. Great game to watch. This was game 1 of the game which we saw in the second best of 3, where an excellent Pantheon game from Shun, where he was just ulting into side lanes. It was a Knight Azir game, but this was actually a pretty good Knight Azir game where he lost lane to a Ziggs counter, Ziggs matchup, but as soon as he got into the side lanes, swept the Ziggs into the Pantheon, died basically on repeats. Was on Rakan. So he had like this very mobile jungle support they'd get across the map and make big plays. And JDG, I don't think their macro around side lanes is very good. I think that's actually one of the worst things that that Vampire is as a support, because he doesn't turn up to the side lane plays in time. However, if there's a 5v5, this motherfucker's pretty good. This guy's really, really good at getting that initial engage. And basically, BLG in that first game, they just buy into a fight on top side where On is caught out. They all in to try and get On to save his life, and they end up everyone dying. They lose all their shutdowns, leads to a Baron, games falls apart. I think that BLG have some real issues with understanding when their comp works and when it doesn't. Because particularly even in the second game, that Series 2, they had another comp which was just better at skirmishes, worse at teamfights. They went into the teamfights, they lost. This is a bit of a hangover from BLG 2024, where they were world finalists in Game 5, very, very good team. This problem still existed then, but they were so good at the game that they could play against the advantage because they were so good at stuff like Viari Kaiser, Jax Renekton top lane, kind of like steamrolling through an early lead and then making magic happen somewhere too, on being on very creative roaming supports. But
I've always loved the idea because it is the actual classic sickness of the LPL for a long time. Yeah. It's like if you tell them, your problem is you're going to have to be really far ahead to win these team fights. They think that's like, oh, right, yeah, that's the game plan. No, I was diagnosing the problem. Like, no, like, because a lot of night teams, mate, just fight their way through the problems. They just do. Yep. We have to go even harder then, so okay.
It was really famous for one of the top esports teams he was on with like a really shit support. And I think it was Crescent who was their coach at that point, where it was like, this team doesn't have macro. They're going to land a skill shot in mid lane or they're going to lose the game. And Knight was so good at it, it would actually work. But it's just, it functionally was not the right way to play League of Legends. Right now, again, functionally the way that they play League of Legends, half the game is right. They know how to play around side lanes. But, there are points in times where you can see that there's a dragon coming up, or there's like a dragon and a baron coming up at the same time. And like, they choose to group for the fight where realistically they should have been playing on 3 lanes and they just end up dying. So JDG, the way that they beat BLG was by really, really good ability to force 5v5s in those clutch moments. They'd hold on to a point where they could get to late game, and then they could demolish them. So that's the way that they beat BLG. There's actually another interesting matchup which they ended up winning as well, because they ended up taking the first series from Anyone's Legend. And that was very surprising to me because it was through a very different way. Because actually, I thought they were worse team fighters than Anyone's Legend. I thought, so basically we have like BLG not as good at late game team fighting, then JDG who are better than them at that, and then Anyone's Legend who were better team fighters than JDG. But the way that they beat them was very different because effectively what happened was Junja was really, really good at his early pathing, and that meant that because they actually have very strong bot lane in 2v2 as well, they'd likely win the push in the bot side. Junja would get something out of the enemy jungle or force anyone's legend into... Anyone's Legend have this problem where they'll never take a half victory in the early game. They always go for the whole surprise, and they'll try and get the whole thing. And because Junja was so good at his early pathing, Anyone's Legend would buy into that early fight, and they lose, which is something that occasionally they do last year, but they're so good as a jungle support duo and typically moving around the map, as a Tabe team tends to be, that typically they're very successful. Well, it's no surprise that Tabe's moved to this new team of JDG, and now they're beating them in the early game too. So that was really interesting to me, how actually they would get ahead through early game pathing to Anyone's Legend, and they weren't just beating Anyone's Legend in the same way that they were beating BLG by baiting them into 5v5s. In fact, actually, the series which they played against Anyone's Legend, the one game they lost was because they were worse at 5v5s. They ended up getting out team for, which is very, very interesting. So that's the way that JDG were winning games. The way that they were losing games is because basically they'd come up against just the utter chaos teams in the early game. You'd have like Weibo with Jeje in the jungle. You have like Invictus Gaming with Wei in the jungle. And they just like randomly just do a different camp clear where they do like 3 camps into a bot gank or something like that, or just completely go in the opposite direction to where you thought they would do. And suddenly Junja wasn't able to get ahead of the enemy jungler and secure the early game. And that led to some really interesting facets where what we saw was, against the 2 top teams, JDG were quite able to shut down enemy supports. Like Kael is one of the most important parts of Anyone's Legend. If he's not on the map, they really struggle. Same with On for BLG. I think that BLG have not figured out that they need to play to bot side, not top side. They need to unlock on the map on a creative roaming champion. Otherwise, this team is really not functional. On paper's over a lot of the cracks for them. But against like the bottom tier teams, they're so chaotic, they can't plan for that. So even though Weibo, Invictus Gaming are not as good teams as the top teams, not really, they're stylistically more chaotic that you can't plan for them. So this kind of thinking machine of Tabe instilling them in this early game plan, it just doesn't work in the same way. And particularly, I think against Weibo, the thing which I was really, really surprised by was that they got diffed in jungle support, when that was largely where I think that they ended up beating, the other teams out from them as well. I mean, Airho's, the support for Weibo, I didn't think he was particularly good from last year, but he was the better support than Vampire in the time when they beat them, and I was completely surprised by that. That's largely how I picture this group. It's a real mess, but I think JDG are a great way to view how they're winning and losing against the top and bottom teams.
And the funny thing is, you still look at the teams, even in spite of all this weird, like, it depends who's playing who as to who actually wins, not even where you are in the league. One thing I do like, and this is actually always the charm of the LPL, is they do play so heavily to their incredibly idiosyncratic strengths as a lineup. Like, as you say, BLG will always be the team that in the mid game think they're going to win the team fight. They always will be. That's why, if anything, you made the roster perfect. It doesn't look like a great macro team because where's the shot caller? But I'll tell you what, they've got motherfucking hands in those mid lane, like in mid game. Like, you get them around a Baron fight, this team can win any fight. Anyone's Legend, they kept the same roster, including one of the most underrated parts of the game, I think, is they have Tarzan and Kayle at the same time. Like, that's why, even though, yes, if it was me, I would be cynical. Football Manager, I'm sorry, I would have upgraded the ADC to someone better. I would have been in the run for a Viper. So I don't know what the money they've gotten to talk about.
Get me one XN, for God's sake.
I mean, anyone who's got mega hands, basically. At the same time, though, their team is the mega supportive elements. They have one of the best in the entire world at that role. And as a result, yes, you can see that, like, when they win the game, it makes sense, mate. That's why I do feel a lot of people still think, like, the flaw of that team, they should always be top 2 or 3 at minimum. The problem is, it's the other 4 where it's like, always you fought. What the fuck is it? Because JDG, like, they have the pieces, and HonQ has had a couple of series now where it's like, okay, mate. It was real. The hype was real. You are actually a fucking stud, and you could be a big thing in this LPL. Like, you could be one of the greats. Then you go look at Weibo. Listen, it just still, the roster has never made any sense from when it was created to when I've watched it, but it is a good mixture of players. Like, at the same time, if that was a fantasy team, you'd have a chance. You got some good players in there. You got different people who can do something. TES, I have to say, is just a miracle. I don't know how they win any of these fucking games, mate. Like, that guy had to get 2 pentakills or whatever it was in that game to win that
it
one.
was like a pentakill and 2 quadras to win
there you go.
2 against IG or something like that.
That's what it takes to win. That's insane. And then, yes, my beloved IG, you know what? Listen. I said when Fnatic signed, like, I didn't really believe that it could last long term, but I allowed myself to dream. I dared to dream.
2 weeks, Thorin. You're not jumping up in 2 weeks.
Listen,
You
I'm never
lasted 2
jumping
weeks
off.
with this team.
I'm never jumping off, but I have understood the best we can hope for is to be on the outskirts of contention. You know what I mean? We could be like fourth, third best team. You know, we're never gonna actually be BLG.
Where's your goddamn conviction?
There was a week where you could actually believe, holy shit, they're actually going to do it. Like they can actually get it up. That's not going to happen. And part of it is because top and ADC just aren't close to the best in the league. Like that's not happening. So, but you can still be relevant. The problem is, once you get outside the top sphere, as we say, it's just who you're playing. That's, by the way, that makes it very compelling to watch because that means even if your team is top esports, depends who they're playing this week, mate. Whoever they're playing this week could suddenly make that twice as interesting as you thought it would be. Yeah, and I mean, as you saw in that Anyone's Legend series, if you do want to watch IG play, you still get a sweat, mate. They'll still give you that little fucking moment where you'll believe. They'll tease you that it can happen.
YG had another, they had a banger series today against Anyone's Legend. They took a game off of them, and I mean, playoffs is going to be an absolute crapshoot because once we get into best of fives with these teams, we get into the real weird champions. That's when I'm like, okay, all hands are off. This is the one holdback I have against certain. Well, I think where the needle will move the most in playoffs is so. A lot of these teams are playing against. You talked about this earlier, right? When you're prepping for different teams week in, week out, your prep is going to look very, very different. So JDG played against BLG, great early game plan. Well, actually, that one in the first series, less good early game plans, and things got a little bit awkward around that. But obviously, they won against BLG. Then they came up against Weibo, and it's like, okay, you've probably prepped more for BLG. Weibo completely blew you out the early game. You didn't have your same foothold, and things fell apart. By the way, second thing about Weibo, because I don't want this to go unmissed, by the way, I was thinking of my best players per role in the world for the first couple of weeks, particularly week 2. I think top lane's a little bit, weirdly, I think it's between Keen and Thorin. Thorin's somehow in that list, which is insane to me, by the way.
It's been good, man. It's been good.
Jungle's a little bit hard to tell. Maybe Ona, maybe Tarzan was a little bit off, but that one I'm a little bit undecided on. Mid lane, again, is all over the place because you've got players like Showmaker doing very well. I think the top 5 and a couple of players from Korea are all over the place there. But AD carry, I genuinely think Elk has been perhaps best AD carry in the world. That's partly because Weibo are, again, somewhat of a dysfunctional game. For those of you that missed it, by the way, Elk dropped an 18-kill Kai'Sa game. 18-kill Kai'Sa game the other day. What the hell? And he's also been playing like Jhin, like the best Jhin player in the world too, with like another 11-kill game on that too. When Elk gets ahead of lane, oh my god, he's insane. To the point where I'm like, was Elk the winner of the BLG trade all along? Perhaps he's been unleashed. I want to see if he can keep that up. His series today was a bit rough versus top esports. His game 2 on the FLS was a bit rough, but like this guy's been absolutely insane. But that does mean effectively you have like a bunch of these players who are just such power players that when you go into any matchup, someone like Jachi on top esports, right? This AD carry that's come out of nowhere, he can just drop, like a pentakill, 2 quadra kills. Oh my god, the game's over. Weibo does the same thing with Elk. You've got some other players hanging around there too. And yeah, when you're kind of like coming through into playoffs, I'm going to find it very interesting to see if the prep time for teams who go between certain best of 5s is going to change things. Is it suddenly going to be, actually, next time JDG go against Weibo, they have figured out that early game pathing and they can shut down Elk and they can shut down JJ. Does that change the way that matchup works? The next time that anyone's Legend go against JDG in playoffs, maybe actually they won't sleepwalk through the early pressure as much. Maybe actually Tarzan will get ahead and then we'll see that Tarzan is, in fact, the best jungler in the world because he has been for the last however long. This guy's really, really fucking good. He's up there with players like Ona, right, who I think is also on the shortlist for that. Sure. I think the prep time when we come into playoffs is going to be a big changer of how that needle goes. We've seen how it goes with kind of like more limited prep time and maybe one team maybe just overlooking other ones there. When we get into the best of 5s, I don't think that'll be nearly as much as a factor. I think teams are going to be really locked in.
Yeah, if people don't realize, one of the other factors that makes it like this, and it's been like this, like I joked, it's kind of been like this for the last 2 years or so when they've had this format, is the format. Because the beauty of the Ascent group is you don't get what you used to get in the giant LPL groups of a couple of years back, which is all those empty calories. So like the reason I could totally have deluded myself about IG if this had been 2 years ago, Nymaera, is because right after they'd have won a big series, they'd have played TT and fucking like all the like dog shit teams, and then they'd have in those ones you can just farm though. You can just look, oh wow, they really are this good. Oh my god, they're on a 4-game win streak, but one of them's against a good team. Now every time you're playing someone relevant, like that's the reason why I actually look. I never ever thought IG was going to win the league. But the reason why I now don't even delude myself they could be the best team, bro, we have the worst ADC in that group. Like, what do you want us to do? Like, if even the Jacky guy can get something off, we've just got the worst.
So the rumor is JackeyLove is coming back for Split 2. Apparently that was said on the Shy stream. So the rumor is he's going to be back. So we're going to actually have Jachi.
If people don't know, it was claimed he has tinnitus is the problem, right?
And it's really bad to the point where like it's giving him like physical pain.
Right.
So he's taking a split off. We'll see whether players like Maker come back too. Tien is also taking a break. Part of this will be to avoid the LPL player auction. But if he does come back, if JackeyLove goes back onto top esports, Jachi's on the market. And like, I mean, I think that anyone's legend could use him. I think that Invictus Gaming could use him. He should get a team. He shouldn't stay on top esports. He should be on teams. Should be really.
And these are game changers. Yeah, you think about it, if you join. Like the obvious one is TS. They have spots there, but you're right. IG's another one. Like if IG just shows any level of competence, if you are like one of these players and you walk in, mate, that ADC spot's right there if you want it.
And I mean, we'll see what happens with LNG, but like LNG are currently in the bottom group, and they're not relevant to Group Ascend, right? But they are clearly the best bottom team, and I have to say them because it's a 3-group system. The teams in the middle group look kind of bad.
Yeah, it's crap.
Like there is a chance that LNG could make a run for it, but if they don't, I actually wonder whether 1xN finally get. Okay, that's just me, like my personal thing. I need 1xN to be on a top team. This guy's just too good to be rotting on a Nirvana team again. Like, but I look at players like Hope is fine domestically. He's not going to give you international ceiling. We've seen that too much now. We saw that with JDG in 22. We saw that with Anyone's Legend. I think we've seen the peak of Hope. And, you know, I've got a lot of love for him for being a multiple LPL champion. If Anyone's Legend really wants to be want to find a higher ceiling, it has the risk of breaking the chemistry. It does. They should be looking at a better AD carry, one that can actually carry when the chips are down. Unlike, you know, the Game 5 versus T1 at
I'll just remind people for a million times. Please just don't think about JackeyLove internationally. In the LPL, I'm telling you, he's a demon. I can imagine if he walks into Anyone's Legend, bro, like I think here's an obvious way you could get that move to happen. If they just don't win the split. If they lose the split, let's say BLG or someone smash them in the final, mate, you just gamble. That's exactly the smashing case of emergency. You get JackeyLove, that could change everything. Yeah, you're right. It could completely ruin the dynamic. It might fuck it completely. Maybe Gale has to play it differently. You're right. That it's a gamble, but the difference is there's an upside to that gamble. That gamble makes you maybe actual contenders of world suddenly.
So basically, the player between Jachi and JackeyLove who don't make it onto top esports starting roster, they should be a starting AD carry somewhere else. They should be. And that's going to throw everything for an absolute loop again, because I think the feeling I get is that a lot of players aren't taking this first split like 100% seriously. So because like the auction first stand is less of a good prize than MSI, blah blah blah. So split 2 is where things are going to get really, really wild. And I do wonder whether a team like Anyone's Legend, they've started so slowly. They have done. I think that their early game has not been good enough, and I think that their laning phase has been really skewy, actually. I think that Flandre is falling. If you give a volatile matchup to top lane, Flandre will fall behind. He's not getting ahead in those matchups. You basically have to draft him a stable matchup. He's great when that happens because his team fighting is really, really good. But, you know, against the best top laners in the world, this guy will lose you games. Shanks hasn't been on excellent form. We've already talked about Hope being... He's fine domestically, and even then there have been some lanes where have been really gone against him. Like Anyone's Legend do need a bit of a bump up in that early laning strength. Maybe they'll ramp up into it. Maybe they're just starting slow for that. But yeah, that's a lot of my thoughts on Group Ascend. And I need to see what happens when they ramp up into the best of fives, because that prep time, you know, I'm saying, oh, it'll change things. I mean, last year in Split 2, I want to say, like Team WE, who were one of the easiest teams to figure out in the world because they only play through like certain champions, somehow managed to knock out top esports and JDG from one playoffs. And I'm like, okay, there's some fraud allegations going on in terms of the coaching staff there, because those drafts should have been a lot easier. But on paper, when we get through the best of fives, when teams do actually get to prep against each other, and maybe Junja doesn't get that early lead, or maybe they manage to figure out their matchup against the bottom teams, maybe that changes the way that the Ascend group plays out.
And at this point in time, mate, there are just trends that play out in League that even if they don't make sense, like they're narratives, and you can't always pin them down exactly and show, like, pause the screen and go, see, it's there. Mate, I'll tell you something about Zhao Hu's career. Another area where he reminds me in his latter days, an elder statesman, of Faker, is, bro, how many fucking times do these guys just clutch out a big game or win a series where actually they sort of shouldn't, like the tide's going against you, maybe your teammates aren't as good as the opponent. Mate, Weibo just wins inexplicable games. Like, they're the a team
do.
to me
They do.
that doesn't even make sense how they win the game. They just do. And at this point,
Yeah.
you've changed every piece around the guy like a ship of Theseus. He's the only one left. Like, there's just something about, he's talismanic, that guy, mate.
The funny thing about that is I think he has been the least clutch player on this team somehow himself.
Sure.
Well, the way I describe Xiaohu is he has 90% of a good game, and then he just runs it down for the remaining 10%. Like, but you're absolutely right. I mean, somehow Weibo have managed to retain this kind of random clutch, chaotic identity. I love watching Weibo because they are our Katie Rolster or Fnatic. There are teams that just don't make sense. But
I can tell you, as someone who bets on these games, they torture me, bro. Every time I think
dude,
they're good,
no,
they lose and ruin my money.
Teams?
Every time I'm like, this is easy. It's Weibo, bro. It's a 2-0. They fucking win the game 2-1 every time. Every bloody time.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
They just, this team just doesn't make sense. And like I said, Xiaohu...
I need to ban myself from betting specifically on this one team.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think so. About 3 years ago, I branded them Weibo Gaming consistently inconsistent. This team just does not make sense. They did do the funniest thing. But I think the thing which has really surprised me about them as a team is that I thought that Elk and Erha's laning phase and Erha's general would be a massive weak spot for the team. Erha's series today, for those of you that didn't see it, was genuinely very good. And when they beat JDG, he was probably my player of the series, especially against, I mean, Vampire has his ups and downs for JDG, but I do view him as a good support player, and I thought that Erha was tiers below. Erha completely diffed him. And I think that the thing which I picked up from Weibo, they probably have the best vision game of any team in the LPL. Genuinely. I didn't expect this from them, especially from a support I view as like a weaker support. But when they get ahead on the map, they light it up like a Christmas tree. They always know what's coming next as well. And you watch this series versus JDG, as soon as bot lane starts going well for them, JDG never get vision control back in the game. And that was really fascinating to watch because I haven't seen many like heavy vision centric LPL teams for a while, not in that sense. So that's been very interesting for them. So I didn't expect this out of Weibo. We talked about this when we were first talking about the roster a couple of episodes ago. Only Xiaohu and Erha, the mid lane and support, have played together before. I didn't expect this team to come online anytime soon. I suppose you could say the same thing about JDG. New roster, lots of synergy to build up. They've really impressed me in that specific aspect. I mean, like I said, there's some clutch things they need to work out where Xiaohu, like, he had a Cassiopeia game versus BLG where he overstayed in mid lane, died. Overstayed in top lane, died. Game fell apart. He had an Aurora flank, which is a similar thing where he died on the flank. Some of the clutch moments from him specifically haven't been very good, but the team as a whole, they're really a lot more cohesive than I thought they'd have any right to be as a bunch of new players playing together at this point in the split.
Oh, absolutely. I will say this, as I joked earlier, we're going to condense the LPL because normally we obviously make LCS the one on the side. LEC, I've got that Strawberry Star Make Show, which I do have. There was an episode recently. Yeah. If you didn't see it, there was the initialized one before. Then I had, was that the first one? Was that the only one I've done?
You had Rich.
I'm trying to remember
right?
myself. Oh, and I did just rattle on the last episode. There you go. And I've got an episode coming up this week. Don't worry, it's already locked in. It's all going to be coming up soon. It'll actually be out earlier than usual. It won't be a Friday one for that one, thankfully. We finally got a little bit ahead of the schedule. So normally, if I said, do you guys want another LPL segment? You'd say less. If I said, what about an LCK segment? You'd say more, which means you're primed to play Prize Picks, because at Prize Picks, it's super simple. All you do is to give you a bunch of stats projections, and it's simple. There's 2 buttons. You pick more or less, and you can choose which ones to pick. You don't have to do that one. There's a whole bunch out there for all the different things in whatever sport you're following. Obviously, American football season's winding down. There's only the big game left, isn't there? But don't worry, basketball's absolutely thriving. It's all rolling. So if you want to go and play at Prize Picks where it pays to be right, it's really simple. It takes like 30 seconds to lock in your lineup. They've got all sorts of different features. They've got like an early payouts one where if your play gets off to a hot start, you can just cash out before the game even ends. They have stacks where, say you're a fan of, I like, for example, Anthony Edwards of one of the NBA teams. Basically, you can pick him to go points. You could have 3-pointers, you could have rebounds, whatever it might be. You can pick all the different categories. You can stack them all together, and I can ride all of his game in that week. Or maybe Luca, or someone who's like a triple-double threat, or Wembyana with blocks and rebounds and points. Whoever your favorite player is, you can get in on the action with them. There's all sorts of easy angles to understand. They've got all the social components. You can tail people who are winning. You can share what picks you have in lineups with your friends. So download the Prize Picks app today and use code SUMMONING to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code summoning to get $50 in lineup after you play just your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. Thank you to Prize Picks for that. Okay, let's do an LCK segment. And again, I'm just going to start with actually some game-related stuff here. Bro, if there was ever, at this point, speaking of ships of Theseus built around fucking Zhao Hu and Faker, mate, is it just Faker? Was it actually him all along, Austin? Because somehow there's no one else from 2015 T1, but they still do the craziest motherfucking comebacks that are possible in League of Legends. And you know what? If you've ever watched League of Legends before, what team could be almost dastardly wacky races almost over the finish line, then fuck up a good day? What do you think? KT Rolster, anyone? Mate, I always said to Monty, there is something like transcendently quasi-spiritual about the telecom wars, that the second they begin, or suddenly it's like you enter some sort of hyperbolic time chamber outside of time and space, where none of the cultural context or even who the players are interacts with the game. And there's just some of the closest games you've ever seen in League of Legends history played between these two orgs, even though at this point in time, it's just Faker against other people. There's not even anyone left on KT from those days. Like, this is another example of why KT fucking sucks this year, Nymaera. They're not even vaguely the team that had the World's Final run. If you're BDD, it's fucking purgatory. You're in a bad place. Doesn't matter how well you play, you can't win the series. This fucking series they had where they were 1 billion gold ahead. I can't handle it, mate. I can't handle it. This is so insane.
T1 are such an anathema when it comes to this too, because they're such an odd fit, like just like this odd one out when it comes to the LCK, where typically the way that I view objective setups is LCK arrives at an objective, they stoke out, they kind of they get the vision really under their control, and then they just completely starve you out, and then they take the objective off of that, and they'll try and bait you into a fight. T1 play counter meta to that, and they play, well, we're going to late take the objective, and we'll try and clutch it out with like these crazy flanks. I think that's really, really core to their comeback, because I think, as you were saying earlier, basically, in regards to Lost Ratones, actually, is in terms of, well, okay, there's always a chance to just get like that random smite, that random objective fight, and especially in a single game, you can always come back from it. Now, there is an expertise to that too, though. Trying to retake a pit, trying to retake an area of the map is very, very hard to do, because it has a lot of like instinctive mind game stuff you need to lean into, the smoke and mirrors, in terms of, well, where is it likely they have wards? Can we get this push in time? Can we get this flank? Where are they likely to be stood? How much can you tell when you have no vision? That's a very hard skill to have, by the way. And I think it really helps that you have some of the most kind of clutch engage players of all time, where you have not just Faker, but you have players like, in this game it's less relevant to Carrier X is on the Lulu, but in terms of like Faker having something like that as it really helps you have that kind of clutch playmaking opportunity. And sadly, yeah, for KT Rolster, I mean, they had that, you know, that run of magic throughout the late part of last year. They don't have the same bot lane. And I don't think the top side is on the same form that they were. Still, even with that, you would have thought they'd closed it out.
Let me give you the stats.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It was almost 14k lead.
Oh, that's
they
ridiculous.
Had the fucking Baron, the Elder. I think they had the Solos. They had everything, bro. Everything that Riot built in the game to end the game, and they lost. Oh, it's so insane.
Yeah, and like it. I mean, it helps that they managed to contest Baron, which is, again, like, they're really good at retaking areas of the map, but they managed to take that, and like, it really, really does worry me when teams are so far ahead and they cannot keep an enemy jungler off the objective. At that point, if it comes down to a 50-50, you have allowed it to come down to a 50-50. They're not the team that's starting the objective. You are. You need to choke that out, and you need to keep the jungler away from that. And it just so happens that T1 are really, really good at clutch smiting. It's been one of the things which they're best at across their entire history. You know, even going back to like the 22 Worlds Finals that they lost, in that game 5, they stole like, what, 2 Barons or something like that with Gumiyushi's arrows and whatever. And when it comes down to this late game, I mean, once again, KT show that when it comes down to the clutch moments, T1 are by far the most clutch team that has ever existed in League of Legends, and it's not particularly close. There was one interesting part of this, which I think leads to gameplay design, though, which Orcs talked about on Twitter. And I think this is a really interesting conversation where, do you think KT would have ended that game? I mean, they should have ended it anyway, but did it really hurt them, the fact that they had an Ocean Soul and not an Infernal Soul or a Hextech Soul? how crazy is it that one of the most important parts of
God.
our game is based completely on RNG? Because
Yep.
there have been a couple of games like that in the last year. I mean, there's games every year, right? Where you think of, there was some of the games which T1 played internationally last year where they rolled like a Hextech Soul, or the enemy team rolled like a Chemtech Soul or something like that, and it felt like it really tilted the scales. That will always even out in the long run. If you play enough games, you'll get as many good games as you do bad. But it feels really bad in this individual game where you're like, okay, let's be honest. When you're stood in front of like an Azir and a Phelios DPSing you with a Lulu, Ocean Soul's not going to save an Akali. It's not going to save a Rek'Sai in the late game. Might save the Sejuani for a little bit, but realistically, that's not going to change the way that the late game team fight plays out. Similarly, like if you're playing a poke composition into a Mountain Soul, okay, you can't play the game. You have to do an extra 200 damage per shot. That's just not factored into the way that your champion is balanced around it. So yeah, KT on a certain level, I look at them as like, well, they were never as clutch as T1, and this is just classic KT blundering in the telecom war. There is a certain aura to it, as you're saying. But even then, I would have thought that even a team which is fairly streaky in its own right, they had every right to close that game. Only KT could lose a game like that.
And then later, T1 played that series against Fear X, where if you are a Carrier fan, he just painted another fucking bad masterpiece. But this is what I want to ask you a question about here, right? Because I have a problem with this Nymaera. In the history of League of Legends, one of the reasons I hate that fans think they're experts about draft, I always say I don't focus on the draft, so I don't pretend to be one of those people who knows how you would ideally do it, or what right? Is people do that thing where they wait until after the game, and then they go, how could you not ban that? He's historically good, right? The problem there is there's a difference between, is this my pocket pick or is it actually the strongest pick? Like, I can tell you, you could give Bard, I've seen it at Worlds, bro, to loads of really good fucking supports, and they would do nothing. Like, if you watch that game, the reason why that game was absolutely stupendous is, first of all, actually FearX has sort of punched above their weight this year. And then secondly, if you watch the highlights, so you have to actually see the clips that are from like the POV of Carrier. It looks like when you have a friend playing in like low elo who plays a champion that no one knows what it does. And he's just like the way he was catching people was just absurd, bro. Like, the other players just don't know it's possible for him to do these like combo setups, or when he's safe, when he's not, when he's going in, when he's in. They have no clue, and he's just doing whatever the fuck he wants. But the problem is, it leads me to the classic dilemma, which goes like this. When the fan goes, how could you not ban Bard against T1? Right, guys, I want to ask you a question, Nymaera. Would you have banned Bard there? Should you ban Bard? Because the problem is, you've just burned a whole ban. Like, you've only got 5 bans. Like, can we really ban Bard every time? Do we have to ban it in certain setups? What do you think of this exact case? What would your takeaway be?
So this was game 3. I think the lane is fine. You have enough. Look, put it this way: if you turn nameplates off, that is a very playable draft from BFX. That's not the problem. You have plenty of ability to push in early lanes and roam out about the place. Yeah, Kai'Sa into Ezreal gets a bit scary later, but basically, what you're trying. Would I have banned it against Carrier specifically? So they didn't ban any supports in the last game. They banned out 280 carries, 3 mid laners. There were a lot of supports banned in that series too. I personally would have banned it. Yeah, I would have done. And the reason I would have done is more of less about the series meta itself, because there's a meta in the series, and you think about, okay, well, what's been winning and losing the games on the day? This is more of an overall thing about the meta. The game right now is very, very favored towards supports that can get out onto the map and do something. Carrier just happens to be the best player probably of all time at this point of doing that. I think he's earned that title now, especially at that roaming support meta. And Bard is the highest ceiling roaming support of anything in the game, I think. Yeah, there's maybe a good Pyke game can do crazy things too, but he's definitely up there in the ceiling. And yeah, I think you're absolutely right in terms of relating it to, there are things which Carrier does on Bard which no one else can realize. I think there are certain things about Bard where it helps with the specific language you use to talk about the champion, which again, like we talked about, the specificity of language can really help you with the way that you think about things, and it adds meaning to certain things. So for instance, he's a roaming support, but one of the things which I'd challenge people to think about is thinking about the magical journey like a semi-global ability. Now, it's not that long range, but it helps not just you, but potentially your entire team move across the map quicker. it helps me think about the champion in a way of saying, okay, not just his ultimate, which is very long range, and you can consider that sometimes a semi-global ability as well, but also his E, getting across the map in a way which you just don't see. So then suddenly you look at this team comp from T1, and it's not just Pantheon semi-global, it's not just Galio semi-global, Kai'Sa semi-global as well. You also have the Bard as well, which means that the entire team moves very, very quickly across the map, and particularly when you have you think you have safe champions from Therex. You do. Nars fairly safe. You can double hop if you hit a minion. Ari's got 3 ult charges. Kiana can go into invisibility. Rel can dash backwards. Ezreal can move backwards too. I think BFX, maybe without the Bard, or maybe just one less semi-global, think that I can always survive in a split map state. I can always get away from the play. I think when you suddenly add in just an extra champion, which particularly the way that Keria thinks about it, just turns up so quickly, particularly if they get control of the lane. And I don't think this TV2 is one which can really, you can't really keep the Bard in lane with this TV2. The Ezreal Rel's fine, but it's kind of like both of these bot lanes handshake and then they move about the map later. I think looking at with that in mind, yeah, I probably would have banned that Bard because it just adds in that other factor of, oh god, someone else is in my lane, and suddenly there are 3 other people ulting in as well.
Because my problem is, unfortunately, I think people play an unfair game generally. Like, okay, fair enough if you on that specific draft would do it. But the idea that, like, when you play Kerry, you ban Bard, all of a sudden, mate, like, we're going to have no real meta picks to play. Like, at the end of the day, I can't just ban historical. Like, the joke would be, you wouldn't ban fucking Lucian against Jiaohu anymore. Like, that's not a thing you'd do. I don't care, even if he pulled it out somehow and pulled a miracle game. It's just not meta. Like, it would be a waste of everyone's time. So that's one area. That's why I always say, my rule is this: if you tell me what you should have banned, then tell me what you're leaving open. Tell me what pick you're leaving open that you go. Because by the way, it's also Carrier, bro. Like, yes, he's insane or bad. I think he can do things on that champion. No one can. But the difference is Carrier can play like off meta picks that like you aren't even thinking of and probably shit all over you. Probably has some secret tech we don't even know.
Well, for instance, in the last week, we've seen a resurgence of stuff like Ashe Seraphine, particularly in LPL. We've seen like a bunch of games of that. What happens if you get that dunked on you and you get destroyed in lane? That could have problems too. I don't know what else they have cooked up. I just assume that Carrier always has like another 5 champions deep. Like he'll have something.
Yep.
And that's the real difficulty is if Carrier gets R5, weirdly he's taken on the role that Faker used to have back in which again. A lot of people, you can talk as much praise about Faker as you want. He was a very different player 10 years ago in the way that he controlled a draft. Where if you gave him last pick in a draft, he would just find something to win you at, like the mid Riven or the mid Master Yi at that point too, back in 2015. By the way, folks, if you want a real blast in the past or you want to watch some historical league, go watch 2015 Summer from T1. It was such a beauty to watch that SKT team play. But Kerry is not in a dissimilar spot now, where if you give him last pick, if you give him counter pick support, this guy's going to work magic. I think that, a lot of last year, or specific periods of last year, I thought Carrier was really struggling. And then it really took until playoffs of Worlds where I thought Pete Carrier's back. This guy looks insane. I thought that particularly his Swiss stage was actually very, very rough from him. Apparently he's quite ill, but it's still sad to see your player, which we think is the best player in his role potentially of all time now. And he adds more claims onto that with every year that goes by, really. If you give him counterpick, it's a huge problem. So actually, in this case, T1 so funnily enough, T1 chose first pick. And I'm trying to remember what the last pick was in the draft, whether they gave it over to support. I think it was, I'm trying to remember if it was an AD carry last pick, actually, from Kellen. Actually, looking at VODs nowadays is really annoying for me because the side select, because red side and blue side doesn't necessarily correspond to first pick. Sometimes it's a little bit unintuitive when you're looking at it. But basically, if ever Carrier gets counter pick, I think you're in a lot of trouble. So I think one of the easier ways is you have last pick and you counter pick support. That might have to be one of the things you hold against T1.
There's also in general, like it's why the actual magic in every T1 roster isn't on paper, it's in the server. The question always is, do they connect together and can they access these like almost ancestral strengths of T1? And this roster so far does. Like, it's actually a banger. Like, I'm sorry, even though I know there was obviously, as everyone knows from the last year's fan civil war, there was obviously a massive contingent of Gumayusi fans, right? Boys, you could still be a T1 fan without needing Gumayusi. I will actually argue, I'm very interested in how they'll do it this Worlds, because I do think Piers looks better than Gumayusi was outside of Worlds. Like, he just looks like a better player. And actually, Kerry himself, I agree, he's back to the peak level, mate. And at his peak level, he is the best player in their team.
And I think that's why, realistically, so with Zeus and Guma leaving T1, obviously they were very powerful players at playing through the systems that T1 have. I've got a lot of respect for them. I think the two irreplaceable players on T1 are Faker and Carrier. Those are the two players which you can. There are good players out there, but no one will do what they do. I think that for AD carry just globally is quite a stacked role, even though Gumusi is obviously very good at it. And even top lane, I thought that Zeus is one of the best top lane carries in the world, and he plays that style very, very well. I mean, there are very good top laners out there like Keen, and obviously Doran somehow slotting in very well to T1, even if last year was a little bit rough for him at points, and I think Worlds wasn't fantastic from him individually. This year, right now, as I said this earlier, I think genuinely Doran might be the best top laner in the world right now. It's him or Keen, I think, one of those two, which is, I just wouldn't have thought that from last year. I know that domestic Doran has a hell of a reputation, and is doing very well right now. Realistically, though, if I'm on T1, the two players I never let go. My fingers are bleeding the amount I'm holding onto them. Is this jungle? Is this mid lane and support? Obviously, Owner is a big part of this too in terms of how the way that he works with Carrier. But I think Carrier is just such a huge win condition, and the way that I watch the way that he plays and then view the rest of the world, it has basically led me to believe that basically if you have a good roaming support, the meta is your oyster right now. If you have a mid laner support that know how to play the map, your game is very, very powerful. And T1 have that right now. So I'm very interested to see, T1 versus like the other real top teams, and see like what they can pull off against them. Obviously they beat HLE in that really cool series, but that was kind of like the first series of the split. I need to see them develop a little bit more. Like I want to see them go into playoffs and see if, Gen.G, who are 4-0 right now, sure. I need to see if they can do that against T1, because I think that T1 have a way better read on the meta than Gen.G do right now. And domestically, that's not something we've often said.
Also, the funny thing is, whereas the other teams have the drama of the roster, because they just stuck with the exact same roster in Gen.G, this is why I actually think this is a rare time where you get fuck up Worlds, and it was right to just run the whole thing back. Bro, when it doesn't have massive pressure on it, like Worlds, this just is one of the best rosters to ever play League of Legends. Like, everyone has their job. There's no, like, harsh overlap where we're limiting each other. I mean, the joke is, if you've ever seen half of Orcs' fucking Twitter for the last 2 years, well, the joke at the end of this year will be just him campaigning, like, will Duro ever be allowed player of the match? Because he does actually smurf games, but because he plays with the biggest names on a team that always wins, he can get overlooked. I know it sounds mad, but he can get overlooked. And the problem, obviously, in their team is that, like, Chovy is the magnet for the POM every time you fucking win. So, Gen.G, it's almost boring that they win all the fucking time, mate. If anything, that's why the drama is they better not fucking win MSI again and do a perfect summer split and then fuck up Worlds again. Because if so, the script's actually getting boring, guys. I need something different to happen, please.
I mean, yeah, I think Gen.G, it's going to be really interesting to see how they adapt to this meta domestically, because, look, they're a very solid team, and if they ever get to 5v5 you and slow roll the map, they are the best team in the world. They've shown that, basically, as long as they're not, like, completely, getting blasted and whatever. I'd find it very interesting to see if and when they come up against T1, whether T1, who play much more of a fluid map state, much more about, Carry and Faker getting out onto the map, I wonder if this is the time where T1 can finally, like, properly compete with Gen.G domestically again. I know they had a 5-game series, I know. But realistically, the track record has been Gen.G just dunking on T1 domestically. Even if it gets a contest, Gen.G come in as favorites and most often win. And T1 has not had a split win since, since 22, 21? Is it 21 the only time that they... Oh, was it
22 the beginning of
22 spring. Yeah, that's when they qualified for MSI. That's the one time that they won a domestic split.
I mean, they might have won the upper. Did they win the upper in summer? But it was in 22.
Yeah, because they went to MSI, so they must have, and that was before the 2 split seeds came in, so it would have been 22 spring. But yeah, I think that this is probably, based on meta, maybe the best meta for T1 to take it off of Gen.G. However, I think Canyon's playing a lot better. I think Duro's playing better now. And as long as they are on form, it's very, very hard to call it against Gen.G. Things which is interesting is I think Chovy's had a slower start to the split than I thought he would do. In their series against BFX, Vikla was solo killing Chovy. By the way, it's strange. I never thought I'd be saying this. I genuinely think Vikla has been a top 5 mid laner in the world, which is insane.
The problem Vikla has is he'll just never escape for English-speaking people the shame of FlyQuest. I always tell people there's a reason he was signed to that team. It wasn't just Prince. He also looked pretty good in fucking Korea before that. Like, yeah, look at a talent. Then he went off and he had to fuck around and he was in the LPL and everything. This guy, he's been reclaimed somehow. I don't know how they've done it, mate. Whoever worked with him, that
Yeah.
coach or whatever, something's happened because he's transformed. He's not a joke anymore.
And he's really active. And again, the best mid laners in the world right now, they do well in the 1v1 in lane, yes, but they spread that pressure elsewhere. So they're playing. It's easy with the champions in meta when you've got stuff like Ryze, Talia, which are just everywhere. We're seeing a lot of Galio and LCK, as we always do as well. Even stuff like the Azir, which can slide into a side lane and make a play happen, is really powerful as well. And I think the best mid laners in the world are using that very, very effectively right now. Now, what's weird is that I think Chovy, in terms of his actual 1v1, has been a little less good than I thought he would be. Now, there are some games where he's doing very well at that. You know, he had a really good Anivia game versus BDD's Ryze, which is a lane counter, and he played that out very well. But I don't think it's like consistently you look at any given game and you go, oh, Chovy's just going to win that game. Particularly if you look back to 24 Spring, the stuff that this guy was pulling, and then last year Winter as well, like the stuff that this guy was pulling was just absurd. If you compare this to previous splits from Gen G, I'd say Duro's got consistency now in a way that maybe he didn't, particularly in the first split of last year. I think that Canyon's back on better form than he was. I think he's particularly team fighting a lot better than he was. Ruler's been fine. This is not peak Ruler. He's definitely had some oversteps. And I think Keen, as we said, is probably up there for best top in the world. This guy has been really, really consistent. Chovy hasn't been, I would say, special. But I think if he does reach that level, then Genji's back again. This might be another case of, like, this is a team that tried very, very hard, bombed out at Worlds. Maybe they just need some time to ramp up again. It's not just T1, which often have to do that across the year. I think Genji are obviously going to be a top-tier contender. The question for me is actually, how meta-reliant will their victories be against T1? Do they have to go towards the roaming supports? Will they have to be a little bit slower on the map or something like that? Because, a little faster on the map, because they tend to be a little bit slower, but they just are so encroaching of the way that they go about things. Because currently, right now, I think T1 despite them falling really far behind against KT, blah, 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 I just prefer the style that they play for the meta that's being showed worldwide. And that does give me questions about whether Gen G will be favorites heading into this big series against them.
No, as you say, the other thing that I think people miss, this is how you know people only care about Worlds, mate. Sure, the one time they met at Worlds, that's the one where T1 famously won and it was fucking epic and blah, blah, blah. Every other bloody time they never meet. That's the worst part. They're always like supposed to meet in the final or the semi and it never bloody happens. And even worse, domestically, Gen G have beyond had their number, mate. They always win. They just always, the same at the MSIs, they always get the win over them. So I agree. This is actually one of the more interesting ones, especially because we're going to have to wait so long into a split to get it to happen. Normally it happens by the second or third week, you feel like. And then I agree. Whereas in the past year, like the exact same roster, but with the same core for the last 2 years, they would be the most perfect team in the regular season you'd ever seen. It used to literally look like they'd solved League of Legends. Like, that's why it would be insane that they would lose the Worlds. They'd come in as the crazy favourites. This time around, it looks a little bit more scuffed. Like, Canyon just never has recovered, mate. In this team, he's just a good player. He's nowhere close to an elite super talent. I actually do think Chovy, the problem Chovy has is the last 4 years, he's been the biggest tryhard ever in League of Legends. Like, he looked like he fought for every fucking CS. Like, they were going to fire him if he didn't get it. And as a result, yeah, he would actually give you insane output 99% of the year. And then just at Worlds in the playoffs, he would just be like, right, I'm off. You know, what the fuck? Who else the guy I watched it? That's why people like me and Dom feel like this is actually a psychological experiment, that it's not real. We're in a simulation and people are trying to break the security system of our mind. Because for real, we're being gaslit. We watch LCK and he is the best player, maybe ever sometimes. But then you go to Worlds and that guy just doesn't show up. It is like, it's not chalky, but it is some fucking doppelganger just gets in his feet and starts doing whatever the fuck.
Yeah, I think Worlds 24, that wasn't on him. That one wasn't. I think last year, the Orianna game he had versus KT, that one was a shocker in particular. And the thing which really drives it home for me is just how just off he sounded when he got like the League Awards, like LCK Player of the Year or whatever it was. And he was like, I'm not sure I deserve this because I lost. I'm like, the fuck, dude? Like, where's the belief gone? You know, we talk about often, players having a lot of bravado and talking about, I am the best, I will be the best, I'll beat XYZ player, I'll get these titles. If there's no delusion, is there any hope? Blah, blah, blah. I really wonder how much Chovy's got in him in terms of these big failures. I don't think it's always on him. I think this last was probably more than it has been for others. Although, like I said, 2024, I think actually individually he played fairly well. It really was on the rest of his team, I think, falling apart in that. I'd be very interested to see with a different coaching staff, whether that helps anything. Does it, or is just the trauma? Is the trauma there now at this point? Which is, it's something that we talk about with LPL teams, League against T1 at Worlds and whatever. I had more hope for IG in the play-ins than the teams later into the tournament, because I'm like, IG haven't faced T1 in years. They don't have T1 trauma. Obviously, it didn't help them, but there is just that mental game which is very, very hard to shake off. You forget that. I mean, we talk about it for a while. These are fairly young guys, and this is their whole life. When it comes to this, and you see the pattern in their own heads, again with thousands of people, yelling and screaming in the arena. Yeah, it does. You do wonder how do you ever even prepare for that?
By the way, I'll give you a lesson in world-class copium. Here's what it is. Obviously, he has the same problem Samson from the Bible had. It was all in his hair, guys. That's what made him insane. When you cut the hair back, as the Korean military did, that's it. It's going to take time for him to grow back into his prime form, obviously, isn't it? Also, I'll give you an actual serious analytical point.
Right.
Obviously, the insane thing about this squad is people do wonder, when you see a squad like this or JDG23, you get why people build super teams. It's like, wow, wouldn't that get the best players and all the rules? It's insane. I'll tell you one reason historically I've noticed from observing a lot of sports and team games as to why super teams don't work. And I think it's actually a factor as to why last year it was Ruler was just Bing chilling for a whole split and a half. And then it was now it's Chovy and Ruler taking turns. Mate, when you have a player like Keen on your team, it's like the craziest insurance policy of all time. These guys, Chovy and Ruler, have had years in their careers where if they didn't literally not play well, carry the game. Think of BDD last year. You have to straight smurf on your lane opponent and then shit on the whole game as the carry to maybe win. That is such insane pressure. But I'll tell you what, it sure focuses the mind, doesn't it? It'll really make you better hit that 10 out of 10. When you know what? I bet it happens in scrims. You know what? Actually, in that game, I sort of fucked up. My bad, dude. And I know I did a wrong Zonias. Well done, though, Keen, for clean. Mate, he just this guy, it's just too consistent. I think the flaw on Keen's game is insane, especially because if anyone remembers, he himself used to be considered a choker. That's just gone. That guy deleted that, mate. It's very impressive.
Keen is the only guy to have every single finish in LCK. So he's finished everywhere from 10th, 9th, 8th, all the way up to 1st. He's finished all of the different ranks. He went through the grinder. And yeah, I think Keen is, at this point, the most consistent top laner of all time. I don't think anyone even comes... I mean, maybe you could throw Impact in, but I think that's at a lower level. I think Keen is the highest level, most consistent top laner that we've ever seen. A bit wordy, but he's just been at the top of his game for so long. And it's so rare that you get anything under him. I mean, most players have a bogey player. Keen basically doesn't have that either.
Oh, no.
I mean, you look back to the the series which they lost against KT, it wasn't really on him either. There again, his.
I don't think any of them after KT. None of them have been made. He's always one of the fine parts of the team.
Yeah, there there's some arguments he didn't carry hard enough in these points, and he's been too much of a role player, blah blah blah. I don't see that right now. I mean, this guy is just really, really good. And you look at some of the more Fiesta games that they had. What was the series that they had?
And that's why I said it's the flaw that's insane, Nymaera.
Yeah.
When people's only criticism is, you could have carried a bit harder. It's fucking hell. We're splitting hairs now, boys.
And also
any top player would just have nightmare fuel games where you shit the whole bed and cost the team the game. Think about Thorin. By the way, we're all treating Thorin. This is why it's mad. Because Thorin's failings look so bad on camera. They look boneheaded. And I've always said it doesn't help that he always looks like the dog the puppy that just pissed on the carpet when he came in from the cinema. He has that look also where you're bloody Thorin. But I'll tell you what, if you delete that, take the nameplates off and watch him in LCK, last few years, he's had some Smurf series, mate. He can have times where he really rises to the moment. That's a normal, really good top laner. This guy's cracked out. There's no one in the LPL compares to him, mate.
No, and I think, once upon a time, you'd have players like the Shy who would always have a ceiling which could get over them or whatever. I don't trust Bin right now. I think 369's look pretty good in his wins, but I don't think he's looking fantastic. I think it was quite telling. In fact, I had a pretty long diatribe about this post-Worlds on some show, or there might have been on a stream at some point. I think it was very telling that the level of top laners allowed for that finals to happen, or the meta, or the understanding of it. The finals, the top laners we had in finals was Doran versus Perfect, and neither of them played particularly well in finals. I mean, that was probably, I think 2025 was the worst level of top lane as an ensemble unit since
Bro,
I don't know.
I'll tie this to what I said
17?
earlier. That's why I really just figured, surely Canada is just welcomed back with the red carpet rolled out.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
sir, would you like to join KT? What about D-Plot? Give me a fucking break. Come on. What are we doing?
Yeah, and I mean, like, there are some top laners I think are maybe a little underrated by some people. Like, she was pretty damn good. Kingan's pretty good too. But I think just as an ensemble, when you look at just across the world, I was very surprised that some teams weren't punished for their level of top lane. Like, I didn't think anyone's legend should have done as well as they did last year because Flandre's laning phase, his team fights are great, but his laning phase was an issue. I was worried about obviously Thorin on T1. I think even right the way up until finals, there were points where there were just giant gaps in his play, and an informed bin of the past would have just decked them.
Oh,
that was
of
one
course.
of the that was one of the differences at MSI when actually Doran finally got rid of that kind of like bogey matchup and he finally beat Bin in that best of 5. But obviously Bin kind of fallen off a load by that point.
Bro,
So
can you imagine the bin that almost won 2024 Worlds,
Yeah.
seeing a vision of the next year's final and it's perfect against Thorin, and then just taking turns to end the game? You'd be like, when do I get my Worlds? I should get like
Yeah.
half of this Worlds just for that. What are we doing? It's nonsense.
Yeah, there's a lot of symptoms of that. I think right now what's very interesting is basically no teams across the world play to top side besides HLE and BLG. Those are the two which spring to mind. Basically no one puts consistent effort in towards a top lane matchup. There is sometimes it seems a bit contrarian. Sometimes you can enable your top laner by just playing bot side, but that's because you like trust them to always win the 1v1 or you give them a 1v1 matchup. And then because everyone's bot side, like you're never going to get ganked because they have to be bot lane.
Yep.
Sometimes you isolate it by hyper ganking bot lane instead. But actually go top side, BLG go top side. And I think it's quite telling that both of those teams have had a lot of issues, actually. I think that is just so much easier to win bot lane, unlock a roaming support and play through that. That's just been the easiest way to play. Now, I do think that Genji... they're very happy to do that style as well, although, again, they play the map a little bit slower than a team like T1 or whatever. But I do find it very interesting that top lane laning phase and top lane early pressure doesn't really translate into wins that often right now. Maybe we'll see that change. I mean, there are some very strong top lane champions. I mean, for instance, I think we should see, we see a bit of it in LCK, but I think we should see more Kennen, which can just instantly end a game with a good enough ult. I think Kayle is massively slept on right now. I think Kayle is so good into certain matchups in top lane, as long as it doesn't get dove early, which again is something that if you do that, you're giving it the concession of bot side. I think Gangplank should be played. We know that there are some excellent Gangplank players like Keen in the LCK as well. This is why earlier when I said there's some really uncreative teams worldwide in terms of drafting right now, I really think that we should be investigating some of these top lane picks because of the way that these players are. And if it does come round to that, I do wonder whether Keen gets an extra kind of... that we get that upper level of carry potential from him, which sometimes people say, oh, he's not carrying hard enough. Well, there are champions out there which can do that right now.
One little detail about the LCK that I thought was cool that you dropped in the chat was they're going to have for the LCK Cup final, it's actually going to be in Hong Kong, believe it or not. And if you look it up, it's in a place called Kai Tak Arena. And on the first day, on the Saturday, it's in the arena. And on the Sunday, it's in the sports park. As far as I can tell, the arena looks like where they have basketball and stuff. It's a bit smaller. And the sports park looks like a football stadium, mate. This looks actually mental. I will say, if you all Google it, if the producer can bring a picture, the sports park does look like a Roomba. It does look like a giant Roomba, just as a stadium somehow. But this looks pretty cool. And also, think how unique this is, that we're going to have an LCK, a Korean League final, essentially, in Hong Kong. We're actually going abroad to have it. This is kind of actually like, it almost makes me wonder if they're trying to test what like a foreign audience would be like, or will their audience travel, or maybe it's a cheaper state, who knows? But it's kind of a cool angle, because I have to say, one thing, even when they used to have it just in big warehouses, I've always thought it is a travesty when you don't. It's why I hate that they had the road to MSI with no final for like a spring split, as it were, last year. One of the best parts of watching LCK is having that epic final with the 10,000 people and hear all the people doing the thunder sticks and all the shit and all the fucking Caster Jun guy coming up. The atmosphere of those is unforgettable. So this looks banging, mate. This actually looks really sick.
Yeah, and I think LCK has realized that actually there are huge audiences outside of Korea. And I think we've talked a lot on previous episodes. You can backtrack and see we don't need to retrack a lot of the economy talks and just the finances of the league, because like I get why that turns some people off. But I think this is an interesting way to test the waters, particularly in winter, where it is one of the less important splits.
Yeah,
Obviously,
you can take a gamble on this
yeah,
one. Yeah.
exactly. Like, it would not surprise me at all to see them maybe go to Vietnam, because Vietnam has a huge LCK audience. Now, of course, the ticket prices, just in terms of like local economy and stuff, Vietnam tends to be, yeah, like the ticket price will probably be lower there compared to Hong Kong or compared to Korea. But it really wouldn't surprise me to see them take a chance on certain other regions, like within the area, to try and spread things about. I mean, LCK, I think, wants to become
Anyway,
more of a
producer,
global
you're
brand.
showing the inside. I mean, show the outside of the sport park. It looks like a massive Roomba. Show it. Anyway, keep going. Let's keep going.
That looks really. Oh, I only just saw it on the street. Yeah,
Yeah, what's the outside of the road? So on point in it. Looks like it's just about to go and put something that in there. That's just a picture of the mountains.
That's just
whatever.
Hong Kong.
You know what?
That's just so
You're having a bad day today, mate.
There we
You're having
go.
a bad fucking day.
It's either a
It's like the first thing when you put Google Images, but don't worry about it or whatever.
It's either a Roomba or it's like like the horseshoe crabs. You know, like the evolution got it right millions of years ago. Why change it?
True. Or like one of those trilobite things or whatever. Yeah, exactly. It's like,
Yeah,
just like
yeah,
what
yeah.
you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. But no, I think I think there will be probably some LCK purists which feel like, yo, you're meant to be here for the local audience. Why aren't you catering to the local audience? I somewhat understand that, but also this is the split where you're meant to experiment. Again, maybe if this was done for a summer finals, I would be raising some eyebrows. That I think would be a bad decision. Because at the end of the day, you are meant to be catering towards Korea. You are a Korean broadcast. You are like a Korean region. However, I think for a winter split, for what is meant to be the more experimental split, I think this is actually pretty good to test the waters at least.
Here's the thing. I told everyone we're doing it a bit differently this time. I also want to do this. I'll get your sign off first. Let's not do a break. Let's just do a couple of questions and we'll just wrap the episode. We'll do it. What we'll do is on a future episode where we find more time, we'll do a longer Q&A. This one we'll just do a few, just to tease people. Everyone can't be 40 minutes on questions, boys. So if you want to ask a question on a future show, or even this one, if you're really quick, then subscribe to the Last Free Nation Discord, and then there is a channel there, SI Questions, and that's where I take those from. I will now go pick a couple out, and we'll do it, and then we'll be done. It's already been like a 4-hour episode anyway. So here is a good one. This is one that's mainly obviously going to be for Nymaera. Sup says, which casters have you personally learned the most from when refining your own style? So who are your inspirations, or who do you try and take something from?
Wait, in terms of me talking to them directly, or just watching them?
It's
and
not defined.
I guess it could be both
you.
ways. Okay, so the storytelling of Papa Smithy really stuck out to me, like a lot. Making decisive points from Monty, where he will always concisely make a point, which is really, really important. Let me have a think. Oh, this is a really interesting one, which maybe people won't see. This is more of a duo one. Atlas and LS are one of the most interesting duos of all time, because what they did was turn from something absurd and lighthearted into serious in half a sentence on a word, and they sold it so well. And that's something which I bring a lot into my casting with my brother, because we're brothers. We talk about random shit all the time. Being able to turn that back on topic and change the tone without it feeling janky and out of place is a very difficult thing to do, but I learned a lot from listening to Atlas, LS, and just other Atlas casts as well, because obviously Atlas is very lighthearted in his downtime, so that's a lot which I learned as well. Vedius, when I was actually on LEC as well, taught me a lot in terms of not just being retrospective with analysis, but trying to lay out the next 5 to 10 minutes, because it's very easy as an analyst to just react to what's on screen. Instead, actually laying out in terms of, this fight happened, so this will happen next. That was a huge thing which I learned. Quick Shot, obviously, he's the guy which teaches newer casters better than anyone else. He's very good at giving structure to a cast. Now, there is actually negatives to that, where actually it can end up kind of constraining a cast to the structure, but having that structure and knowing when to diverge from it is really, really important. And the last one I'll throw out, because I could throw out so many different casters. Folks, this has been my life for forever, right? And I've tried to really dig into the kind of academia of it. And Dracos made a really good statement start of LEC last year when we were prepping for everything, which is basically, don't kill your point with context. Similar to the Monty thing about making a decisive point. But if you're going to say something, don't give a million caveats. Give a little bit. Show that you understand the depth of it. But you can't kill your point with context. You can just say, Keen is the best top laner in the world. You don't have to just go beyond that at some points. Because let's be honest, if you say Keen is the best top laner in the world because of X, Y, Z, 1, 2, 3. You've then killed it. It's no longer a soundbite. People will tune out after the first sentence. To be honest, folks, I learned from every caster that I listen to. In fact, one outside of League of Legends. I think the best caster, my favorite play-by-play, and I think the best play-by-play in all esports is Machine. I fucking love Machine. I think Machine is a very, very good play-by-play. And the thing which I learned from him is how to contrast your language. Contrast your language. What he'll do in one sentence is do something very, very flowery. Next sentence, hit you with a verbal bag of bricks. This guy is very, very good at turning the tone off of different language and saying, okay, I'm going to use very kind of verbose stuff, very descriptive language, and then just go straight down the center for the big moment. I think he's fantastic at that. So that's just a handful. I can probably tell you something about, I mean, I could tell you about Ender and the way that he plays dance dash segments. There's a bunch of other people. Hopefully that's a good selection.
Yeah. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll give you a little anecdote about Machine, because I actually worked with him both when he was on his rise. He used to be a desk host of mine many years. And then when he became a caster, initially, actually everyone thought, is that some nepo shit? Why are you allowed to be a caster? Wait a minute. Sponge was one of the best analysts. And these guys just like switching roles to be divas, you know, and using the fact they have the industry contacts. And one of the things people wouldn't know about Machine is when he does those ones where he actually took, basically, it was the style that a guy called Sadikist used to be very good at, where you weave in like some poetic language and maybe like a reference to something. Or if you actually know, I'll tie it in that thing we talked about in the last one. I'll tie it into the concept of battle rap. There's a type of rap called scheming, where the idea is this is a scheme, as in it's built around a certain theme or a concept. And so say the scheme is like, oh, you know, you're in rap, you sort of stole that win. Then the whole thing will be like, and it was a setup and your crew was with you and the plan was, and then the getaway. And the idea is you keep, once the theme is set, your scheme is you keep building around that scheme and you see how far you can extend it. Basically, I can tell you that when Machine does like those things where he has like a bunch of words that you might not hear on a cast and they seem to string together, he does literally sit with a pad before, like almost like brainstorming. If I was going to use this word, like how many different ways could I come off of that? About, and it's not that he's going to crowbar it and do exactly that, but by prepping himself like that, in the moment, his brain's got like a grab bag it can go to of like 10 different ways it could all go, which is why when he does it, I can tell you, if he'd actually scripted it, it'd be really hard to land that and make it sound authentic. But if in the moment he's like half grabbing for something that already is prepped in his mind, but he has option, it's really easy to make that sound off the cuff, but amazing, and still be like, holy shit, how did he tie those three things together?
Yeah, most casters, like, some people hard plan out a line. So someone like Medical Quickshot, very good at like really scripting things out like that, and they'll try and go for the really big Nexus core thing. I prefer to half script them so I can adapt it to the situation on the fly if I'm going to. Sometimes, like, I will literally get like, I'm awake at 3 a.m. and I'll write it on a note on my phone. I have notes from like years ago where I found stuff out for that, and I've got like a pun around a player's name or something that'll land really hard. But what you'll find is the more you get into that mindset, the easier it is for you to do it on the fly as well. Probably my best casting line ever was 23 Summer Finals. I think it was game 3. LNG killed off like both carries of the enemy team. It was like no gods, no kings, no knights, no rulers. LNG put JDG's carries to the sword, all off the cuff, because I had like similar things written out. That was just what landed there at the time. But yeah, someone like Machine, just the way that he contrasts vocabulary was just really stands out to me. And I love the way that he uses it.
Also, as I joked, but I think it was when I was with Yamato last year during Worlds, I was like, the real reason it's a travesty that anyone's legend went out in the quarterfinals is, I said, Yamato, you won't know this because you're not a caster, but you don't know the tears that just came out of one eye of so many of the casters at Worlds who had a million hope lines that were like, hope dies. They had a million great poetic lines, song lyrics, but the problem is he needed to like win Worlds, or he needed to like get to the finals. He had to do something epic, and because he didn't, you never got to it. You don't know how many lines they must have thought all night long, and it just was wasted.
Wait, so we had, so ruler is such an easy one. Like bot diff is measured with a ruler. Light, Weibo's old AD carry is fantastic. Like blink and you miss it, light is snuffed out. Like fucking banger lines like that. We by the way, we were dropping that like every other week on LPL. But the thing is, you do that for like so many years, and you just kind of run out of them, and you have to get like crazy stuff to try and keep things fresh. The important one thing you'll sometimes notice is people, particularly if they have a really cool line on a small broadcast, they realize that no one's going to remember that in a month. They'll reuse it on a big one if they come up with a really good one.
That's even a rookie mistake. I have had to tell so many analysts I've worked with, because they'll do it on like day one of a tournament. They'll drop an amazing piece of analysis. Then in their brain, they go, I can't use that again. I go, you're definitely using that again. In the playoffs, 100% run that back. And don't even say it.
If you don't, we got a problem.
Don't even say it, as I said earlier. Just assume no one watched the game one of the group stage. Like, just bring it out. Remember, all that that matters is that you hit it at the best moment. In fact,
Yes.
if you have a really good line, by the way, really great casters do this too, just reuse it. Make it a fucking semi-catchphrase.
Or
Listen,
you can just,
Sjokz,
or you can.
don't always do that. It starts with no. That has now got an old, you know. You can go
Oh
too
yeah,
far
yeah,
the other
yeah.
way, is all I'm saying, love, you know.
Yeah.
It's a fine balance. It's all fine
Like
balance.
for a while, yeah, there are a couple of ones which get a little overused. I mean, there are some which are eternal and you can't use them. Like the faker, what was that? Like that's kind of eternal. Even then, there are
Yeah,
some casters which try and overuse it, but it's so hard to
yeah,
fit in naturally that it's really
yeah,
hard to do so. Oh, so Elk is a great name to use in cast as well. Because
sure.
because when Elk got like a quadra kill versus Invictus Gaming, it's like they turn Invictus Gaming into Invictus Roadkill. Just like bunch of stuff about Elk puns. There's a really cool stuff about that. But yeah, you'll notice that certain casters have certain favorite players to cast because they have just really easy names to work into a hype sentence.
Right. Since there actually was tons of questions submitted to this one,
Right.
I'll make sure next week we do a longer Q&A segment.
Yep,
But here's a question which will set that up. It's a good question, by the way, because you remember a lot of the first few episodes, half of them essentially I just changed the name of Yamato to fucking Nymaera. And you might have noticed that doesn't really fit me. I don't know anything about that subject. I don't follow that sport, Thorin.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
anyway, this question will help. Spookin says, as we are more familiar with Thorin's interests, this is primarily directed to Nymaera. As a
Okay.
primer for future questions, can you give an overview of what other esports you follow or are involved with, as well as other non-esports and hobbies? So obviously not everything. Just give us like the big ones. Do you follow any sports and any other esports you're interested in? Is there any clear themes in terms of what your interests are that people can shape questions around?
Yeah, so in terms of other esports, I watch a lot casually and I try not to get too invested as an analyst because I really actually enjoy watching stuff without having to just turn my brain on to that level.
I mean,
in
you
every
obviously must watch
esport.
the odd CS if you like machines.
What's
A bit of
yeah,
CS sometimes.
CS is probably the esport I watch the most outside of League, despite I've played like 2 games of it. I don't play the game, but it's such an
Okay.
intuitive game. I enjoy that. Occasionally, I watch Valorant because there are a couple of casters I know on that.
By the way, I've got a little detail for fans there.
Yeah.
When fans in the modern day go, why the fuck do these superstar players still do shows with Thorin? Because they think I'm like the bad man in League. You know, 10 years ago, some of them were 12 watching me do all like the biggest fucking majors in the world. Like, they want to do a piece of me. Like, I'm in their nostalgia bank, mate. Like, that's a real thing.
Well,
if you don't know, CS is the only esport most other esports seem to watch the major of. I don't know why, it just is.
Well, I mean, me being on this show is actually kind of surreal for me to draw back the curtain there because I consider myself to have grown up with League at this point. Yourself and Monty are people which I took a lot of influence from. I took a lot of interest from as well. Yeah, I mean, in terms of esports, there isn't a crazy amount that I'm that in depth with. Like, I know surface level stuff, but I wouldn't say I'm crazy into them. Like, I'm into, like, I used to be pretty good at Hearthstone and a couple things, but that's a long time ago now. So in terms of esports, not that much on the ground. I know stuff on kind of like a more surface level. In terms of other interests, I have a lot of hobbies, so there's a lot to go through. I mentioned a couple of them in some previous episodes. I'm a guitarist, I'm a singer, I do a lot of music. You can find a bit of that on Instagram. Not that I do it for myself more than other people, but I like a lot of music. So I mean, it's the way that I kind of like I spend a lot of family time doing music stuff. So
Okay.
the first gig I ever went to was Deep Purple, supported by Thin Lizzy and Styx when I was about 12. You know, I've seen Guns N' Roses, seen Aerosmith, seen Metallica, I saw Linkin Park 3 times. They're my favorite band. I saw them with Chester Bennington. Like I have Roger Glover's bass pick from Deep Purple. I've probably seen about 200, 300 bands live because the UK is just a really good place to see live music. You can just go to you go to like download festival and stuff. I tend to err on the side of rock, metal, and kind of punk stuff, but I've seen a bunch of stuff. I mean, I've been to jazz gigs. I've tell you one of the best music stuff I went to see was watching movies with an orchestra playing alongside them. So I saw Star Wars: A New Hope with an orchestra. That was phenomenal. I saw Jurassic Park with an orchestra. That was phenomenal. So that was really cool too. So I'm big into music. I think if I hadn't gone into gaming, music probably would have been, if I was to go into a special interest, music probably would have been that. So yeah, I've got a bunch of guitars, which I've got like one in the background, but my nice guitars are like back in the UK. So I've got a Gibson Les Paul, which I bring out every so often. Which I got from
By the way,
18th,
just
I've
from
kept
your
that.
social media, I'm assuming even within gaming, because it doesn't have to be esport, you play like RPGs and shit like that, right?
Oh
Something
yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah.
something along
In
those
fact,
lines?
actually, there's another show which we did like one episode of it for LFN, but there's gonna be more coming out where like I did actually before I dropped out of this course to come do casting basically. So I did a physics degree that wasn't going anywhere. So I started another course on game dev. So I was going into game dev. I dropped out of that to do casting. And the show that we're doing with LFN is about basically just game reviewing, effectively, kind of viewing games as an art piece. We did Ghost of Yote. We're going to do some other games at some point too, so keep your eyes open for that. So like I like to think about games in like the more artistic way. My favorite, I've mentioned this in a previous episode as well. Probably my favorite games of all time are the Halo games. I absolutely love them. But yeah, I love RPGs. You know, I'm a massive Mass Effect fan, Final Fantasy fan, Kingdom Hearts fan, and a lot of different Square Enix titles as well. The Total War games, God, I put so much hours into the Total War games. They were so much of my childhood. Games like Supreme Commander. I never got into StarCraft, which is a huge miss for me. I have no idea how I didn't get into
it.
Yeah, which is basically the same thing. I was like, what the hell is like, how the hell did this happen, brother? Oh my god, crazy. Yes, there's a ton of different games which I played, and I still continue to this game. I love roguelikes. I'm a big Binding of Isaac player, Hades player, stuff like that. Basically, the games list just kind of keeps going on and on. So in terms of interest outside of, I held, God, guys, I even play stuff like Uma Musume. Like, I play gacha stuff too. So for I guess the anime lovers out there, I watch a ton of anime. I've watched like hundreds of anime. I've been through that phase. So, you know, I've been through the slop to try and figure out the good stuff.
What is the best? Obviously, we don't want it doesn't have to be a 20-minute question. What is the best anime for you? What was your favorite anime?
No preference. I think Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is probably the best across the spectrum. In terms of the most interesting ones, oh, that's too deep a question. That'll be going off too.
Oh, good. People have a sense of what they can ask.
Yeah, let's chuck it at like Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is like the best all round one.
It's got a very high floor to it. I'll say that's a very good anime.
Yeah. There's too many caveats that'll be here for forever. In terms of other stuff, I mean, I used to play a lot.
And if you've never watched that, or you only watched Full Metal Alchemist, because some people make that mistake, I'll just say this with no spoilers at all: the ending of Brotherhood is fucking mega. It is. But don't look up anything. I'm saying you have to get it. It's really good. It's actually really good. It is really good.
Yeah. I do a lot of reading, but I do a lot of reading of books which are like weekly release, interestingly. So ones which are like very long running. So funnily enough, there's a book which is the longest written bit of fiction in the English language called The Wandering Inn, which is a fancy book which has something like 13 million words, which I am up to date with. So I've read through that over like 10 odd years. I think I started in about 26. It would have been about 10 years ago now. Yeah. So I read a lot of web novels which are kind of weekly release. Because they're kind of like, they're less edited, but the raw creativity in them is very interesting. I drop them if they're not very interesting, but there are a couple of ones which are very, very interesting. So I do a lot of that in my spare time. And then, bluntly honest, folks, I don't actually have that much time for many other hobbies because I spend so much time streaming now. Most of my life is League of Legends. So yeah, I spend a lot of it on LPL. So hopefully that's a bit of an overview. I'll probably drop some other lore at some points too. Sports. I love rugby union. I've mentioned that a bunch of times. Rugby union is the sport which I grew up with because my granddad brought me to a lot of rugby matches. So yeah, Welsh rugby is kind of where my roots lie. Not a good time for us right now, but that's where I grew up really.
There you go. That's a good selection of topics. By the way, I should recommend people subscribe if you're watching us on YouTube. Did you know our shows are available with video on Spotify, with audio on Apple and all other podcast platforms? And if you use Spotify or Apple, please leave a review. It really helps.
One other thing as well, I completely forgot about this. I only remembered it because I remember talking to Wolf about this on Post-Game Clarity, which is the name of the game review thing. I also used to be, I won a couple of regional tournaments for fencing, so I was a sword fighter as well. So I used to do epee as a fencing thing. And weirdly, Wolf, you'll know from LCK broadcast, he was also a fencer, so that was just a weird hang-on small world.
Question. Yeah. Does it tilt you the way fucking Fiora works in League of Legends?
Yes, it does. Because and I'll tell you why. Specific thing. Okay, so when you're using your footwork in you'll know this from most sports. If your feet are close together, you cannot move quickly and you're not very stable. She does what's known as a crossover step every single time. That's just not how you walk in fencing. You walk like 1 foot first, and you kind of like not quite crab walking.
I love it.
That is just incorrect footwork, and it really does tilt me. You've nailed it. It really tilts me.
I just know one person who also knows fencing, and I actually showed them that.
It does.
Because they were like,
"What do you mean that's your footwork?" Oh, no, there are two ways to be good at fencing. One's being good with your arms, the other one's good with your feet, and she's shit with her feet, so she's not a good fencer.
Whoever did the animation just did it to look smooth and cool.
Yes, it's aesthetic as hell. Yeah, but I can accept it when it's like ad absurdum, when it's like Final Fantasy. We've got like gun blades. It's a gun and a sword. Sure, cool. That's really fun. It doesn't work for like traditional. I'm gonna stop on that now. I will. I gotta stop.
Okay, here's the last question. Okay. But I'm ending on a bang, so we can do a bit of analysis. The last question is a really interesting one. It's a fucking good one, mate. This is fire. Nadnerb says, what is the best league team that won 0 titles? That is a fucking... Listen, I don't even know if we're going to be able to come up with it, but that is a really good question. That is a really good question.
So by team, does that mean roster or organization?
I assume he means like a specific lineup, like a 5-man lineup.
Oh my god.
It's good, isn't it? It's fucking good, mate.
Oh, that's really difficult, actually.
Yes.
Because so funnily enough, I actually did a short video series a while ago, which was the best teams to not win worlds, but gives me like a short list of a couple. They still won like regional tournaments.
Yeah, of course.
So that's actually really hard. I mean,
shall I throw one out there for you?
Yeah.
There was that 2023 KT roster, which had an insane record, all pro player, but they didn't win shit, mate. They did not win. They had Keen, they had fucking BDD. That on paper, that was a pretty good run. Lens, it was an interesting team because again, as you say, it's going to be really hard to find a really good squad that didn't win at least like a split or something, you know.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember if there were any of like those crazy, because there's like 2015 KT Rolster had fucking Nagne in mid lane. That doesn't count, despite some.
Exactly, that's
really,
the problem.
really
a lot of the teams that didn't win a title make sense, mate. That's why it's a good question.
Even like there was teams like Duke on Najin in 2015, and again, it was just a shit team around him, so that wouldn't really work. G-Type, the type. Okay, if you draw a difference between GE Tigers and Rox Tigers,
it's valid.
It's GE Tigers / Huya Tigers, because Rox Tigers won one split, but they never won anything else. The other Tigers rosters with, I suppose that would have been the pre-Peanut Tigers roster. I would consider that different enough because it's a different roster. I would say that would classify the GE Tigers because they didn't win any split and they lost in Worlds Finals to SKT, of course.
I'm trying to think. I'm going to quickly look up one because I want to get one answer in here, which is the obvious answer I'm looking for. So there's got to be a Knight roster that didn't win because he did used to not win the LPL early on. So I'm trying to look which roster.
Oh, he won in 2020 and he won mid-season cup. So he did win in 2020. 22, I want to say he won spring lost summer, or I think he won spring lost summer. So I think actually Knight did end up winning.
I've got it. 2021. This was the roster. It was, listen to this. This is even a banger, mate. It was 369, Karsa, Knight, Jackie Love, and yeah, Zuo's a bit dodgy. But mate, aside from Zuo, that's a pretty fucking good roster on paper.
Especially since it's modern era as well. Yeah, no, that's actually a pretty legit.
That's a pretty banger one, actually. Yeah.
I'm trying to remember if there are like, this one's a bit of an oddball one. This is a bit of an oddball one. V5 Esports from 22 spring. That was Rookie's team with Photic. When they actually peaked, they were so fucking good.
It's the one that had Rich on it.
But they were only good for about half a split and they fell off.
Right.
But that team, for that specific moment, were probably the best Kalista Renata team in the world at that moment. They were so good at it, could not make it last. So that one's actually up there on the short list for that specific point in time.
Yeah, I think we're doing a good little short list.
It's a really hard question, though, because they're all regional.
Yeah. That's even something, by the way, that someone make a note. That could even be an off-season, like historical episode. If we did our prep, we could come with some bangers for that one. Okay, that'll be it for this week. We did a long episode, as usual. It's all good. We've got the whole fucking League of Legends world to cover. So we will see you on the next episode of Summoning Insight. See you then.